Hello everybody, welcome to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. We've got ourselves a final day of Dota for, of course, the closed qualifiers of Eastern Europe. We've got ourselves two series today, and one of them is a best of 5. But the first game we have is the lower bracket final, which then we lead on to the grand finals to see who will qualify for the group stages of the Elite League. So currently, so far, let's have a look at the bracket of how it stands at the moment. As you can see, we are very far ahead within the closed qualifiers right now. Only 2 games remain, as you can see. The lower bracket, 9 Pandas versus 1 Win, which is the game that we are going to be commentating soon. And the game that we watched last night, the final one, 9 Pandas versus Yellow Submarine. The Yellow Submarine, they won themselves a 2-1, and they are awaiting to see who their opponent will be after the lower bracket final. How are you feeling, Danog, about today? Are you hyped?
Of course I'm hyped, and just sitting there with Yellow Submarine and their journey throughout the bracket, it hasn't been easy for them. It's been a 2-1 every single series. Of course, them coming out on top, it's going to give them a lot of resilience, of course, to be able to, move on forward and say, look, we've beaten all of these teams before, we can do it again. And of course, they're going to be able to just sit back and watch as well as these other teams go at it. So it's not like teams really revealed all that many, pocket strats or anything like that. I think the closest that we got to it was Kiyotaka with his Arc Warden. But yeah, other than that, really not too much innovation. A lot of the same, and Yellow Submarine just at the moment seem to have the best grasp of how to truly access that.
I did like this Arc Warden pick, I won't lie. It's something different. We do like change within the tournament at the moment because there is a Bane in your head, which is indeed the Crystal Maiden that keeps on popping up. You're not a fan of this hero, are you?
No, I am. I'm just not a fan of seeing it all the time, is the thing, I like innovation. I like something different, I say that given that in my past, 50 games, I've played 2 different heroes. I'm winning with them, though, and I guess that's what the teams are saying as well. Look, as long as we win with the CM, we really don't care.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden is picked out quite a lot here, as well as Centaur and Mars.
And DK, and Undying,
yeah.
and Hoodwink, and Timbersaw, and, all these other tanky boy heroes.
Yeah, let's get into 9 Pandas at the moment. They've had a little bit of a journey here. They were originally within the upper bracket here, actually knocking out next up here. And they were able to knock down Liga team, but they were defeated by Yellow Submarines within the upper bracket final that we did watch last night, which is now leading them to the lower bracket final against 1 Win. They have not played against 1 Win yet, so this will be quite a unique match that we're going to be seeing.
It will, and, I'm interested to see, because 9 Pandas, in terms of just, overall tournament experience, they would have the most by far, at least if we're talking at the very top level. So, I feel like yesterday was a bit of a blip on the radar. It was... They tried to make it work, right? Antares with his techies, you almost saw that majestic turnaround happen with Alberca Spears back into the bombs, killing the Faceless Void, played by Butterfly a few times, but it just wasn't enough. They had executed the rest of their game plan far too well on Yellow Submarine, but who they're going up against today, at least in their first series, 1 Win, it's been a bit of another interesting story. I mean, Munkushi, he's been playing a really good Sven as well. They had a bit of a rocky start to this bracket, obviously making it through the first round, but then having to trudge their way through the the lower bracket, excuse me.
Now, we did actually watch one game of 1 Win, and that was against Liga team, I think it was. And that game happened pretty quick, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So it was around about, from what I can see here, they won their second game at 24 minutes. So they have been keeping up the pressure here currently. I mean, they didn't obviously, wait. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So they were knocked out by Yellow Submarine here. But other than that, they've just been getting 2-0 victories. 2-0 versus Namika Gaming, 2-0 versus Liga team. That are on to 9 Pandas now, where Yellow Submarine, they actually did knock out 1 Win. So it is going to be an interesting game, I think, for the lower bracket final. Not sure whether it will be even between both sides, but looking at how both teams lost a 2-1 versus Yellow Submarine, I think it's going to be fairly close, Daniel.
Yeah, I think so as well. And, if you asked me at the start of this tournament, these are probably the three teams that I would have had in the top three. Probably would have had Nine Pandas already waiting in the grand final and Yellow Submarine down in the lower bracket. But, they've just been on a bit of a hot streak, the Yellow Sub boys. So I still think Nine Pandas would have to be the favourites going into this one. But like you said, one win other than their loss against Yellow Submarine, it's been pretty smooth sailing for them.
It has indeed, but let's head ourselves into the draft where Nine Pandas and One Win are in the drafting stage at the moment to finalize their first game draft. Already, Timbersaw and Chen will be banned on the side of One Win. On the other side, Nine Pandas. They're still in the banning phase at the moment. They'll ban themselves Io and Tiny.
Was it One Win that went for the IO Lesh strat? I think there was, right? They tried it twice. It was Mars CM IO Lesh that they tried twice, and it worked once, and the second time it just didn't work out quite so well. I think Yellow Submarine actually was still in a place to win the second one of those games, but they just made a few incorrect movements around the map, especially on Butterfly. So, clearly this is something that is a pocket strat for them. So Nine Pandas are like, look, let's just get rid of the linchpin of that entire strategy in the IO, because we still probably want to be picking the Mars, we want to potentially be picking the CM. And, you're not really that worried about the Leshrac if Io is not in the pool.
Yeah, it definitely was them that played the Leshrac. They actually played it twice in a best of three against Yellow Pandas. Yellow Submarines.
That would be cool. Is there like a golden panda? I know there's like, cool golden variants of a lot of different animals, but, if there's a golden panda?
I can't confirm that. I can't confirm if there's a golden panda or not. But, they might do some kind of, event in Easter where instead of, find the golden egg, it's find the golden panda.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I just googled it, and they say it's a golden panda, but it just looks like a red panda to me that's had the color changed in the saturation. So I don't know how true that is. And here we go, Solo. He is not an innovator. He just was willing to play that Undying over and over and over, and for a good reason. I think Undying's got like an 80% win rate in these qualifiers, a big part of it being Solo and how well he's been playing it.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty good to the point where some of the cores I think we've seen in the games that Nine Pandas have been playing, they just can't kill Solo, especially with this ultimate, the Flesh Golem that comes out, along with the Tombstone also. Not really many teams are actually picking anything here that can focus down the Tombstone, so it starts to become difficult to fight in these prolonged fights when you have around about 6 or 7 zombies clinging to your legs to the fact that you only have less than 100 movement speed. It's not nice.
I'd say Solo has probably been one of Nine Panda's best players all throughout these entire qualifiers, right? Like, even in the game that they were able to take against Yellow Submarine, he crushed them with his Pugna. He was really, really good, like starting out 8-2-3 or something like that, dealing a ton of tower damage, dealing more damage than both of the supports combined in terms of hero, always getting favorable trades. Like, he was really on point.
Oh yeah, he did. Superb. Especially with the rotations on the mid lane, just taking out that tower, as we spoke about when they were doing a early strat, if you remember that one.
Oh, yeah.
And indeed, they did do that.
The DK Pugna strat on the feels pretty good.
Yeah. DK Pugna. But they picked themselves up Gyrocopter here on the side of One Win, being that the first pick. So maybe a flex. It's been mostly support, though.
Speaking of the DK, I mean, it hasn't been picked or banned so far. So I wonder if One Win are going to be considering that now. We still, we've been saying that this Gyro has the potential for flex, and there's the DK. I think we've only seen like one Gyro actually being played as a core, right? It was against a Medusa, and I think it crushed the Medusa in that situation, just because Medusa was focused over and over in the laning phase. And you understand it against the Undying as well, right? Drop the Tombstone, even as a support, you just put 1 point into the flak cannon, and then suddenly you've got a way to be able to both deal a little bit of damage in the fight as well as deal with that pesky Tombstone.
Yeah, that Tombstone really needs taken out during the team fights, as it is an absolute nuisance. But they're actually going to combine that, Danog. They pick themselves up a Mars, another hero that we've seen all too many times here within the close qualifiers here. Very great control, especially with their arena And they get themselves a Lion, too, a very strong support to combine with the Undying. I do like these support picks coming out here from 9 Pandas.
I do, and I was about to call a Skywrath Mage, actually, for Antares. One, because it's comfort, and B, because I really like Skywrath against Undying, so I thought 9 Pandas might want to get a bit of a block pick going on there to be able to prevent that sort of matchup. But I suppose they think, look, they've already got the Gyrocopter, that's probably playing the position 4 role, so let's not, put all of our eggs in the one basket. It's just, yeah, Undying Skywrath wins that matchup every single time, so I can understand why they haven't gone for it, but could have been an option.
I do like the fact that they have picked themselves up Lion here, though, on 9 Pandas, because how many games have we seen where Mars is the only solo initiator and so much pressure is upon him? Lion's going to help relieve that pressure, especially with a Blink and Hex. It can last for how long? I think it's like a 3.5, 4-second Hex. Absolutely nuts. How
many Wraith Bands do you think Antares is buying this game? Because there's a decent amount of physical damage so far.
3. 2 or 3. He did buy the Wraith Bands last time, didn't he?
It was the 3 that he ended up buying up. And, we were talking about... Was it One Win that was playing the... What was the game that we had a Rubik and a Marana? I think it was Yellow Submarine actually playing it, and they just weren't able to make anything happen with this hero. This game is very different, right? You've got the Dragon Tail, you've got the Storm Hammer, you've even got the Homing Missile, right, to be able to set up for this Sacred Arrow, to be able to make plays. And, just stuns overall mean that the Starstorm's a whole lot easier to be able to land. Even a little bit of attack speed, right? You use the Leap, you can deal with a Tombstone relatively quickly, and maybe even get away from the Mars before he's able to drop that arena down. So I don't mind the Marana pick this game. I think it's going to be quite effective. And, Slark is clearly just going to be trying to... I was about to say win the Dragon Knight lane, but you might be able to just not play the DK into the Slark now, right? There's nothing stopping you from playing DK mid. So what do they need to ban out if that's going to be the case? Like, are they going to get rid of an OD or something like that? Something in the mid lane that's a little bit more carry focused, just because you do have a Mars to be able to provide that frontline presence away from you. You do have a stun on the Lion, you do have a Tombstone that's going to act as a little bit of protection, and a position 1 hero like the Slark that's able to get quite active.
Yeah, at least they have a setup with Marana this time, and that game was indeed Yellow Submarine versus 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas were able to take a game off them with the fact that they had Marana and Rubik. But this time Marana does have Dragon Tail and the Storm Hammer to work around, along with Homing Missile too, once that connects. So there you go. That is indeed 3 stuns to follow up with instead of a telekinesis.
Yes. And, just zero reliable stun that they had in that game, and it showed. So, I'm assuming 4 staffs are plenty this game. Just get away from the Tombstone, get away from the Slark, get away from any sort of stun lock combination that a Lion might be trying to put in onto you. Obviously, value against the Slark as well.
I'm quite excited to see a Slark pick, though, as well here from 9 Pandas.
Something different,
Yeah, it's quite nice to avoid the damage coming out here from Sven. You're able to build quite a lot of stacks up against Dragon Knight and Sven also. I think Sven in particular would like to go Satanic, and Slark is a casual Scaddy builder. You're able to leash down the Banana, so I think it's pretty good. He works well with Lion too.
Yep. You're able to avoid a lot of damage as well. Like, they have very minimal AoE damage right now on One Win. You've got maybe a Cleave that's going to be hitting you inside the Shadow Dance. You've got a Breathe Fire, and you've got Call Down, and that's about it, right? So, Slark, as long as you're really on point there with being able to use that, you can A, dodge out a lot of these stuns, B, just be able to man-fight in the middle of these team fights. And I would have to say 9 Pandas draft feels like one that you're not locked into one type of skirmishing or team fight strategy. You can either go for the quick pick-off with a Mars, Lion, stun into the Finger of Death, or you can have these longer fights where you drop the Arena, you drop the Tombstone, and then Slark starts to build up a lot of these Essence Shift stacks. So I like the fact that they're going to have some level of versatility with this.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely do like the versatility, and especially the change of the draft also, how we get something a little bit different, but it's still similar. We've still got the good old Dragon Knight in here. We've still got good old Mars. Things haven't changed. Sven for like the 4th or 5th time.
The Eurocopter.
The gyrocopter, yeah, I can't forget the gyrocopter. They ban out Conquer though in the final ban here for 1 win, and in return, Invoker will be banned out here on 9 Panthers. Not wanting to go against Invoker.
Storm? Is that what they're considering? Just remove one of the bad lanes for them. You've got a Lion to be able to zuck you back to full health, but it doesn't seem like it. Going for the Pangolier instead. They realize there's probably not going to be a Bloodseeker being picked up here, unless you run it in the off lane. We haven't seen that in quite a while. So what's going to be good against this? I mean, Puck doesn't feel horrible to me. It's one of those heroes that you can actually make a lot of plays with when you've got this Gyrocopter and Mirana to be able to play around with. It means that the Slark can be, you know, locked in place. You're leashed when you're underneath the Dream Coil, so you find it hard to get away from that. You can get out of the Mars Arena. You can kite away from that effectively as well. I wouldn't hate it. The lane's going to be rougher, but I feel like the game is great for it outside of the Lion.
Yeah, I feel like Puck would be great during team fights and stuff like that, especially Coil on Pangolier or Slark.
Yep.
You know, heroes which like movement and to be mobile around the team fights, but are unable to because of that Dream Coil, especially Silence as well. Silence works out amazingly against these heroes too.
It just combos so well together with the Mirana and the Gyro as well, right? Like, maybe you're not going to be putting max points into the Sacred Arrow, you put more points in the Starstorm early on, and then when Puck rotates, let's say when she's level 7 and Mirana's level 5, you've actually got a good amount of damage to be able to go into that Dream Coil so that you're confirming these kills on the side lanes. They still go the Lesh, huh? Not even needing the Iron to be able to play around with. Okay, maybe they felt like they were lacking some tower damage, but I mean, you have a Munkushi Sven and you've got a DK, so maybe they just want to really double down on that, play hyper aggressively, because whenever you're going up against a Slark, you always need to be wary of what that team is going to be doing at nighttime. That's one of the big advantages that Slark has, right? That increased night vision means that they're going to be looking to get a lot more active on 9 Pandas around the 15-minute mark. So are you going to be able to get a little bit more map control before that point in time so that everything that they're doing in terms of their smoke movements is a bit more predictable?
I have to say, it's a very good pick, though, against Slark.
Yeah.
You were mentioning the fact that they didn't have any AoEs currently to actually take out the Slark if you had the Shadow Dance. Now they definitely do, you know, Diabolic Edict and Pulse Nova. That is definitely going to have some effect on him, and now that actually forces the Slark here, if they want to try and attempt to win the fights and nullify the damage that Leshrac does, by a Mage Slayer. Even though it's been nerfed a bit, it is the perfect item to fight here against Leshrac.
Yes, it is indeed. At least you're going to have a Pangolier against it, right? So that Diffusal Blade is going to come in handy. You've also got a Mars, so dropping down the arena prior to Lesh getting a BKB is going to be incredibly impactful just to nullify that damage. I do feel like this is a draft where, yeah, you're going up against a Sven, but I think you're just wanting to wait that little bit longer to be able to get a bunch of those early items, so you don't care if you're dropping the arena just to be able to retreat from a lot of these early moves that 1 win might be trying to make.
As ladies and gentlemen, let's get the final day of the series underway. We've got ourselves this first game coming up here, 9 Pandas versus 1 win. Of course, 9 Pandas eliminated from the upper bracket down to the lower bracket to fight up against 1 win, who have also been eliminated here into the lower bracket by Yellow Submarine. So one of these teams is going to be making their way into the grand finals here of the qualifiers to get their vengeance against Yellow Submarine. But who is it going to be?
You got a prediction, both for this game and the series?
Oh, I mean, I do like the nuking power of the Sven, I won't lie. Leshrac and Dragonite as well. Dragonite, a strong offlaner as well, and as you said, very, very easy to play, very basic hero. I feel like it can do quite well with the arrow. I feel like Sven is going to farm so much better than Dark Lord here on the Slark.
Yeah, you just see that with the team vision there that 9 Pandas had. Slark could see them, they couldn't see him, even though they had the Observer Ward up on the high ground. Obviously, he's under the cover of the smoke, but it meant that he didn't go too far forward, reveal himself, have the potential of death. That's the nighttime advantage that I'm talking about with this Slark. So they might even have a guess that this high ground area is warded, so maybe even worth dropping some sort of sentry down there to get a little bit of free XP.
I am going to go with 1 win, though, for this game. I think 1 win...
the Lesh pick was enough to do it for you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I can see why, but I can also see a situation where, for whatever reason, the Sven isn't able to get as active, and as a result, they're just not able to fully get value out of this Leshrac, you know? And I do feel like they've got Leshrac answers pre-BKB as well. By the time he has that, you know, do you have your own BKB to be able to contest against it? So maybe it's even just going to come down to the fights that lead up to a lot of the tower pushes, right? And, I mean, DK's a really strong laner. I can't think of many worse lanes than an Undying and a Slark to have to go into, so it's going to really rely on Cloud to be able to use all of his skill, use all of his lane manipulation tactics to keep this in a really safe spot for him to get that base level of farm.
And, oh, a very close kill onto Respect here. 9 HP. Respect just survived on this top lane as the Mirana with that blood grenade committed. We'll have to use the healing salve there. I have to say, Solo and Dark Lord are taking so much harassment here with a level 1 Rocket Barrage. You don't usually see Rocket Barrage have this much impact, especially at level 1. But boy, oh boy, it's doing it. They're actually going to jump upon the Dragon Knight there with the leap. The Tombstone is down. They're attempting to take it out. They will do soon indeed, but Cloud will be found there by Dark Lord and Solo. First blood will go to 9 Pandas here on this bottom lane. Just the decay there helping out to reduce the strength that this DK has, making him very squishy.
And this is what I was talking about with it being a relatively rough lane for a DK, right? Like, you can get locked in place. The Essence Shift is obviously great against you, but the big differential there was just 9 Pandas getting level 2 before 1 win did on their side. So they've got a level 2 of their own now, but you know, First Blood obviously is that big prize that they've been able to claim for themselves. We even get a nice little half pull there from Solo. Sweden strong. Going into the flak cannon to be able to help out with that.
Top lane, however, they did use the Storm Hammer along with a Sacred Arrow there onto line, which just helped secure a very easy kill for Munkushi.
Isn't it nice when you just have a reliable stun to be able to set up?
Yeah, I knew this was coming.
It's just so much easier to play a game with stuns, you know?
Yeah. Yellow Submarines are taking note for Grand Finals.
Sometimes you get those games with, like, mids that are like, Mirana, why aren't you rotating? And I'm like, bro, Ember Spirit, you haven't leveled up chains. How the hell am I supposed to land an arrow? It's not like we're playing against bots here. How is that mid lane going, by the way? Kiyotaka going up against Shura Jr. Pretty even right now, as expected. Not really thinking that there's going to be too much kill threat. It's really going to rely on a few things, right? What is the lane equilibrium going to be looking like when those power runes start to spawn? I feel like, obviously, Pango, if he has his level 6 and gets a haste rune, for example, really wants to try and make a rotation to one of those side lanes, but if he makes a slower rotation, you've got the Leshrac with 2 points already in the Diabolic Edict, so if you're gone from that lane for too long, you're going to start to lose your tower, and that's not the ideal sort of situation. When you've got a bit of a greedier draft with a Sven, you just want more map to be able to potentially farm and farm safely.
Yeah, and already, as you say, that Diabolic Edict has been affecting there. Actually putting 3 points into this, forcing out the Glyph.
It forces you to stay relatively stagnant on the Pangolier, right? And that's what I like about this decision. It kind of forces him to do what he doesn't want to do. It's not the worst, right, to just have to stick in your lane on Kiyotaka, because you get such a big power spike when you pick up that that Diffusal Blade that I don't think he's going to really care all that much that, you know, you're going to be a little bit more stationary for at least the first, I don't know, what are we thinking, 9 minutes or so? Until he can afford the Diffusal?
Yeah, if he rushes it, I mean, we have seen, he is rushing it, only brown boots, yeah. Diffusal Blade in there, definitely 9 minutes around there. Solo just avoiding a Sacred Arrow, commits the Tombstone, but will fall. Meanwhile, Dark Lord pouncing on top of the Dragon Knight, but he is alone. He's still going to attempt to try and find Mirana, but has the leap, able to pounce away.
Yeah, obviously that's one of the bigger weaknesses of the Slark, right? 24 seconds on that pounce. Are they going to be able to just get a chase down here onto Antares? Diabolic Edict runs out and won't be able to secure the kill, I don't think. Nah, just gets away there. Nice little movement, though, to be able to, you know, just make that lane a little bit easier, make sure that DK gets off to a better start after having given up that first blood. And of course, just any time that you can get to keep the Slark alone in this lane is just going to speed up the period where he gets onto his level 6, right? That's all you really need to be able to enable yourself to go back towards the jungle, pick up a little bit of that farm, and maybe give some of that valuable experience over to your supports in the lane.
Yeah, they did want to try and find a kill onto Kiyotaka here on the mid, but Antares rotating in. There's the line. Oh, that's a regen rune there for the Leshrac. 6 minutes, a very juicy rune for Lesh.
Oh, they're even going to glyph this. I like it. You know, I was wondering if he was just going to put his body in the way.
Tower.
Oh. You've got the regen rune, so why not? Just put your body in the way, make sure that the creeps are tanking up a lot of the damage for the hits that you can't, you know, just remove with that rune. Respect, just waiting for someone to go into the wrong place at the wrong time. There we go, should be a tower gone.
Oh, wow, look at solo melt there from the Diabolic Edict.
Well, they're actually committing onto this one here.
Yeah, they are. They might get the kill here, actually. Oh, the decay will not be enough to save him.
A little low, but he has a magic wand available. So, yeah, they get a tower, they get a kill, they get a tombstone. Looking real good right now for one win. Right around that 7-minute mark. Looks like Antares will be able to secure the Wisdom Rune for himself. Still only level 3.5, so that's a cause for a little bit of concern at least. Maybe he wants to just get a few more points into the mana drain just to be able to deal with this Lesh that's going to be consistently running towards your team. And, I mean, losing that Tier 1 tower is actually a pretty big deal when you've got all of these stacks available. Kiyotaka realizing that and wanting to make sure he farms it up ASAP, both to get his Diffusal Blade quickly, but to prevent the Lesh from potentially stealing it, as he's attempting to do right now.
Yeah, with thanks to that vision that they've placed on the high ground. Look at Antares melt, and now the Diabolic Edict doing its work there, and Kiyotaka is able to roll away and come in with a swashbuckle, help take down the Mirana, as Albica and Solo also rotating in here to try and protect this triangle right now, but Kiyotaka very low. Uh-oh, homing missile coming for him, slowed down there by the lightning storm. It's on its way, flat cannon missile, will it be enough? It will not. Still able to survive through that, and Albica gets a double kill here with the Arena taking down Chira Jr. on such low HP. Now they're trying to find the gyro here as well. Got to be careful, Albica, as the blood grenade will be committed. That will be a kill there onto the Moj. Gyrocopter will be fine, gets out.
Nice little rotation coming through from the gyro, especially to be able to assist a little bit there, but just overstaying his welcome was the Lesh. Maybe lulled into a false sense of security with the high ground vision that they have. Looks like Antares might be able to deward that one, so bring himself closer to that level 6. Really important for the Lion to get that one ASAP. Is he going to tank this arrow? Doesn't look like it.
Mana drain with the Aghanim Shard is soon going to be really strong here against Leshrac during the middle stage of the game. Oh, the Earth Spike just not connecting there to the Mirana. Good usage there of the leap, or else that would have been a death, but has to walk all the way back to base with a TP still on cooldown.
I think that's the worst, actually. Obviously, a kill would be nice, but just not having Mirana on the map, they're going to be able to take triple bounty rune away from a Sven that was farming right there. Looks like they will.
Oh my gosh. Look at that
a
gold.
Quint bounty.
45 times 5. Jesus.
Come on, quick maths. What's 45 times 5?
225?
Yes, there you go. Good old mental maths. The British education system is clearly better than the Australian one.
Well, actually, Monkoshi here activating God's Strength. I mean, Albica's hanging around here. They've just missed each other.
Just trying to deal a little bit of damage into that tower. Why not? Do they have the stun to be able to chase him? No.
Oh, they don't get the pounce there onto Leshrac, or else that could have been big. And there's no lockdown here for the DK either. He's just able to fly away fine.
Alberca even showed up. Didn't have to use the TP for it. I think he just went through the twin gate to be able to join together with the rest of the team. But again, it's the nighttime that you're wanting to be able to make these plays on 9 Pandas. So now that it's turned back into day...
Oh, meanwhile though, oh look at this, Kiyotaka Actually rotating here on the triangle, finds a kill there onto the Lesh, which is big. Might actually go here for the gyro now, but oh, the Moonlight Shadow stopping Kiyotaka from doing so there, because if he had himself as some detection, then that could have definitely been a kill there on the gyro, because this Diffusal Blade very early on with the Swashbuckle is so strong. You can see that for that matter with taking out the Leshrac.
You can see you've already got the... Is it actually coming out to him now? Yeah, Mage Slayer completed by the Slark, so he clearly wants to fight.
Really?
Prior to having the BKB available for himself. Not going any other, like, farm accelerator. It's all about fighting. He knows that when you're going up against a Lesh and a DK, tower push is at the top of the agenda.
Oh yeah, you can see there, Sven not even able to output any damage. I mean, he didn't commit God's Strength, but still, when you're getting hexed, earth spiked, and speared, it's
Cloud might be in a little bit of trouble though. He's trying to take down his tower. He will.
He'll pay the price for that though. Will be found there by Dark Lord. Some nice extra permanent agility. He only got 2 at the moment. Still, 2 is 2. Meanwhile, Sacred Arrow, Albaca, meeting a lot of Rocket Barrage by Sweden Strong. That will be a kill there on the top lane.
It's also Arcane Boots.
2 is 2.
Picked up for the team. I mean, how many Arcane Boots have they got now? They got 3, I think, on the Gyro, the Mirana, and the Lesh. So, you know, you don't have an Io, you don't have a Lion to be able to play around with. But if you've just got 3 heroes just constantly pumping that mana boots into you, you should be just fine.
Oh, they're going for the Leshrac again, stunning him up with the Rolling Thunder and the Hex. There is the kill. Leshrac down for 30s.
He had the Yules, so all he needed was like half a second where you weren't...
Kiyotaka! Oh, finger! Ooh! 20 HP. Respect is just living on these shores. That's like the second or third time that he survived so close to death.
Yeah. Raindrops doing work, saving lives. Pretty even though.
And Torres, he didn't do the math there. The 25% magic resist.
Tower is under attack.
Maybe thought he would get another zombie spawning at the time. But this is actually a pretty big deal, right? Not having the Finger of Death available for a good 100 seconds means that, you know, the kill threat across the map is a lot less significant. So maybe you can go for a push into the tier 1 tower top if you're really wanting to. Just opens up the map a little bit more, means that the Sven has more space to be able to farm rather than having to be so defensively placed, just farming right next to your tier 2 tower.
Yeah, the Respect was just taken out there with the communication of Albaca and Kiyotaka there, just waiting in the trees, ready with the Blink Dagger, and they just pounce upon her and get an easy kill there.
So any big items just about to come for one win? Doesn't really seem like it. You know, obviously waiting for that 15-minute mark for the...
I mean, we do have a Yules on Leshrac, though. That's going to help with the current team fights at the moment, because he is actually being jumped on quite a bit here with Rolling Thunder, and Yules will actually allow him to defend himself. Oh, Dragon Tail, though, onto Kiyotaka. Able to get away there with the Swashbuckle. Ready with the Rolling Thunder. He'll just take out the Tombstone here, not wanting to turn that fight.
Didn't pop the God Strength, so he still can look to fight if need be, with the arena coming up in another 30 seconds.
Oh, they're actually going to go here for the kill onto Chira Jr. Hexed up. Oh, nice Yules. Nice Yules usage, but maybe perhaps speared. Trying to hide around within this river. He's still... No, the spear will take him out. Albaca will find the kill. Will they go for more here on 9 Pandas? Kiyotaka with the invisibility rune, slowly following Respect, slowing him down. And the God's Rebuke finds the kill. Double kill for the Mars, with thanks to the slow there of Kiyotaka, with that Dragon Lance and the Diffusal Blades. It's Dragon Lance, sorry, Lance of Pursuit. That's what I meant. The Lance of Pursuit, not a Dragon Lance. That would be a new meta item on Pangolier.
Yeah, just efficient with stats, you know, kind of like buying it on Meepo, even though it's useless for you. The stats are always nice.
The Lance of Pursuit, though, is pretty nice, especially with Swashbuckle.
Oh, yeah.
Facing away, and then it deals like 15 more damage per hit, so it's doing like almost... How many Swashbuckle? Strikes 4? 4 times 15?
Come on. He did it before.
Oh, spear. Arrow, sorry. Well, arrow is technically a spear. I mean, have you seen the comments about this where it's like Mirana does not have an arrow that big, it's actually a spear. And she does do an animation of throwing some kind of javelin.
Does she?
Even though it's called an arrow. Yeah. You watch next time. It's not coming out of a bow, it's coming out of her hand. That's a spear. That's not an arrow.
I know in Hon, the Mirana equivalent threw a spear, but... Cloud, he's actually in a little bit of trouble here. Yeah. See, I'm in agreement with you about this Leshrac, it being a good game overall, but I think it's a good game once you get that BKB, and I think that's the big issue for it. Like, you've gone the Yule Scepter first, okay, understandable, as they find another pick-off for poor Sweden Strong, and he's gone the Kaya Sange as well, which also, you know, against a lot of stuns, think it's pretty necessary, right? Just the, even the stun from the Rolling Thunder, by the time he's stunnable again, you can probably use the Yule Scepter to dodge out a little bit of that damage, but you're not really going to be able to get aggressive unless you get the jump and you're freely able to just walk on in. You know, they're always going to be able to stun you. They're always going to be able to stop you in your tracks. So, I don't know how viable
Dragon
it's gonna
Tail.
be.
The spear. Not the arrow, the spear. Finds the kill, Lion is taken out. You know what, I'll just call it arrow just to stop the confusion here. I know it just...
If there wasn't a Mars in the game, I'd be like, you know, well, that's fine, but...
Yeah.
Brain can only handle so much.
Oh, they found Kiyotaka though, coming in with the arrow and the stun. That's enough. Dragon Tail there too. All the chain stuns in the world against the Pangolier. Look at that. They take him out and finally stop that killing spree. And that's quite a bit of nice gold there to Sweden Strong. That's going to help with getting that 4-staff there to stop the pounce here from Slark and break that pounce leash.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that he decided to stick around there on Kiyotaka, right? He knew that they had just de-watered, he knew that they were venturing inside the jungle.
Oh wait, maybe, never mind, they turned it around. Shira Jr. was getting a little bit too confident there and actually ran into 3 heroes, as now the Mars just took him out there with the God's Rebuke, now on a dominating spree. Mid lane, they also find solo. There's a lot of solo pickoffs. I mean, especially of that on solo.
Yeah, that is the definition of a solo pickoff. Is well, this won't be a solo one, but they're going for more action. Again, it's that nighttime that they're looking to play around with. Check if there's any stacks that Leshrac might be ready to farm up soon, and look for this backline jump. You've got the Blink Dagger on Alberca.
We could be 3 people. Yeah, they've gradually caught 2 within the arena here. They're going to try and take down Mirana. Right now, as the cooldown used there defensively, actually able to defend themselves and take out the Mars. However, here comes the Rolling Thunder there from Kiyotaka, but has to back off because of that Diabolic Edict. It's too much damage. Cloud ready with the Blink Dagger. Off cooldown in 1 more second. Will come forward there with the Dragon Tail. Stunning up the Pangolier. The Stormhammer there actually avoided by a Yules. That was a misplay there, as now Chira Jr. actually being taken out. Dark Lord very close to death. Respect able to find the physical attack and take down the Slark.
Yeah, I mean, Voidstone just dropped on the ground there. Bamun Kushi, he should be fine. Yeah, I mean, the Yule Scepter was a little bit off the mark. They're obviously being used by the Leshrac, but they end up getting a 2-for-1 anyway in exchange, so not the worst, but... yeah, a little bit surprising that they weren't able to clean up that initial kill. I thought as soon as that smoke pops, they were just going to drop the arena immediately and then look to follow up with a lot of that damage, but they let them split up a little bit too much.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way at 19 minutes that someone has a Wind Waker. So that's surely a Lesh Yules, and they just find an easy kill there onto the line with the Dragon Tail and the Sacred Arrow. As you said, Danog, it's always nice when you combine stuns together, especially with Sacred Arrow. It just makes Mirana's life 10 times easier.
It does. I mean, look at what it actually means in terms of his kill involvement. Mirana's been involved in 100% of the kills that OneWin have at this moment. 13 out of 13, so... You know, there are games where if Mirana just doesn't have someone to play with, it looks pretty rough for him. Certainly not this one. Just 10 seconds away from being able to have that Elder Dragon form up once again as well, so... Yeah, looks like there's no Sentry Ward actually down here protecting this area, even though they've got it with an Observer. Just looking to try and find the Pangolier, but Kiyotaka, he is wisely just staying inside of the tree line next to the tower, realizing that, look, they're going for these frequent ganks. Let's just wait until someone reveals on the map before I reveal myself.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, but he's actually still going to play it safely here and just farm this Large camp really deep within their side of the map.
It's a smart choice. He is vulnerable to being ganked if he does move on forward. Doesn't have the most survivability at this stage. He's actually got a Mage Slayer as well to be able to deal with this less potential damage. It's pretty good against the Gyro as well, I suppose.
Yeah, as soon as he used Swashbuckle, they just pinged. They're like, we need to check here. Pangolier might be hanging around, but he's actually TP'd away, Kiyotaka, now to the middle.
Don't have any vision of this general high ground area. Do they have a smoke that they can look to make a play with? Doesn't seem like it. Antares just goes ahead and buys one. A Spirit Vessel being picked up by the Lion. A bit of an odd choice for sure, as Kiyotaka, he's looking to make a jump here onto Swedenstrong, take away some of that magic damage that's been the bane of their existence for right now. Are they even going to be able to get a kill? They dropped the Tombstone as well.
That's the back off.
No Rolling Thunder, no Tombstone. That is a big deal. All of one win just clumped up aggressively. It's going to need to be just the perfect arena being dropped here by Alberca if they're going to be able to get out of this without losing another major objective. He's got the BKB as well, so he can actually just look to stand and man fight if Chira Jr. was to join in.
Yeah, our lovely observer highlighting that he has the BKB now. This is going to be quite nice, especially against Lurshrak, the Gyrocopter, you know. These two heroes with their insane magical damage output.
They're trying to catch
This
Slark.
is why you love Gyrocopter at a position 4. He just outputs so much damage.
That's an Aghanim Scepter picked up by Dark Lord as well, so we're seeing a lot of ganks attempted by one win, but feels like they're just about ready to make their own happen on 9 Pandas as well. That BKB on the Mars, that Aghanim Scepter on the Slark, means that they want to start taking the fight to them. Smoke on smoke. This could be the one. And they've been able to somehow wait this out long enough that the Rolling Thunder's back off cooldown. Tombstone as well.
Yeah, hunting for a kill. Got the Aghanims, BKB already. Big items here. I mean, even Mage Slayer on Kiyotaka, as you said. So 2 sources of the Mage Slayer.
They know that they're here, though. They saw the decay, they saw the spear. I'm not sure if
Wow,
this is the
okay.
best choice. I mean, do you have a BKB yet on the Lesh? Not quite. Just the Kaya at this point in time as they go for a smoke of their own. Swedenstrong being laid out here as the bait, but is it going to be a little bit too little too late? That Flesh Golem providing the damage amp to allow them to really quickly take Roshan.
Maybe they could jump the fight here.
B, but I don't think you can do it solo on the DK without a BKB.
No, they're gonna go in. They're gonna go in. They see someone TPing. Can they get the cancel on the TP as well onto Lion? Yes, they can. They get the 2 supports. There they go. There they're gone. They will get the 2 supports, but the cores on the side of 9 Pandas, they will get out. So at least they're able to escape with the Aegis. Not much impact there, but still 2 kills here for 1 win. Might be able to start pressuring this tier 2 tower on the bottom.
I think it's more than it might. I think they will be able to start pressuring it. I mean, you've got a DK, you've got God Strength being popped out by Munkushi as well. That tower is going to get absolutely ripped apart. Not willing to buy back for a tier 2 tower, I would think. And this just does take away a lot of that farm space that you're able to have on the 9 Pandas side. So still a relatively even game. 2k net worth. Obviously, Aegis in favor of 9 Pandas, but I've got to say, in terms of scaling, I'd be feeling a little bit more confident if I'm on the 1-win side. Respect wasn't able to be part of both of those kills onto the support, so he doesn't have 100% kill participation anymore.
Swedenstrong for staffing away. It's been stunned up here by the Rolling Thunder. Kiyotaka will have to get out. Not able to secure that kill with the Moonlight Shadow coming out. Does not have detection, but they're coming back in. Sacred Arrow along with that Dragon Tail. Easy kill there on Antares again, but Arena comes out in return, screwing Gyrocopter into the arena. Do they have enough to take down this? Gyrocopter is actually able to force staff here to the high ground, but Zombie slowly pursuing him.
Not slowly anymore. Look at him go. It's the full Death Flush trying to chase him
Zombie.
down.
Yeah, he dies. Okay, they'll at least get the 2 supports there. 9 Pandas, they'll turn it around here as... Well, look at all these zombies just hanging around here on the... what they're doing.
just waiting for someone to go up onto that high ground, but no, they eventually fade away. And I'm going to mention it every single time that it happens. 25 minutes, nighttime, Slark with the Mage Slayer, with the Aghanim Scepter, with just all that extra vision to be able to make plays around. They're trying to get a free pick off here onto the Slark, but not going to be so lucky. I have to wonder if things... I mean, obviously that was a pretty decent fight for 9 Pandas just then. The fact that they haven't gone a Blink Dagger on Antares, unless he's got it coming out to him right now. No, I think his courier's still in the base. Going the Spirit Vessel instead. I mean, against a Yule Scepter, against 1, 2, and soon to be 3 BKB.
Dark Lord, this is a little bit scary. Oh, actually forces Munkushi's God Strength there.
Alright.
Radiant's courage
Push the top tower, why not?
He is on his own though. They could come out here with a Dragon Tail from Cloud. Not able to actually get it off. Oh, Stormhammer though. Activates the Shadow Dance. The Tombstone comes out there in return. BKB activated here from Munkushi. They will be able to take down that Tombstone. Now trying to focus down Solo. Solo is almost decimated, still survives through with Fangs to that Depth Shroud. They found themselves the Gyro. Fingered there. Actually, Stormhammer's out of the arena, but I don't think it'll be enough. Sven hexed up here. Sven will fall. It's going to be a 2 for 2. Dark Lord getting very low. Will fall, but has that Aegis. Will come back alive. 1 win now. Have to scatter. They have to flee. They have to retreat as Dark Lord coming back alive with full HP and mana. Jumping upon the DK. Finds the kill. They will lose 3 here for 2 on the side of 1 win. So 9 Pandas, they will commit the Aegis, but they don't get any objectives with that. But nonetheless, they will win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be much more happier if I'm on 9 Pandas, right? You're going into a guy with Aegis at the night time. It gives his team plenty of time to be able to rejoin, and I mean, Solo just survived way too long there. You know, he got his Tombstone down, made them focus that, popped the Flesh Golem, made him focus that, got the mech off, keeps the team nice and healthy against the likes of a Leshrac, and then even gets like 2 or 3 decays off in the middle of the fight. So really nicely done by Solo once again, just to be able to prolong things that little bit more and allow the Slark to go to work.
I find it quite interesting as well how Sven was actually able to Superman out of the arena. Munkushi was with that Stormhammer. That was a pretty interesting factor.
We did see one of the weaknesses there of it being a relatively slower form of initiation, right? Able to pop the Shadow Dance when he was trying to just get in on top of Dark Lord. Obviously, able to get that
kill on Lion.
Yeah.
I mean, was able to stop the arrow there with the magic immunity from the mana drain, but still died there. There's no such thing as 100% magic immunity anymore.
No.
Unless you get the tier 5 item, which is 95% magic immunity.
True.
Have you actually ever gone that neutral item?
Never. HP is a desperately needed resource for me. I like to play on the edge. I like to kind of push my luck a little bit, so... You know, every little bit of extra tankability, every little bit of extra baiting that I can do, I will take it. Looks like... Oh, that sentry's just out of range of the Observer. So they're going to be able to back off as a team here on 9 Pandas. Avoid the gank.
Dire are scanning.
1 minute left of nighttime.
What's
happening with the Slark, with his courier? He could just send the BKB out to himself right now, but he's holding it. Just wants to be able to go back to the base quickly and be able to pick it up. But yeah, they just want to use this last little bit. They've got good vision to be able to see where the retreats happen. They know they've split up a little bit as well on one
Hex on to the Sven. Finger as well, stunned up there massively. The stun lock's held to take down the Sven instantaneously. As now they find Sweden strong there as well. Lovely smoke gang coming out here from 9 Pandas. They find 2, especially an important kill there on the Sven.
Clever moves by Kiyotaka as well. Doesn't find anybody, but just making sure to play that style of just find one more off the back of everything. Same sort of thing with 9 Pandas. Obviously taking care of the Sven is a big deal, but holding the Diffusal Blade to make sure that if there was a support hanging around behind Munkushi on his Sven, that you were in a position to be able to catch him easily as well. Solo.
Gets soloed. Taken out underneath that tier 3. Very nice job there. Dragon Tail and Sacred Arrow working in conjunction once again. Shiro Jr. on the other hand having to activate that BKB there in order to get away from Dark Lord, but has the pounce very soon. And now it looks like they may find the kill onto Leshrac, and they do. It's very strong here right now on the slog.
Man needs that BKB available to be able to make those types of aggressive plays. So I wonder if now it's going to be, alright, farm up for 4 minutes or so on 9 Pandas. Get that next item for ourselves. The Disperser would be quite nice, just to be able to enable the team to run away from a Leshrac if they absolutely need to. And looking to go into a little bit of extra lockdown with the Basher, with the Skadi. Quite like this item progression that Dark Lord's got for himself. A good mix of offensive and defensive.
I'm not sure whether OneWin understand who to put here on the front line at the moment, because Munkushi has been coming to the front. Especially he wants to tank things up with the fact that he is 3,700 HP. But in that instance there, in the smoke that they committed, they've just proven on 9 Pandas that even with Munkushi on the front line, they can just take him out in an instant without him even activating that BKB. They have enough damage to do that. So I'm wondering whether they kind of maybe perhaps put Cloud on the front line here.
The fact
But
they're
I
able
don't know
to do
if they
that
want to
without
do that
a...
because he has the blink and the dragon tail to work with the sacred arrow, doesn't he? So
Yeah, I mean, the fact they were able to do that without a blink on Antares, he literally just walked forward and hexed the Sven. So, you know, that felt like just a little bit of a freebie that they probably shouldn't have gotten. But, oh, there we go, smoke. Moonlight Shadow being popped, trying to get the backline jump here. They'll be able
there
to
it
find
is,
one.
yeah, dragon tail, Stormhammer, along with the Sacred Arrow too. That finds the kill there. Instantaneous buyback here from Pangolier. Wanted to join back into the fight. Solo getting very low. Will fall as Munkushi working with that God strength there. Stunning up the Lion. Able to find the kill, but slowly being pursued here by Dark Lord. He's been pounced upon here and will fall. Dark Lord with 32 stacks. Make that 34. He has been used up. In comes the Rolling Thunder now. The buyback here from Mars and Lion attempting to come back to the fight. Wants to try, but oh my gosh, hiding in the trees. Sweden Strong is completely fine. Kiyotaka not able to get off a Rolling Thunder here on anyone, but they do find themselves Cloud here. DK on his own. The TP here from Sweden Strong. No TP cancel. Just able to avoid the pounce.
How did they get away? I mean, they should have found so much more than that. Kiyotaka didn't, like you said, stun a single person inside of that Rolling Thunder. And, I mean, if you're going to use buybacks onto 3 of your heroes, you want to make sure that you're getting more than just the Aegis. Not going to be the case, though. DK ends up falling down, but could have been so much worse for one.
188 agility right now. Dark Lord has stolen. Absolutely nuts. It's also gone the level 20 talent, where 1 agility gain stolen per essence shift stack.
He's chunking these towers like he's a Sven.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kind of taken over this game a little bit, hasn't he? 6-1 and 8. He knows that they've got some kind of vision around this mid lane as well. It's probably going to expire before anyone's actually able to do anything about it. But yeah, it's showing really the power of the Slark. And again, it's not going to be too long until they can look to make another move. Maybe he's backing himself to get his level 25 before the 35-minute mark. If he's not there, then you can look to maybe get the Tormentor for yourselves, get the Wisdom Rune, bring yourself up to level 25, and while you've still got that Aegis, look to make an aggressive play.
If it could be any more terrifying, Dark Lord does have himself that Disperser now as well, so gives himself a Dispel and that extra movement speed now. If he wasn't troublesome already, he's opting to go for a Skull Basher, which I think will be absolutely perfect within these upcoming team fights here. It will disrupt the living hell out of Munkushi.
Speaking of team
Smoke
fights,
actually breaks here on the Mirana. Sacred Arrow there landing onto Solo. Do they have enough to take him out before he can commit the Tombstone? Yes, they do. They will be able to take him out. Kiyotaka's Rolling Thunder not having much impact here. They're trying to attempt to take down Albica, not able to activate that arena, falling very low here. 9 Pandas now on the retreat. It's OneWin here. Who are the strong ones? So they have found themselves Antares as well, and the Mars. Only 2 remain here on the side of 9 Pandas. And Kiyotaka just able to TP there on the high ground. Losing 3 here, and they even have themselves the Aegis. Just not a beneficial fight for them. The smoke breaking on the low ground within the riverbed.
A really odd choice of team fights, right? During the daytime, without the high ground advantage, just putting Solo up there first. There's no Tombstone, no Flesh Golem, no way for him to survive, and this is 2 diebacks. They know that there's no Lion and no Mars. It was
Nice
almost
secret
no
arrow.
Pango.
Nice stun as well. All the stuns working out. Oh,
the
the
AoE.
Storm Hammer on the catapult. That actually may find the Slog. They will. Slog down for 94 seconds. What has happened here?
You got a ping Munkushi right there. I don't know what he's... Well, I guess Chira Jr. held him in place with those split earths during it all, but that was a really nice play, using the AoE stun component on the creep wave to make sure that he was able to catch the Slark. And yeah, this is a legitimate 5v2 situation. One more glyph available for them, but I'm not sure if they've got the abilities to be able to do it without the Slark. He is a huge portion of their damage right now.
Yeah, they've got God Strength off cooldown in 3 more seconds, so maybe perhaps they could try and, you know, find the tier 4s here and just get themselves a really juicy pick off. But Munkushi activating that right now, laying into these objectives. Rolling Thunder has been committed. It will affect up the Sven there. Looks like maybe perhaps they'll back off. They may perhaps look to jump back in here. 1 win. Rolling Thunder no longer active very soon. Oh, Stormhammer. Oh, stunning. Go up the Pangolier. Pangolier getting very low here. He has to back himself off. Kiyotaka, the cooldown, able to avoid that just about there with the Blink Dagger, though they do find themselves the objectives. And look at that. A disastrous smoke leads to another. The kill on Slark also. They've lost 2 sets of racks.
This is not the situation that they were really hoping for, right? You had everything going in your favor. Hey, they just kind of throw it away.
Graph.
Yeah.
The graph.
Ugh, what a roller
Look at
coaster.
the graph.
Yeah.
Observer, can you get up the graph? Look at that graph. That is a cliff.
Taking a dip. I mean, Bitcoin is not going to be like that, but that is the chances for the 9 Pandas right now. I feel like the reason they went for that move is, I don't know how he got it down, but Antares actually had a ward inside of the 1-win base prior to all of that. So he knew that everyone was grouped up on this high ground area. I don't know why they didn't wait an extra 30 seconds. They could have very easily just had a little bit more of that vision advantage to themselves, so they weren't getting picked off one by one.
This really is Dota 2 for you, huh? So a misplay like that can be absolutely disastrous, leading from, what, a 57% win probability in the favor of 9 Pandas, all of a sudden swaying to 91% for 1 win.
Doesn't feel great, that's for sure. Well, I'm really expecting to see... Oh.
Dark Lord on his own. You don't want to be there. That's If he went above the high ground there, he could have definitely been picked off there by Cloud with a Dragon Tail.
I'm still of the mindset that this Torment is actually a pretty valuable claim for them right now. Just being able to give a free Tombstone grab ally over to someone could be enormous. I mean, if it doesn't go to him, then it's going to be going over to Alberca on his Mars. Double stun capabilities from that Spear of Mars, especially now that he's level 20 with the additional stun duration. Could be quite nice.
Oh, they see Solo and Alberca. They come forward with the Dragon Tail there. There's no follow-up stun, though. Solo able to live through it. They force out the Rolling Thunder here. Dark Lord hopping right on top of Cloud. Along with the Marauder there also. The Arena, oh, it misses! Able to force staff out of that. A misplay there from Alberca. As now they'll attempt to turn it around with the God Strength here. Dark Lord healing up. Stormhammer there. Right on top of the Pangolier, but the Depth Shroud actually saving him there. Will he be able to get himself out? No, he will fall down for 120. They're turning it around here on 1 win as they attempt to take down Antares. That's 3 God, potentially 4. Stormhammer Superman into this Sven. GG is called. Game 1 will be going here to 1 win. Absolute disastrous turn of events within 5 minutes here for 9 Pandas, resulting in a victory here for 1 win. They take game 1.
They knew they had that in the palm of their hands, and they just let it slip away off the back of 2 not so great team fights, right? Like, when you commit a couple of these big ultimates, you need to full-on commit. You know, they had the Flesh Golem used, they had the Rolling Thunder used, they had the Tombstone used, and... well, the Arena didn't get anything. Neither of those ultimates got anything, and then you just came into 1-win's territory where they had a little bit more vision. They had the ability to jump on people when a lot of those big spells were wearing off. The first one to take out, of course, the Pangolier. He's providing so much of the control for the team, and without him, I don't know what they would have been able to do, and you could see how easily one win were able to just mop up all of these kills once they were able to take him out. Even just other small things, right? Like, no Blink Dagger on the Lion. Antares, great player, but I'm not sure how much value the Spirit Vessel actually gave them that game, considering you were going up against a Yules, going up against multiple BKBs as well.
You can see how desperate they were to get themselves a successful team fight there as well. Like, Kiyotaka rolling Thunder in, but he wasn't, the team wasn't behind him for like another 3 seconds. He was catching people. It's like, guys, come in, quick. And they committed the arena as soon as they could, but Mirana was able to actually force staff out of there before the arena had effect. So they didn't catch anyone, as you said. And then with that, they were like, oh, they've just committed everything. We can turn around. And they did just that. I mean, the smoke play as well from the high ground. I mean, if Solo was able to get the tombstone above the high ground, maybe perhaps it would have been a different situation. But they didn't, and they got picked off, and it all went wrong from then on out.
Everything went wrong from Nine Pandas there in the past, like, 5 or so minutes of that game. That was a very big fall from grace, and that is a rough thing to be able to watch. I just having a look at the...
And all of a sudden, it just drops down after that. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we were hoping for some good Dota games, and boy, oh boy, it's only game 1 out of the day, out of this best of 3, and we've just been delivered a fantastic game. So stay tuned, because in around about 5 or 10 minutes, we're coming in for game 2 of 9 Pandas versus 1 win. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for the next game. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos, and Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 3 between 9 pandas and 1 win. 1 win actually able to find a miraculous turnaround of events where it looked like 9 pandas, they went very aggressive here and tried to fight a fight beyond the low ground, and it didn't work out for them, and it led a whole series of events where it just went downhill from there. They took themselves game 1, 1 win did, but let's see what happens in game 2 as a draft is well underway. We're going to see what the teams will be picking. Danog, how are you feeling for this game 2? I mean, it was pretty close between both teams, but that miraculous turn of events there within game 1, how do you think this will go?
Yeah, they baited them into just 2 really bad team fights, basically, right? One up on their own high ground for 1 win, and then one where, you know, they used all of their high-impact spells, and 1 win were able to kite it out, basically. So, you know, this is what I was talking about when you consider, like, the sort of heroes that they had to play around with. You have a Leshrac, very speedy. You have everyone that's building BKBs. You have, I think it was, just the 2 4-stars, but then you've got the Leap as well. So it's very easy for them to get away, even an Ogre Seal Totem on the Gyrocopter, to make sure that if you're taking fights, you're taking them on your terms. So, 9 Pandas did a lot right in the first, like, how long did the game last? 39 minutes? In the first 30 minutes of that game, I thought they were in still a pretty good spot. You know, they got the Roche, they did heavily use buybacks, right, and they only got the DK for it, and it caused them to potentially lose the game quite a bit earlier, but they still were able to get some of these big objectives. They were able to take advantage of the Slark, who was having a really solid game, but, you know, all it takes is 1 or 2 bad team fights, and then a fast-pushing lineup like a God Strength Sven, a Diabolic Edict, Leshrac, and, you know, a Dragon Knight, enough said, can quickly take away your base.
Yeah, and they pit themselves the same picks once again. 9 Pandas going for the Undying, 1 win going for the Gyrocopter. They had quite a good game with the Gyrocopter. I mean, considering it was neck and neck, I feel like the Gyro had a lot of impact. I mean, as well as solo as well on this Undying with the Tombstone.
Mm-hmm.
Just a case of
no DK
not
this
throwing
time,
again.
right? No DK this game, though. I feel like 9 Pandas just want to try slowing this game down a little bit more. They still go for the Undying, and I guess they're saying, you know what, if they're not going to pick that, maybe they'll go, I would say Centaur, you know, or Mars. Something that Undying is still equally good against, but, you know, Centaur just feels really nice going up against that still. Sure, the lane might be a little bit more challenging, but as soon as you see that Tombstone drops, you're always going to be able to have the Stampede to be able to get away, so I think that could be a strategy for them. They just go the Mars instead, sure. It's still just as good. Plus, of course, the Gyro-Mars combination feels pretty nice too, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. And this time it's swapped around, so 1 win will be obtaining the Mars. It's not 9 Pandas this time, so we will see how side of 1 win will turn this out on Cloud here. Which one is Cloud here? Because I don't think
I was about to ask you, which is your favorite
knows.
of the Mortal Kombat names that 1 win have? The Mortal Kombat X Dota combinations that you like.
Storm Lao.
You like Kung Lao and Storm Spirit?
Yeah.
I mean, if Storm was going to be anyone, I guess it's hard to do it, right? But surely it'd be Raiden, right? Didn't he have, like, a hat and some lightning powers? Kind of like Storm Spirit?
He did.
Yeah. Crystal Maiden, Sub-Zero, that makes sense. Johnny Cage and Anti-Mage? I guess age is the only thing that they've got in common, so, you know, there's that one there. Scorpudge makes sense, get over here. And Jax, sure. Yeah, they're all pretty good, pretty creative, and maybe once we get into the game we can have a look at the profile pictures as well, because they're pretty cool too.
Admiral
Conquer for 9 Pandas here. So Albacate on the Conquer. I don't think it was it 9 Pandas, the one who got 16 minutes, Agnims and
15 minutes it was on Alberca had a Phase Boots, Wand, Ags, and Blade Mail on his Conquer at 15 minutes, which was ridiculous. So I can understand them wanting to prioritize it. Also, just Torrent Storm is such a good spell to be able to combine against something like, there we go, Antares gets his Skywrath Mage. It's great to combine.
Oh. Yeah, it's a great counter-initiation tool, the Torrent Storm is as well. So especially if you do have the arena come up beyond you and everyone's attempting to
5
take you the
seconds
hell
remaining.
out, then Torrent Storm is a great button to just press down on your keyboard once and watch the waves go.
Dire team pick.
Sand stands ready.
Pick themselves up the Sven again on 1 win.
10
Confident
seconds
here
remaining.
with, of course, Munkushi's performance as the Sven.
5 seconds remaining.
Was able to deliver that during the late stage of the game there. It was really nice how he got that Stormhammer on the catapult, actually stunning the Slaw. It was very satisfying. Yep. Yep.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nine pandas turn to
Phantom Assassin.
Dire
seconds
team
remaining.
ban.
Oh boy, I was testing this out last night, Danog. 3 games of PA with, you go Battle Fury into BKB, then Revenant's Brooch, and oh my god. It is nuts. You can completely disregard the bulk walk. You can go through Sven's armor as
10
well. But
seconds remaining.
the thing is, Sven's always going to be activating a BKB in the fight. So
5 seconds
at that time,
remaining.
you need to avoid him, or else Revenant's Brooch is going to be completely useless. But other than that, it's great to take out the other supports as well, because there are most likely scenarios where these supports will get themselves a Ghost Scepter or something along the lines of that if they're being jumped. But the Revenant's Brooch, you can obviously, of course, just hit right through it.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So they'll ban out the puck. Slardar is gone. Yeah, Slardar would be an absolute menace here, combined with Phantoms. I mean, they have themselves a Conquer, but obviously, of course, they could always move to the mid lane and get the Slardar, hence why they banned that. I understand that with the Corrosive Haze. That would not be nice to go up against that.
Nine
Only a few more
pandas
seconds
turn
remaining,
to
though.
ban.
Storm will be banned. I think you did mention Storm, right? Oh, is that only because of the Storm Lao? But,
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
yeah. Only a couple of seconds left for reserve time. 9 pandas. What do they want to ban here? Because they have the reveal pick of their final hero. As they'll ban out the Pangolier. What does that mean then? What are they going to go? Lockdown.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's just all run away.
Dire team pick.
Night Stalker.
Mmm.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes.
Okay, so it's going to be Albaca there on the Night Stalker, offlane Night Stalker, which means Kunkka on the mid lane. So Kunkka versus Invoker lineup here. But yeah, as you said, a lot of physical damage here. I mean, all 3 cores, they're all physical damage. So this Warcry on Munkushi is going to be absolutely beautiful if he can get it off, that's for sure. Yeah, it's going to be a weird one, honestly. I mean, looking at this, the 9 Pandas draft, I feel like they would definitely need a core with some magical burst. They're going to be heavily relying on Antares to try and dish out something. And as we said, we felt like they needed some extra lockdown, but here they're going to go Night Stalker, who has that ability to stay on top of someone with the Crippling Fear, which lasts for a very, very long time. It's going to be very nice, particularly against Invoker, Gyro, the Mirana. Will force them to have to activate these BKBs. I'm interested to see how this will scale as well, because Night Stalker, he's not a common pick. He's very situational. And 9 Pandas, they feel like Night Stalker last pick here was the correct choice. So I'm very intrigued as to how this will go for them, because if they lose this, then they're not qualifying for the Elite League. They're out, and 1 win, they'll go up against Yellow Submarines again. So the pressure's on.
The pressure is on, and I mean, I wonder if that's Sweden Strong's mouse giving him issues, or if there was like a mouse in their boot camp, you know, just running amok or something like that they needed to, you know, shoo off. You got to get a house cat, a team mascot, just to be able to deal with those pesky mice.
A house cat?
Yeah. A mouser.
Do you have a pet, Danog?
I don't. I'm unfortunately allergic to cats, and I do like them. And I like to travel, both for work when I get the opportunity, as well as just for fun. And I don't think that would be fair to a dog, considering they're a lot more, you know, needy. Also, I don't like getting my face licked, which is another thing. Used to have a bird, but yeah, that was just when I was a kid.
Not just by animals, by people.
Also, yes. Any pets for you, Epi?
I used to have a cat. She lived for about 16 years, which was pretty long. But we had another cat as well that lived until 23, which was not so.
Any tips?
Cat
for the
household.
owners?
Never had a dog.
Any tips for the cat owners to give them a nice long life?
Lots
Lots
just
of
feed
pats?
them, let them sleep.
Yeah.
That's around about it. My other part of the family, though, they do have 4 dogs. So I do see them every now and again, which is crazy every time you come into the household, because when you open the door, they are just, jumping for joy.
What type
It's
of
really
dogs?
hard to. 2 Pomeranians, 1 Shih Tzu, and 1. It's kind of like a Labradoodle, but a smaller version. This is a lovely photo, by the way.
The Mars shield.
It's taken off. This is me mid waking up. After.
It's like when you're looking at your phone and then the screen goes black.
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
Get a bit of a picture of yourself and like, oh god, no.
It's like when you open up your front-facing camera by
Yeah.
accident when you're looking at something. That courier still gives me nightmares, by the way. Look at that! Look at that one on the right. You remember when
The
we were
dead
speaking
eyes?
about that
Yeah.
yesterday? No soul.
Absolutely nothing behind it. Here we go. Oh, bird on a skateboard. What does he need a skateboard for?
Whoa.
Also, while we do wait for the teams to go up against each other, Mr. Observer, could we please have a look at the profile pictures for One Win, just so that we can see the nice little mashup for Mortal Kombat? That would be nice. So I'm seeing Munkushi with the score pudge.
Are we actually able to get up the profile pictures?
Yeah, you just left-click them when you look at the scoreboard.
Can you?
Yep. Can you see it?
Oh, you have to click on them into... okay, yeah, I see.
Mm.
You have to actually click on them so you can view the hero and what they're wearing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, smoke behind them, though. Okay. No vision on One Win at the moment. All hiding behind these trees. Dark
30
Lord's not going
seconds.
anywhere near there, though.
They're
wait,
not wanting
wait.
to throw it quite so early.
Dark Lord.
Has to be very careful. He's already leveled up the dagger as well, so won't be able to blink away with a Phantom Strike if he does get caught out. Solo is certainly a tanky hero to put on the front lines.
Oh, they found Solo! Solo on his own!
He was left solo.
By his name.
Not much to that.
Not the way that you want to start this game, especially after how Game 1 ended. One Win. They will gladly take a freebie to try and punch their ticket into the grand finals.
What
How
kind
great
of
would that
items
be,
do you
by
think
the Just-
Albica will be going on the Night Stalker?
I mean, it's not exactly an easy lane, so I like the fact that he's going this double bracer. You're pretty consistently going to be spamming out spells, I would say, so magic stick, at least. I'm not sure if he wants to go the full wand or not. And then just something that enables him to go in onto the back line, right? Probably not the Midas game. I think with a PA, you need to be getting a little bit more active. So something that's just going to synergize fairly well with the Kunker's early-ish timings, so I wouldn't hate to see an Echo Saber, and then something like either a Blink Dagger or a BKB coming after that, in either order, I would be totally on board with. You can just look to get an early-ish Ag Shard as well, if you wanted a pseudo-Midas that still allows you to, stay ever-present around the map.
It is actually really good, the shard is on Night Stalker. I think it's one of the... It's an A or S tier shard, that's for sure.
Yeah. Just not sure if Night Stalker is an A or S tier hero right now. It just doesn't provide the same level of teamfight and control as a lot of these other meta POS 3 heroes.
I mean, I guess the advantage of this Night Stalker off lane is once it reaches 5 minutes, then Albica will be able to push Sven into the jungle, because you do have a Mirana support, which, I mean, is not the most impactful for a double laning presence. I mean, Respect's only strength here is committing the Starstorm here when Antares is on his own, so you can get that double Starstorm effect.
Sure, but I guess you're never really in danger of dying, and I think you should always be able to get the favorable trades. Like, look at the item build on Respect, right? He's just gone very stats heavy against Antares, so considering Skyreth Mage has 0 armor, you're almost always going to be able to just out-harass this Skyreth Mage with plenty of tangos plus the magic stick. Should be quite happy with that. Even, once he gets into level 2 with the old Sacred Arrow, you can look to snipe away some of these neutral creeps that they're trying to make these pulls happen with.
Universal hero.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there we go. It's a big Centaur gone. Means that this creep pull isn't quite as impactful as they would have been wanting. And I feel like with a Night Stalk, you don't exactly have that kill threat that you're wanting. If you're going to refuse to go the leap, like you can easily wait until probably level 4 before leveling up the leap, and Respect's still just going to be totally fine.
Yeah, it hasn't leveled that yet, but I can see why. It's not actually needing it here at the moment.
No, not at
Oh,
all.
and one of the big things about Mirana as well, can just Sacred Arrow that the large camp here, so then the pull between the opposing side is not that impactful.
Mm-hmm.
I totally forgot about you could actually do that with Mirana. It's actually really impactful.
Yep, no, it's good for that, and siege creeps as well, to be able to slow the game down a little bit if you are absolutely wanting to. Not sure they do, though. Obviously, it's great to not give up too much of that map control through losing your towers, but, I mean, I would say Sven probably wants to be playing a little bit more active than a PA does.
Yeah.
Hello, getting going on a bit here, but he's got the full 10 stick charges, so he should be fine.
Level 2 Rocket Barrage. Respect it.
Mm-hmm.
Lantares rotating in on the mid lane here. Snatching up the water rune. It's actually just going to go head back top.
It's pretty important, I suppose. Not exactly like a a Invoker needs those water runes. Just having a lot of that spell lifesteal through the Quas. Means that you're able to get a lot of good value there.
Well, look at this bottom lane, how it's changed quite differently here. From what it used to be the Slark and Undying, now it's the Slark PA. But they're actually having a much greater effect here with Mars as the offlaner over the Dragon Knight. Because Dragon Knight, he's quite a passive hero on lane, isn't he? The only thing he can do is the Breathe Fire. That's around about it. Meanwhile, Mars, he's a lot more active on the lane, has the God's Rebuke and the Spear.
Sure, but I think the big thing is just like there just isn't that kill threat with a PA, right? Maybe with Swedenström he's going to stay out of position, but again they just don't have the lockdown needed.
They forced a rotation there actually, so Antara is actually committing the TP for that. But, I mean, Alberca is on his own, but it is night time now. Has the level 2 Hunter in the night, so that extra movement speed. 473 movement speed here, on the way to be completing phase boot soon.
Yep. Very happy with this. I mean, if you can get a Night Stalker out of the laning phase ahead of the Sven, which he is right now by 400, despite no kills happening in this lane, I think you should be incredibly happy with the outcome. And yeah, it also means that you can make these sorts of rotations with Antares. Might be able to get the kill onto Cloud as a result.
Oh, hiding in the trees. Won't be enough. They find the kill. So, still, even with the rotation from Antares here, still pretty nice. I mean, Night Stalker can pretty much solo right now.
Yep.
Alright. Kiyotaka has to be careful.
They nearly killed him. The arrow was just off the mark to be able to land onto Kiyotaka, yeah. So that would have been a pretty big deal for Chira Jr. getting those early charges into the urn, but not going to be the case. Really looking to wait until at least that level 9 to be able to just put the single point in the Exort, just for a little bit of that value to be able to use with the Alacrity, the Deafening Blast, like we've been mentioning. They are very physical damage oriented on 9 Pandas, and just the 1 point gives you so much value there to be able to play around with. But you can't forego 4 points in the Quas Wex if you're wanting to get some nice value out of your other spells.
Still got Antares hanging around here on the bottom. Cloud, aware of that he is on his own, needs to be very careful here, especially with Skywrath not showing. Antares will finally TP away to obtain that Wisdom Room. Oh, respect with the illusion, denying the Wisdom Rune.
Very nicely done. Means that you're going to be a whole lot weaker. You're not going to have that level 6 on the Skywrath Mage in particular. Very, very big deal, even just for solo, in terms of his tankiness. Not having that Flesh Golem available means that you are actually susceptible to, an early-ish arena, to all of that damage coming through from the gyrocopter, as Swedenstrong's actually going to look to farm a little bit himself. Just the 1 point in the flak cannon makes you pretty capable of taking some of these neutral stacks.
Oh, key attackers found respect though. Oh, coming in with the X-Marks and the boats. Not able to actually leap away, but has a second leap charge. Okay, respect is out of there. And they've already committed boat and torrent. EMP coming out now, affecting Solo and key attacker there heavily, but they'll turn it around. Find the kill down to Marana with the rotation from Alberca. And Chira Jr. too.
Well, power of the Night Stalker at the night time, right? There's absolutely nothing that the Invoker can do as long as you can get in on top of him.
Strong.
Yeah, prior to any BKBs, this is always going to happen. You're just going to get chased down, not even needing the ultimate to be able to secure these 2 kills, which is a big bonus for them.
Oh, and the tip. No brains. Solo says. Yeah, I mean, Undyne has some pretty good voice lines.
Gummy vitamins.
Especially when you have the Dota Plus.
No brains, I hate life. There's a lot of good ones there. He's going the Echo Saber on Alberca, as expected. You know, it's just so good at being able to stay out on the map, have a lot of kill threat, basically guarantee that you get 1, maybe even 2 supports on the backline just with your damage output capabilities. Plenty of attack speed to be able to play around with that Hunter of the Night.
I mean, Magnus has one where he actually swears.
This is bullshit, that one?
Yeah.
Gyro has one. Holy shit, it's Viper. He says sometimes when he
Wait,
goes
really?
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Monkoshi might be dove here. Even with the God Strength activated. Look at the impact that they're having right now on this Fen. Gonna activate the War Cry, but I don't think that will be enough. Sacred Arrow comes in. It will not connect there onto Alberca. And they'll find the kill on Monkoshi. Okay, this Night Stalker actually having a great effect here during the early stage of the game.
I'm a little surprised, honestly, that you didn't rotate Cloud up top. I suppose not wanting to level up the arena just yet, but I don't think you can afford to let them take a tower this early, let the Night Stalker have such a good start, because you know the Kunkka's going to. You know, Kunkka always has a good early game, and, well, we talked about how great 9 Pandas were with Alberca playing the Kunkka. Kiyotaka's looking like he's on a pretty similar trajectory, right? Already about 2 components towards being able to pick up that Aghanim Scepter, and it's only 10 minutes in.
Yeah, and Chira Jr. is still attempting to try and get a Spirit Vessel here. Did rotate top with the Ghost Walk, but just wasting time here. Actually not able to find a kill opportunity on the Night Stalker. May look to try again here with the Ghost Walk. Chira Jr. is trying to find here. It's 2 levels behind the Kunkka.
I suppose the thing that you're concerned about a little bit is that siege creep, which nicely done for respect. He just uses the arrow to take care of it. You know that you've got a big period of nothing happening, right, for 1 win right now. There's PA, who's not going to get active anytime soon, probably for another 10 or so minutes, and Night Stalker's got a full minute where it's the daytime and he doesn't have his ultimate, so he's just going to sit back, get his Echo Saber, and then look to make a move with the rest of the team. So it just comes down to, well, what are the rest of 9 Pandas doing at this time? And really, they're just giving a lot of that experience over to the supports in the lane, while Kiyotaka takes this enormous stack inside of the Ancients. So this is a much better balance of choosing when to farm and when to fight from 9 Pandas that they weren't showing in game number 1.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Start actually pressuring this tier 1 tower now, with Chira Jr. rotating in.
You see how much longer it is taking, though, without the DK, right? Like, this tower would have been taken much, much sooner. They're still going to be able to claim it, so, you know, obviously not the worst, and they even get a tombstone for their troubles on Cloud.
Middle tower is under attack.
Even, like, you can see how deeply he's pushing into that bottom lane, realizing that the kill threat just is not there. So he's able to force this wave all the way in, get a tiny bit of damage onto that tier 2 tower, and back off and potentially join the rest of his team for a mid-skirmish with the Arena of Blood available.
Almost an Aghanim soon on the Kunkka also. Around about 600 gold away from completing this Aghanims. We'll possibly get it at 13 minutes here.
If there's any silver linings, is that with Chira Jr.'s death, he does get a charge into the vessel. So you've got now a combination to be able to use together with the Cold Snap, and they will be desperate to try and make something happen before this Aghanim Scepter is available on Kiyotaka, but he's only 200 gold away. Like you said, that 13-minute mark seems about right.
Dire are scanning.
They're trying to find the PA
They
right
got
now.
a scan on Dark Lord.
Yeah, really nice scan. Uses the blur, gets away just in time.
Good usage of the blur there, but are they on track? No, Dark Lord will just get away.
Wonder if, I mean, maybe just not wanting to reveal that they were in the area, but could have body blocked that that hard camp up, respect. Just to try and slow things down a little bit for the PA. Not going to be the case though. But here we go. Ags completed. 13 minutes in. You've got the ultimate ready for the Nightstalk. You've got the Echo Saber. If there was any time to go, this is it. Just wants to be able to complete this this hard camp and then join the rest of the boys. Might even be able to use Solo or the Kunkka as a bit of bait to try and force them to go on him. And they get the full wraparound going here. Can they get onto Chira Jr.?
The X marks, that's going to bring Swedish Run back, but they're actually focusing the Invoker here right now with the Mystic Flare. That is a lot of damage on the Invoker. They will clean up 2 here on 9 Pandas, showing their dominance once again. And with that, they look like they'll find themselves the middle tower.
And Dark Lord will find himself some more farms. 0-0-2 is pretty much the scoreline that you're wanting if you're this PA, right? Just not caring about any sorts of team fights, keeping relatively level with a Sven after not even having the Battle Fury yet. I think he's got it coming out to him right now, so this is a really good start to the game for 9 Pandas. Taking towers, winning team fights, using the ultimate to good effectiveness, hitting these nice early timings as well. Not opting to go for the Aghanim Shard on the Nightstalker. Who knows? He might change his mind. Already having the BKB queued up, but I certainly wouldn't hate to see it, because he already has plenty of abilities to take out a lot of these heroes during the Crippling Fear.
Some strike, and the Sacred Arrow. Let's take down Antares, but maybe perhaps they're going to attempt to turn this around. As X-Marks bringing the Mars back, the boat will connect. EMP is out, it'll just affect the Undying though. As the Torrent Storm coming out now, will it help to take down Cloud? I mean, it doesn't affect him, but still they find the kill. Even Dark Lord rotating in here with just a Battle Fury.
He got 0 crits. That is really unlucky. He was hitting for like 8 different hits and it just wasn't able to claim anything. So he'll be kicking himself a little bit, but again, it's not like he's too far away from any of these ancient camps. So no harm, no foul. Would have loved to be able to be part of a kill. Not going to be the case. They protect their tower though, and that's the main thing that they're concerned about. Now with this nighttime and with the siege creep up towards the top side, they can afford to play aggressively. Looks like they're trying to make something happen, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to without the arena.
Ooh, nice spear. Homing missile coming in along with the cooldown as well. There we go. It connects onto 2 instances of that cooldown. And Albuquerque will actually finally fall here. Nice pick-off, but in return they will lose Chira Jr. and Sweden Strong Gorsto. It's a 3-for-1. Was it worth it? Maybe possibly a 4-for-1 as Cloud running into the trees, trying to escape, caught there by the Torrent. Double kill for Kiyotaka in order for them to take down the Nightstalker. They will lose 4 here on 1 win.
Yeah, Sven cancelling his TP, feeling like it wasn't the right sort of play, so clearly just not on the same page right now on 1 win. You know, the choice to take that fight without the Arena of Blood available was a little bit of an odd one. You know that they have the advantage, you know that they've got the net worth lead, you know that they've got something like an Aghanim Scepter on the Kunkka, which is so scary to go up against when you don't have things like the 4 stuff, like the BKB, or even just stats to survive through a lot of this early damage. So another 4 kills going the 9 Pandas' way. It really is the Sven show, a one-man show here from Munkushi, whereas it's a lot more evenly spread throughout the 9 Pandas.
You know what, I don't blame him, to be honest, for not committing that TP. He didn't have his off-guard strength. When I looked at him, it was 40 seconds on cooldown. Oh, actually, Sven is pretty close to Kiyotaka. This could be a big kill if they catch out the Conquer right now. In comes the Arena, trying to get the spear. It will connect. The boat will actually miss him, so not able to get the rum effect. Oh no, he does have the rum effect, but he's still slowly falling. They'll finally find the Conquer, but in return, the rest of the 9 Pandas rotating in. They find themselves to Sven along with the Gyrocopter 2. Has now attempted to take down the Mars. Will be slowed down there by the concussive shot. That'll be a kill. The crits will finish him off. helping Antares there. And in order to get that Conquer kill, they lose 3 here on 1 win. Even though they're getting these jumps, now they'll lose 4 here. The Crippling Fear helps to get the kill. Even with these initiations coming out from 1 win, it's not impacting and helping them at all whatsoever. If anything, it's having a negative effect.
It is, and I think they just got a little bit lucky there with the Night Stalker and who they were able to jump on. I mean, it is the nighttime, right? So he's got that little bit of a night vision advantage, relative, even without the ultimate being popped. But they were able to jump on the Sven. So the fact that you've got this high ground ward on Mirana, it gives you a lot of information to be able to potentially make that jump happen. But because of that, the Sven wasn't able to connect through, and they were just lacking the damage. So that even though Kunkka died, he was still able to get off everything. He gets off the boat, he gets off the Yules, he gets off the Torrent Storm as well, so that the fight still goes in favor of the Pandas.
Looking at the graph at the moment, 85% win probability here for the side of 9 Pandas. The game heavily favoring them right now, 18 minutes in. I mean, it's not as big as a stomp as we've seen. I mean, 18 minutes in, we've usually seen like 13k net worth lead. It's only 6k at the moment, so Sven is still farming up just a little bit behind the PA and the Conquer, but still nonetheless not too far behind, trying to obtain that BKB right now.
It's not that far behind, but I mean, they've got a play that they're going to be able to make. Well, they're actually going right now. So prior to being able to have the PA join in with that BKB that she's just finished up, and not letting Alberca finish up his... he's got the BKB. He disassembled the Echo Saber, but he's looking to go in while it's still the nighttime.
Oh, he's just got BKB. Monkushi has this. May save him if they're going to attempt to go on him right now. The Moonlight Shadow comes out. They're trying to chase him right now. They attempt to turn it around there, but just the Crippling Fear came in time to stop the arena. There's now the God's Strength coming out. Monkushi activating that BKB. Mars may fall here. The Torrent comes out, actually stopping him from committing that arena. 1 win now. They have to disengage here. This is a really bad fight for them. The Moonlight Shadow is going to help, but they will lose the Marauder here also. They want to try and get more. The Cold Snap there coming out in return onto Alberca. Alberca still able to survive as Tira Jr. being pursued here by Dark Lord. Dark Lord will find the kill. They lose 3 here. They lose 4. Only the Sven remaining. A disastrous attempt once again here from 1 win. Just this Night Stalker Crippling Fear just put a sword edge within that initiation there from 1 win. Could have been beautiful, but turned into a disaster.
Could have been beautiful indeed. I thought that you were going to have the Sven on the front lines just soaking up all of that damage with that fresh BKB, but unfortunately for them, Cloud just jumped into the Crippling Fear. He blinked on top of him, so could have been a much more superior Arena of Blood that ended up dropping and just enable the fight for the rest of your team. But once again, they are lacking that control that we were talking about, right? Like, it's not like the previous game where you had, a guaranteed easy stun on the DK that you could look to play around with.
Now they take themselves a middle tier 1 tower.
This fight has to work out for them. It's daytime. There's no...
Wait, if they could get the PA, this could be good. Walking right in the direction. That smoke's going to break. They found themselves the PA. There's the arena. And the spear as well. This could be big. Yes, it is. There we go. At least they finally get themselves a pick-off without losing 4 heroes. Oh, I think I might have spoke too soon. Oh, the tidal wave bringing back 3. The boat comes in. The Torrent Storm as well. Where's Alberca? He does not have himself the Dark Ascension, so cannot chase up there in time. However, another torrent there onto Cloud. Cloud may fall. Will do so indeed there by Alberca. But in return, the Conquer goes down. They've lost 3 here actually on 9 Pandas. Now they attempt to go for 4. Alberca gets taken out there with thanks to the Sunstrike 1 win. Actually on top here, that is what they need, and they get themselves 4. Night Stalker, interestingly, fighting during the daytime with no ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just felt like, obviously the past few fights have gone amazingly for them, right? And it was a pretty good initiation coming through from the Conquer, but the damage has to be there after the fact. And, Night Stalker, like you said, without the nighttime, without the ultimate, he doesn't have the damage, and your other main damage dealer was already dead. He was picked off already, so I think they just had to cut their losses there on on 9 Pandas and say, look, it sucks that we lost our carry, but, they've made this aggressive move, they've dropped the arena to be able to kill him, and let's just back off.
Yeah, the Gaben doesn't know how to feel at the moment regarding this game. It's gone from 87% to 76%. It's slowly dropping. 69% win probability now for 9 Pandas. That's going to drop a little bit more, I think, later on.
I think that was like a 6k net worth swing. It was huge.
It is, yeah. Now they're back to even now. And Sven is at the top of the net worth, sitting here on 13.1. Or 13.2 now. Has himself a blink now. Not actually going to go that Agnims, as we saw in game 1. Let's go a blink instead, which I can agree, because you don't have the instant initiation here with Dragon Tail anymore. And as you said, Danog, during that game 1, this Stormhammer ability with the Agnims, it's quite a slow initiation.
Yeah, you're able to react quite effectively against it, right? Like maybe it's blinking away to someone else, or popping the BK beam, something, just to be able to have some kind of a response to it. You're going to be able to get a nice easy Roshan. 9 Pandas always look to prioritize this one, and for a good reason. Just giving Dark Lord that little bit of extra. Wow, actually getting a kill as well.
Yeah, catching themselves off Marauder there with the crippling fear. During the daytime, may I add, 3-second duration. Still able to obtain the kill, so they had enough damage there.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So they've basically got a minute and a half now to be able to farm on 1 win. Like I think 9 Pandas will be mindful of how weak they were with the Night Stalker during the daytime, and once again they're so close to being able to pick up a couple of big times. You've got, I believe, the Kanda coming out very shortly, at least the Phylactery for Dark Lord, which would be nice. Chira Jr., is he about to get jumped on? How did he not get noticed there by Dark Lord? Oh, they're going to be able to take a Tormentor at least at this point in time, but another move during the daytime. I suppose you can use the Dark Ascension, and then by the time it expires, it'll be nighttime anyway, so not the worst time to make the move. No Aghanim Shard though, and no level 15 on the Night Stalker for that extra 30 damage of the Dark Ascension. Solo just using it to place down some deep vision. I like it. How are you going to
I think Phylactery is a really nice item here on PA. I've actually been testing this with myself, and it's just so cool because when you jump on someone with the Phantom Strike, it doesn't affect their movement speed at all. So you have trouble actually outputting the extra attack speed that you obtain from the ability. So with the Phylactery, it actually slows them down for around about 1.5 seconds. So that's enough time to actually output all of your damage as fast as you can. It's really nice. And then, of course, you get the Kanda as well, which increases your output damage. It's pretty cool.
Yep. I mean, it slows them down to a crawl in combination together with a Stifling Dagger as well, right?
Oh my gosh, Chira Jr. just walks away. Yeah, it does, yeah. The Chira Jr. just walking away
Very
there.
close. But, I mean, this is some big time. The net worth lead might have skewed in 1 win's favor, but they're still just about to hit up a bunch of big timings right now on the 9 Panda. Still having the Aegis for a little bit. Still the night time for them to be able to play around with. Kanda is coming out now, I believe, on the courier for PA, who is level 18 as well. So this is a lot of damage that they've got. They just need to make sure that they're grouping up and systematically taking away a lot of this map control that 1 win have. They've got good vision to be able to do it. Solo, with his movements, placing them in quite deep spots to be able to find these pickoffs, and they've got a team that excels in pickoffs.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
The game has settled down now. It was team fights left and right, but ever since they've got this Aegis, 1 win, just taking the time around here, trying to avoid 9 Pandas as best they can to wait for this Aegis to expire. And this is providing some time for the Sven to try and obtain an MKB here. Already has the Demon Edge, just about, I'd say around about 1,000 gold away before getting this MKB.
Of course, very important against a PA to be able to do that sort of thing. And kind of like they're making another smoke happen. They're really desperate to try and get kills with the, they see with Pushy, I believe, walking underneath that Observer Ward. But they're going to be off the mark. TP happening just in time by Cloud to be able to get away, and they don't even know it. Smoke didn't even pop.
Wait, is he going to farm this, though?
Maybe Chira Jr.? Alberca seems to still have his spidey senses tingling, and there we go. Smoke ends up popping, using the gem just for a little bit of vision, potentially. How's the blink? How's the blink? Oh, nice.
Cloud! He's running. He's got BKB, TP in a few more seconds, so he could get away here.
He's fine. He's fine. Trying to bait out as much as possible. He might have left it a little bit too late.
Yeah, he's left it too late there. He'll be found, taken out. I mean, at least he forces the rest of 9 Pandas back, so they're nowhere near objectives with this Aegis. I mean, look at them on the map right now. They are just hanging around their side of the map. I mean, they take out a support here as well. Respect gets found for
in a
this
weird
Aegis.
spot, by the way, on Respect.
Yeah.
Next to the tier 3 top tower.
Bit weird.
But yeah, I mean, I guess the Invoker wasn't the main target who's going into that Scythe of Vice. Very important if you're wanting to survive through, or if you're looking to try and make some form of initiation happen. Of course, they realize how important this MKB is against a PA as well. And yeah, just wanting to bait out that, wait out the Aegis as well, as PA is at least going to be able to approach level 20 by the time that it expires. So what is the next play for them? It really is just about that jump, right? And the thing that I feel is BKBs are so important for 1win, right? In terms of when they use them. Because you really don't have a way to keep them locked in place. There's no bashes on anyone. You need to get really lucky with crits, perhaps.
Smoke. Oh my gosh, the God Strength there onto Albuquerque. Is Albuquerque going to be able to survive through it all? Yes, he is, but the arena coming out, they are focusing right now their attention onto Solo. Solo will fall. With that, now they'll attempt to retreat here on 1win. Finding themselves a pick off there. Will they try and attempt to go for more here? Sweden Strong being caught out here. Because now they're
really
attempting to go for the
more?
PA decimated. Alright, they lose a 2-for-1. With Sweden Strong being taken out here, Kiyotaka will be able to retreat there with the TP, but they find themselves 3 on 1win here, with Albuquerque getting himself away there also. So even with this Aegis expiring, 1win here on the advantage.
I'm not sure what they were doing sticking around for longer. Like, you'd use the BKB on the Night Stalker. Sure, he'd pop the Dark Ascension, but he'd just stand it on the right-hand side, not able to do anything. Maybe, once again, just these wards make them feel like they can fight, but you've already lost your Undying. You've already got your Night Stalker down to no HP. There's no Tombstone. There's no Aegis. Are you really that strong in being able to fight? And, well, they're going to know that they can just keep this push going on forward if they want to. With Dark Ascension, 75-second cooldown, daytime coming in 30 seconds if they want to. And I really feel like Night Stalker's net worth has just plummeted. Like, he has not farmed a new item in a long, long time, as he's been prepping to go towards this Aghanim Shard. So what I've been wanting to say for quite some time is that he needs to be a little bit greedy, if only for a minute or two, just so that he can get this item going for him. He could have probably rejoined that fight with a lot more confidence if he just had the shard at his disposal, you know? Look to devour one of those neutral creeps, get back to at least 3/4 HP, and maybe you do go in. Maybe you know, force a little bit more defensive plays coming out from 1win rather than just allowing them to jump onto your PA.
I mean, they've just scanned the triangle. This is a perfect time for 1win to try and find something if they do want to get a pick off, because no Dark Ascension here for 25 seconds. So
they know they're there.
The heck are 1win going? Well, they smoke up as well, interestingly. I mean, Dark Ascension, I mean, yeah, 15 seconds away before it's off cooldown. So I think by the time they actually meet, Dark Ascension will be online.
Yeah, I feel like as long as they're together, they'll be okay. I think that's the big thing, right? Now it's just a matter of waiting it out, waiting it out. Dark Ascension is now available. Shard is on the Night Stalker. Oh, it's a shield rune, though, on Munkushi. You cannot jump that guy.
Ooh, okay, the smoke's going to break the Dark Ascension there. Crippling Fear onto 3. Going to find themselves the Marauder. Marauder trying to heal up there with the Guardian Greaves. But actually found there by the Tornado. Will actually survive. Dark Lord there activating the BKB, but Munkushi with the God Strength trying to dig into Dark Lord. Will actually be able to blink out as the Torrent Storm coming out. Now Munkushi is slowly falling and actually will fall. They lose themselves the Sven. Is there. They get themselves Cloud. Kiyotaka falling very low here. Is actually going to TP away, and they will lose 4 on the side of 1win. 9 Pandas turning it around there. It did look a little bit difficult for Dark Lord, but was able to actually Phantom Strike out of that. And Sven being heavily slowed down there, not able to output his damage and taking way too much damage from the Mystic Flare coming out from Antares.
That was some incredible kiting by 9 Pandas. You know, the Kunkka was able to get the Tidal Wave onto the Sven pre-BKB. They even used the Kunkka's Yule Scepter to remove that shield rune, so it was nowhere near as tanky. You had PA getting dived for quite some time, but was able to use the Blur and the Phantom Strike just to be able to, again, get away from the Sven. So I know he's got the Blink Dagger, but I feel like he needs that Aghanim Scepter as well, just as another form of being able to jump around and follow his team.
All big item Hex on Chira Jr. And Roshan has just screamed, and they can see they saw Night Stalker farming the top lane here, so yeah, they've just left here. There's only the tombstone remaining. They know that 9 Pandas hanging around here at this time. I mean, Night Stalker is going to meet up with his team by coming through the twin gates. So there will be 5 here.
Just looking to try and get a little bit of that lane pressure going on. Make sure someone reveals on the lane, which Munkushi obliges. Joins in with the rest of the team for the smoke, though, is once again a big wraparound. They know they don't have that high ground control, so it's all about catching the back line. If they could take away the Skywrath, then you force yourself to not have to use that BKB so early on.
Tombstone's down. Dark Ascension is just coming off cooldown again. Now they have it. The impeccable timing of this cooldown.
Kirtaka.
Oh no, Arena. Oh, they're going to jump right on top of the Cooker. If they can get the Cooker, this is big. They will. Cooker down. The instantaneous buyback is going to try and TP here onto the outpost. As they do find themselves Munkushi, though, in return. Okay, Munkushi going to attempt to buy back here, but does not have the God Strength. 1 win now on the retreat. They caught themselves. Respect their respect going to fall. As Chira Jr. being silenced here, trying to retreat. As he's been used up here, the Ghost Walk will not be enough, and triple kill for Dark Lord.
It's a disaster. There was no Warcry popped there by Munkushi, so PA just tore him completely apart. Wasn't even needing to be able to use the Revenant's Brooch to be able to take him out, and yeah, he buys back. He didn't have a TP available to rejoin the fight, even if he wanted to, so that's a buyback used for absolutely nothing, and putting 9 Pandas in a really commanding spot this game with that Aegis.
It's just so unfortunate that the Roshan was bottom there, favouring 9 Pandas, so they could just buy back with the Conquer and come back, teleporting on that outpost there.
Dire's bottom tower
Going
is
for
under
the Refresher Orb on Kirtaka. I almost wonder if he wants to go like a Shiva's Guard or something, because I feel like he needs just a little bit more tankiness to guarantee that he's going to be able to get off the Yules or the full combination for himself. I don't think damage is an area that they're lacking, especially as Alberca is about to reach his level 20. You're going to have a Night Stalker much further buffed up with that extra 20 strength. He'll probably have a Nullifier at that time as well, so not really worried about things like a Yule Scepter or a Solar Crest or a Force Staff or anything like that to be able to provide that extra layer of safety.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Now they're going to go high ground, having themselves the Aegis and the Revenant's Brooch ready.
Illusion.
So this is some big damage from Dark Lord right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get the triple strike stifling dagger. So it's quite nasty here, with especially the Revenant's Brooch. You'll see it come into effect. It's actually so disgusting.
I can believe it, as who have they found here? Sweden Strong. It's just a Gyrocopter. Not the worst. Probably doesn't need to use the BKB for it just to be able to secure this kill. It's not going to be the case. Didn't even attempt the TP after the Void was used, resigning himself to his fate. But it is just that little bit of time that it provides your team, right? Other 2 waves start to get shoved out. You waste a good 30 seconds off the Aegis. It's still got 3 minutes though, so not like it's going to do too much to be able to save you. Dark Ascension used, of course, but night time's still available for the next 4 minutes. And they're really not letting up.
Thank gosh you had Guardian Greaves there. You definitely would have died to Tormentor. Cheer it, cheer it, cheer it, cheer it, cheer it. They see you. They see him, Meteor. They've pinged him. Alright, he's okay.
Lucky.
I'm surprised that Alberca didn't actually blink on top of that. There were just 2 there. Being a big catch, because I think Invoker, does he have buyback? No, Invoker does not have buyback.
Just 4 buybacks right now, I believe, right? Yeah. Offlaners plus the supports on 1 win. Pretty good ones to be able to have it, considering it is a... Oh, who's getting jumped here? Chira Jr.
Thank gosh, he activated the BKB there, or else I'm sure he would have got 1 shot there with the activated Revenant's Brooch. Got an Agnes now on Dark Lord 2 on the way. Staying into the tower. Exort. Oh,
arrow
here
hit.
there. Homing missile, Sunstrike. Oh, nice heal there from Solo. Oh! Lovely spear and God's Rebuke takes down the PA. PA will come back alive here with the Aegis. Still not able to get that tier 3 tower. They'll actually back off here, maybe perhaps 9 Panthers. They will indeed.
Realizing the need of the Tombstone, just wanting to wait for those key ultimates to come back available once again. Burka should be able to hit his level 20 quite shortly, probably just with the Hunter of the Night. There we go. Just a whole lot tankier now. I love talents that just give you an extra 20 damage and 400 HP. Isn't that great? Isn't that fair? Isn't that fun?
Radiant are
It really is. Tier 4 items now.
Dire's top tower is under
I
attack.
want to try and jump Chira Jr., I think. They know he used the BKB quite recently, and they're using the nighttime extra vision to be able to try and scout him out.
He doesn't have BKB. Yeah, he'll run in that direction. That's a good choice. Just definitely would have been dead.
Still, they'll get a consolation prize, maybe. One win. They're the ones that are actually making the move. Can they get a quick jump on Alberca? Maybe the other way around. But at least the BKB is forced out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to find something, aren't they, on the side of 9 Panthers? They're just not able to get it. And with this, actually, they smoke up. I mean, Dark Ascension still ready. They want to get the nighttime extra vision.
Dire's top tower
No
has
BKB
fallen.
though for
around.
Alberca. They've got the high ground vision. They would love this jump.
Oh, they have. Yeah, there's the Stormhammer as well. They actually may be able to take him out there within the arena, and they will do so indeed. Night Stalker will fall the buyback here from the Marauder, trying to come back to the fight. It's like, oh my god! They jump on the Sven! Sven is two-shotted! Where did that HP go? Triple kill here for Dark Lord. Do you see the power of the Revenant's brooch? As now they've caught themselves the Gyrocopter, and goodbye Gyro. Ultra kill for Dark Lord. You can just see the Satanic, not a care in the world, decimating Sven there with that Revenant's brooch.
Radiant's middle
Alright, Epi,
tower
I
is
want
under
you
attack.
to tell me how much damage you think he took from that
Dire's
Revenant's
top
brooch
tower
in 1
is under
second.
attack.
I want you to guess.
I'm going to say 4,000 damage? 3,000?
Yes, it was 3,970 damage in 1 second. Helped out a little bit with the Ancient Seal as they're looking to try and close out this game, the 9 Pandas. They know there's no buyback on the Sven, considering he did try to rejoin the previous Roche fight, so they should be feeling pretty confident right now on 9 Pandas to keep the ball rolling. Night Stalker as well is going to be able to TP back to the outpost in just a little bit of time.
Gyro. The Mystic Flare comes out, able to dodge it there with the Ogre Seal Totem, but decimated again. Oh! The support's just been wiped out by Dark Lord. There's no escape from this PA anymore. Late game PA is something to be terrified of.
Is this reminiscent of the game you played with your Herald mate?
Yes, it is.
yesterday?
Yes, it is. I got a rampage with this build. It is honestly the most disgusting thing ever. I think it's going to be spammed within the pub scene at the moment. PA is just going to be a banned hero. Now BKB, I mean, look at that! No running room for the Invoker at all. Invoker dead. Only 2 remaining here on 1 win. I don't really think they can do anything here, Danog. This PA is out of control now. There's nothing that can stop this PA.
I mean, Mars needs to just go in. He's got the buyback. You got to try and delay things out at least the 5 seconds until the Sven's alive, but maybe they feel like...
Shira Jr.
Okay, it's something.
He's
Sven's
found.
alive.
I mean, yeah, he's going to try and attempt to blink in now. You got to be careful of that PA, though. Attempting to try and take down the PA, but the Ancient will fall. GG, there we go. Game 2 will be going here to 9 Pandas. I definitely think that this PA is going to be banned. They do not want to fight against that again. I mean, even with a 6-slotted Sven, you get decimated in 2 hits here by this Revenant's Brooch if you do not activate the BKB. I think the only way around it is if you build magical resistance items, because of course it does turn your physical damage into magical. So I think one counter here against the PA is an anti-mage, would you believe it or not, especially with the magic resist. So, oh, what a turn of events that was in game 2. Definitely ban the PA though, for sure. I would confirm.
Can you see why I've been asking for the PA all these times, though? It's good in the right games, and absolutely against these games with people with high armor. They can buy BKBs all they want, but they had a really good draft to be able to kite it out, right? Like, Solo, relatively tanky on his Undying, just going the tanky, even neutral items, right? He went a Defiant Shell for the extra armor to make sure that he's not getting burst down. Skywrath Mage had an Ogre Seal Totem just to give him a little bit of that extra tankiness, and a Blink Dagger so that he's never the one that gets jumped on at the start. And then, of course, Night Stalker, plenty of mobility. PA, plenty of mobility and evasion. Kunkka, plenty of tankiness with the Aghanim Scepter and a Wind Waker. So I feel like this was a much more cohesive draft that Nine Pandas had. And, even though they were in a decent spot at times on one win, it really felt like it was just a ticking time bomb waiting for that PA to truly come online, which she did. 4,000 damage to a Sven who was, 5 slotted at the time in 1 second. Bananas.
Yeah, the PA was absolutely crazy. So, enough about the PA, though. I mean, Albica, especially early game as the Night Stalker, I think he definitely did deliver, but there is that case, of course, when Night Stalker, there is a possibility that he can get punished during the middle stage of the game, and One Win were able to do just that. I think they are able to win here on Nine Pandas because of the insane impact that PA can have within the game. So I feel like if this is banned, then there is a possibility of One Win to have the ability to come back and not go against that broken hero.
All right,
so
let me tell you something, Epi. The Revenant's Brooch was picked up at 33 minutes. The game ended in 41 minutes. So 8 minutes of Revenant's Brooch, right? PA did 44k damage that entire game. And in that 8-minute period, Revenant's Brooch did 23k of that damage. Like, that is how busted this item is. In 8 minutes, you did that much damage as a PA. Just teamfight after teamfight after teamfight, and Sven took about 8k of that damage. He was priority number 1. Screw the Warcry, screw all of your tankiness. He was just able to rip him through.
That is a actual what the fuck moment. Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah, nerf the
yes,
item,
ladies. Oh
honestly.
my gosh. We're going to have a break here, folks. Stay tuned because we'll be back with Game 3 shortly of Nine Pandas versus One Win, who will be qualifying to face Yellow Submarines in the grand finals of these qualifiers. Find out shortly because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Game 3. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League of the Eastern European Close Qualifiers with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 3, which was between 9 Pandas and 1 win. Now, it is equalized at the moment. Sorry, we've had game 2. I hope I did not say game 1. We've had game 2, obviously, a goals against 1 win and 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas able to take game 2 here with an absolutely destructive and unbeatable Phantom Assassin with a Revenant's Brooch. Now we will see how Game 3 will turn out as a draft is well underway between both teams here. And is the PA banned? PA is not banned. Okay, so maybe perhaps it will be banned here from 1 win. They have 1 more ban remaining, whereas 9 Pandas just deciding what they want to ban as well. They'll go something a little bit different here. 1 win will secure the Kunker. Meanwhile, Bat Rider will take the
10 seconds remaining.
9 Pandas, sorry, will take the Bat Rider. I do like this Kunker, though, especially with the rum effect. We spoke about it a few times here. It is very impactful when fighting these prolonged team fights, just stopping that extra damage from coming out and just delaying it.
Yeah, and I think the reason the PA was able to work in that previous game was a few reasons, right? One, because they had great abilities to be able to kite. You know, I mentioned wanting the Sven to go the Blink and the Aghanim Scepter just so that he wasn't consistently having to just run around rather than actually hit anyone. You also had the situation where you weren't really playing with the DK that you were in game number 1, right? They chose to go the Mars instead, which meant that the pace was a little bit slower. It was a 14.5-minute Battle Fury, where I think by the 8-minute mark in game 1, 1 win had already taken 2 tier 1 towers at that stage, so really reducing the amount of safe space for people to be able to farm with. So, you know, just changing things up a little bit. And maybe even some of their target prioritization in a few of these team fights was a little bit off. Compounding that, of course, was how good of a lane Alberca had on his Night Stalker, which probably he didn't have any right to, right? Like, it was a Sven Mirana lane, which in my eyes isn't weak. You know, Mirana should have been able to get a lot of harass off in that lane. Wait, actually, was it Mirana or was it someone else? It was... Yeah, no, it was Sven Mirana. But yeah, just not enough harassment onto the Night Stalker. Many got into a couple of those braces, and yeah, was leading the net worth charts coming out of the laning phase.
And we get Mirana again for 1 win. Comfortable with this here. This is the 3rd time they're going to pick up Mirana, but in return it's 9 Pandas who will get Mars for the 2nd time here, along with Pugna as well. So it's going to be solo, I think, on the Pugna here.
We'll see. He's capable of playing both, the Bat Rider and the Pugna.
Okay. Fair enough.
We've seen Mars lose both games in this series so far, so hopefully for Pandas fans, it's not going to be the case for game number 3. It's not a bad hero, though, you know, by any stretch. It used to be kind of locked to that one sort of build, but, you know, you can go a little bit more aggressive now if you're really wanting to. We're seeing the advent of the Yule Scepter being a whole lot more impactful just for being able to stay out on the map. Really effective for that aspect. Ooh, here we go. Shadow Demon coming out. So lots of setup now for being able to go for these ganks, right? Like Arrow into the Disruption. Feels really nice. X mark into the Torrent, into the Arrow. Feels really nice. You've also got are they gonna Terrorblade? I wouldn't hate a Terrorblade. I mean, against a Shadow Demon, it doesn't feel amazing, but against a Luna, it does. Especially if it is this core Luna, which is very, very likely considering the support heroes that 1 win have potentially already picked so far. And of course, with that reflection, it would just feel really nice. The one downside, of course, is that you are going up against a Shadow Demon, so there's the potential for the disruption to be used on the TB illusions themselves and turn them back in your favor. But I still think it'd be a pretty good TB game, considering you've got tower taking potential, you've got heroes that are going to be able to keep the fight held in place and allow them to burst down these heroes, like with the Bat Rider Lasso, with the Mars Arena. Feels pretty good to me. Also not really caring about the Tidebringer, right? Ooh, Naga instead, alright.
I mean, I guess that's okay against the Luna. I mean, you do still have the Glaives, which can bounce through the illusions, but physical damage against Naga Siren, not that strong. Maybe you need a Revenant's Brooch.
On the Conquer. You need it, maybe.
Actually, I wonder how that works, actually. Oh, no, that's another thing to test out now. Revenant's Brooch with Luna, with the Glaives bouncing, because it still counts as physical. So.
Just looking to get rid of Illusion Clear right now, it seems. Leshrac gone. I would assume maybe a Pango gets removed. Maybe an Ember Spirit gets removed as well. They could always just flex the Mars to mid if they were really wanting to. Doesn't have a bad time against the Ember Spirit. Do they have... Nah. Can't really get away with something like a Zeus for 1 win. I don't think it would give them nowhere near enough front line. And of course, Ember Spirit just gives them another form of potential catch with the Searing Chains route into the Marana Arrow. Certainly does put them under a bit of pressure, though, doesn't it? Like, you leave this Naga, you're going to lose the game, period. So, Luna not going to be able to deal with it, Kunkka not going to be able to deal with it, Shadow Demon not going to be able to deal with it. So, doesn't feel great to have to face up against, like, an inevitability. So I'm sure they're just saying, look, what hero can we pick that's going to be able to either up the tempo or deal magic damage to be able to deal with these Naga illusions, or just to be able to, just take towers, pretty much. Could be just another option, but with DK already being banned, doesn't feel like there's too many heroes that fit all of those criteria. Oh, so they would have actually... They would have loved the Pugna themselves, wouldn't they? Just get the shard, zuck all of those Naga illusions, get a little bit of tower damage in yourself.
9 pandas turn to ban.
Oh, they ban the storm.
Maybe they do want the Ember Spirit, right? And they just feel like that's a good enough lane. Okay, yeah, Beastmaster's good. Of course, the Drums of Slom, a nice way to be able to deal with illusion heroes. I don't think it's a Pudge game, unfortunately, if they were wanting to go down this route. I still think Ember works perfectly fine, right? Like, again, Searing Chains against the Pango feels really nice. Of course, it can be combated a little bit if Pango did want to go a Yule Scepter. You do have the benefit, of course, of that, plus the roll-up, just for a lot of control in these team fights and let Naga Siren take over.
Yeah, at the moment, looking at the kind of the type of attack from these heroes, considering they're quite close range with Luna and Kunkka on the cores, with the backlines of the supports. Okay.
Dazzle.
Dazzle. I was going to say that Mars has a possibly fun time. Just if they pick like a third core hero, can just come in and arena them. But yeah, they have a Dazzle mid. So is this going to have a massive effect here on the Pangolier? Because obviously, of course, he's a melee hero. He wants to be, right next to the creeps, taking these last hits here. But with the Poison Touch, this is going to be nasty for him, right?
It is. I mean, any kind of melee hero is going to have a rough time against the Dazzle in lane. Also provides you a way to be able to get rid of all of those Naga illusions, right? I think that's the big thing that they were considering. So with the Aghanim Shard hexing, whatever the Poison Touch hits, instantly kills all of those Naga illusions. So does provide you a way to stop yourself getting swarmed over. And that just means that, I mean, this game is pretty much completely on Shira Jr., right? They are giving him the ball and hoping that he is able to run with it, because if he gets caught out by the Bat Rider, by a Blink Spears from the Mars, your team fight is over. You don't have the ability to just stand and fight. You don't exactly have amazing saves on your support. I feel like if you're getting speared back, if you're getting lassoed back, Swedenstrong's probably not going to be in a position on the Shadow Demon to be able to save you, unless he's miraculously able to save up enough gold for a Blink Dagger to be able to blink and disruption on the Dazzle itself. So we will see. Do you have faith in Shira Jr., or do you think that this overwhelming Naga Siren strong game is going to be 9 Pandas' ticket to the grand final?
I mean, obviously, of course, you have yourself the Shard, which can destroy all of the illusions, because, of course, turns them into a hex for a few seconds. So, what is the cooldown of Poison Touch, actually? Is it quite long? Or?
Like 15 seconds by the time it's done, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility, that they can... If Shira Jr. saves Poison Touch, especially for the Naga Siren, then it'll be really nice. But of course, she will use Manta Style, so it would only be used to clear the illusion. So I don't know if they do want to do that, because it's one of Dazzle's strongest abilities, especially when he's core, in order to slow down someone and just keep up the damage.
I mean, you got to remember, he's got the bad juju as well, right, to reduce the cooldown.
He does,
so
yeah.
It's not like you're locked to 15 seconds. He's going to be casting those poison touches very frequently. a nice way to be able to get into those
30
Aghanim shards
seconds
really
to
quickly as well, just in being able to take the Tormentor, you know, the old courier strat, to be able to help out with the Shadow Wave bounces.
I don't think you can do that anymore. I think
Oh, did they change it?
I think they patched it. Yeah.
Come
Because
on,
I
that
remember
was fun.
everyone got their courier around the Tormentor, and just nuked
That was
it,
fun.
but,
They should have kept that in the game.
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, game gets underway, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 3. One of these teams is going to be qualifying here to the Grand Finals, fighting Yellow Submarines, and one of them is going home. Some quite interesting picks as they go the last resort Dazzle on the mid lane for Chira Jr. here, so I'm going to be quite intrigued how this mid lane goes against Kiyotaka.
Even just the once Dazzle gets into the Aghanim Scepter, right? The being able to use the Shadow Wave onto enemies feels quite impactful. So let's say for whatever reason you're not able to clear out all of the Naga illusions, if they're with the rest of the team, you can actually deal a ton of AoE damage there just by targeting that Shadow Wave in onto the enemy lineup if they're grouped up a little bit too much. But I think this lane should go incredibly well for Chira Jr. right now. Doesn't have the Poison Touch leveled up just yet.
Respect already may be dead here. They committed the Blood Grenade.
Wow.
They do find the kill. I mean, the slow from the God's Rebuke also there. And the Flame Break actually started that fight and brought the Mirana back. Does not have the leap, level 1 on the Starstorm. So first blood for the side of 9 Pandas.
Very nicely done. Oof. I've watched Chira Jr. miss about 4 last hits in this lane, which it doesn't feel the greatest. They were pretty easy ones to be able to claim as well. So certainly not the start that he was hoping for. Kiyotaka getting basically every single one of the last hits going back the other way. There's another kill.
Solo dying here. To get a return kill. I'm quite surprised because they have Shadow Demon level 1 with the disruption. That helps to obtain the kill. Because do you remember the last time we leaked at Yellow Submarine and they had Mirana and Rubik and we're thinking, oh, these heroes, you know, they're not that strong together. But it's a little bit of the same scenario, except both of these supports actually enable each other to actually get an arrow.
Yes.
So there is that balance a little bit, but I don't feel like they're the strongest rotators.
No,
if they're alone.
I mean, the thing is, like, yes, you're able to set up for, you know, an arrow and, you know, like, I guess a Starstorm as well, but heroes these days are so tanky that they're probably not going to die, even if you get, like, a full duration arrow off, right? If you're using just these two, you really need to be able to play around with someone else, and so I feel like they're not necessarily picked together for this purpose. Obviously, it's going to be great to be able to have that tool at your disposal, but it's more about, like, look, the Mirana's going to enable the Kunkka, also lets you go for a few of these pickoffs with the Moonlight Shadow, and the Shadow Demon's there to be able to provide a bit of assistance to the Luna, both in the form of building up stacks inside of the Ancient Camp, that's why it's being played on the bottom side of the map, but also just being able to be used with the Luna for creating illusions, to be able to just keep them running at the enemy team.
I like this what Chira Jr. did on the mid lane. Like he was very low, but he didn't pick up the water rune just yet, even though he was very, very low and possibly close to death if Kiyotaka did another swashbuckle, but he saved it for his bottle to come in, was able to use all those bottle charges, and has now actually bottled that water rune now, so has extra ability to heal, doesn't need to be scared on this lane anymore thanks to saving that water rune.
Got to be so careful when you're playing as a melee hero against these hero like the Dazzle, right? You just got to make sure that your spacing is perfect so that you're able to create that little bit of a gap creation, making sure that you're not taking too much of that poison touch, especially as it starts to level up and do much more damage.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully he has the swashbuckles, doesn't he? So, I mean, not as big of a range as it used to be, because, you know, that was nerfed, as Albuquerque actually may have actually fall here. A few more physical attacks. Oh, a Naga Siren falling bottom. Surprise, surprise. That it looked like it was the usage of Disruption and Torrent along with Tidebringer, so this is actually working out pretty well for this bottom lane.
He had 4 Shadow Poison stacks on him as well, so that must have been the result there.
Yeah, I don't think you're able to decrepify that. That's for sure. I won't be surprised if Solo actually put 2 points here into Netherward, considering how many abilities are being used on this bottom lane. Or do you think you should put a value point into Decrepify?
Is there value there, though? I feel like a lot of their damage is magical right now.
I mean, to protect the Nether Ward?
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe, perhaps, you know, they can... Because it increases the ward duration. Oh, gosh, they're going to do it again. Torrent bringing... Ooh. Oh, he actually misses. Okay. Solo actually going to be brought back here by the X-Mark. Sweden Strong taking a lot of damage there from the illusions. Actually will fall, so, I mean, at least they'll get a return kill here. Dark Lord, more than happy with that, losing the support in order for him to get a kill, so get some extra net worth.
Was a little bit trapped in there, just shredded by the Riptide. I think you would probably just get a lot more value from having more points in the Netherworld, to be honest. Like, it's... You know that they're going to be running at you, so it's going to have a lot of value in a lot of these frequent team fights. So, especially against a Dazzle, right? With how many spells a Dazzle is going to be cast.
Oh, I mean, speaking of the Dazzle, going to be initiated on here, trying to heal up the save there from Sweden Strong with the disruption, attempting to turn it around. But Antares will survive. So, okay here.
Even getting the deny onto the Netherward is Solo. But yeah, no, it feels like an amazing Netherward game for Solo to be playing around with. And it's not like they have anyone that's really excelling at going on the backline, right? One Win's game plan is pretty predictable. They're going to group up together and they're going to run at you. Mirana, you know, able to leap in if Kunkka finds a pick-off on the sidelines. And Luna and Dazzle just able to be incredibly effective at pushing in waves together, essentially. So, you know, Decrep probably not going to need to be used.
Sacred Arrow. I don't know if Respect pressed the right button there. I mean, he leaped forward with a Sacred Arrow.
Radiant are
It's fine. They still get a kill at the end of the day, and it's Chira Jr. that ends up being the recipient. Because now he's got that level 6, so we can see a lot more spamming coming out here of the spells. Luckily for Kiyotaka, though, he is level 6, so always going to have that out against the Poison Touch aggression.
I'll say the Shadow Demon pick is really being utilized heavily here. This early game Shadow Demon, pretty strong. It's now Sweden Strong, waiting to stack 2 camps here in the triangle.
And get the Wisdom Rune as well, after the fact.
And get the Wisdom Rune as well.
Gotta give a shout out to Sweden Strong. He's got a very informative stream as well, if you are a Position 4 player, so make sure you check him out. Very, very skilled individually with movements, with just timings, with... I think probably the strongest aspect of his gameplay is his positioning. You know, he always seems to be able to get off his spells in a team fight, never just giving up his life for free.
And that's the most important thing as a support, isn't it? Make sure you're always utilizing the time that you have, and make sure that you're always doing something. Like, you know, not walking around behind and sometimes just babysitting for absolutely no reason, making use of that. And he's doing just that, you know. He doesn't need to be around anyone at this time, so he's making use of this time to try and make more stacks in order to get more net worth here for his cause.
And for himself. I mean, you just have to think about the last 2 minutes, right? Like, it was a TP in to save, plus then a turnaround to be able to kill the Bat Rider, plus then building up stacks. Now he's looking to protect the power runes, so he's doing a lot with, you know, not too much time. We're at level 5 as well. Putting it into the Shadow Poison.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to take these big stacks here. And Tara says, oh, that was a close Sacred Arrow, to say the least. And Tara's able to farm that up. Got to be careful those H stacks though. Those hit hard during this time.
It's just like, come on, let me kill the Warpine Raider. Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, you can see.
Dire's middle tower is under
Still, though, it gives them a bit of information. They know that there's no hard stack that's going to be claimable in the near future. I'm sure they'd be mindful of Kiyotaka getting closer and closer towards that Diffusal Blade as well, so maybe wanting to get a little bit more active before that that is something that they're needing to consider. 9 minutes coming up, but so they're not going to have a siege creep for the next minute and a half. Just more stacks being built up for now by Sweden Strong to be able to enable either the Kunkka or the Luna to be able to make plays. I think the big priority is making sure that Munkushi just accelerates his farm far ahead of the Nagasarin. Right now he's behind, but that's kind of to be expected. You know, you've had Nagasarin left down here on the bottom side for most of this time, you know, you probably wouldn't see a level 7, nearly level 8 Naga Siren a lot of the time, just at the 9-minute mark, because, you know, your illusions are doing a lot of the farming for you. So the fact that he's already up to this is a really positive sign.
I mean, big item now. We got the Diffusal Blade on Kiyotaka as he rotates in. Wants to try and find a kill here. Got to go for Sweden Strong. Stunning him once with the Rolling Thunder. Twice. Still try and find him again with the third stun. There it is. Does he have the Swashbuckle? He doesn't have enough mana. Okay, there we go. Now he's got the mana. Is he going to commit Swashbuckle onto 3? No, he's going to save it just for this time. As Antares getting very low. Will be decrepified there by Solo. They'll just get one kill here.
They will. I feel like they would have gone for more if they had the level 7, which Alberca was actually pinging out in the middle of that fight, saying, hey guys, kill these creeps. I'm so close to my level 7. I need it to be able to drop the arena, but wasn't able to get it in time. So they end up retreating to the safety of their tier 1 tower. Of course, there is always the potential for a rotation to have come through from Cloud, who was down on the bottom side there.
Almost got an Aghanims here soon on the Dazzle. Time to get the upgraded Shadow Wave.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has
Exactly the most mana to be able to make plays around with, though, as Chira Jr. have, needing to use the bottle just to try and make himself that little bit healthier. But I guess they were able to get the bottom tier 1 tower, so Cloud's doing a pretty good job. I think he's got the Blade Mail for himself. So again, it's just all about going in for this early game, right? Like, you are going a lot of items and really enabling your team to get active as quickly as possible. It is that 15-minute or so timing that they're going for here on 1 win. Probably even sooner, to be honest, but if they can make a play around a siege creep, even better. So
yeah,
it's just a matter of how is 9 Pandas going to be able to set up to try and delay that for as long as possible, because it does feel a little bit like cat and mouse, you know?
Well, they're definitely going to find a Batrider here. No, actually healed up by Solo in the back lines.
They could song
all the way back almost to full HP, as now they'll attempt to try and take down Cloud, but the Blade Mail being activated there. They can't deal any damage to Cloud here right now. Although he may be found there, slowly being burst down. I mean, they do find 3 here on the side of 1 win. Taking down the Pangolier there also, as Cloud actually surviving with thanks to that rum effect on the Ghost Ship.
Sweden Strong getting a double kill, nearly got an Observer Ward. It expired in his face. The most infuriating thing that you could see as a support. But more importantly, yeah, just getting those 3 kills without the Naga Siren contributing. I really was thinking that you had Dark Lord with the Song of the Siren that might have been able to use that to protect his team, because you can't give them an opening to be able to, you know, have the outnumber to be able to push into a lot of these towers. You can see here Chira Jr. closing in on that Aghanim Scepter and the amplified damage. I was thinking maybe he considers putting a little bit more active pressure onto this tower. Looks like they're just using the SD illusions to be able to do that.
You're going to hate me for this, for me actually thinking about it. I just had a thought, but I know that Revenant's Brooch, it doesn't use any mana when using abilities. So if you use like Stifling Dagger, for example, when it's active, it won't use any mana. But what would happen if you use Shadow Wave with Aghanims available, because it's a physical damage spell? So would that mean it would turn it magical?
I have no clue, man. I have no idea.
I mean,
this is some like
I'm gonna have to test
stuff.
that as well. It sounds weird, but it can work.
I mean, this is the sort of thing that I feel like I'm just going to wait until the next patch comes out, because we're going to test all these things and it's completely going to change.
is under attack.
That's another theory. That one actually really interests me, so I'll definitely have to let you know about that.
Keep it in the back pocket.
Keep it in the back pocket, yeah. It could be a game-winning strat. Okay, so we got the Aghanims now on Dazzle. They're attempting to push this tier 1 tower. No defense here from 9 Pandas. They'll be able to obtain that. There it goes.
Middle tower has fallen.
What are they going to be able to do in the meantime? Actually,
Oh,
a really
Kiyotaka.
accurate swashbuckle, yeah, by Kiyotaka, able to
Wow.
claim respect. Perfectly done there.
There was no cooldown on the leap, or else I think maybe perhaps would have been able to jump out.
Yeah. I think they're saying, look, we just need to keep playing up on this top side. They're even able to, you know, yoink away one of these stacks that have been built up for the Lunar up on the top side, but right now Munkushi, he's a little bit more focused down towards the safer part of the map that they're just not playing around in. There's been no engagements around the one-win triangle area, so he knows that they don't have vision to be able to make those sorts of plays. And, you know, worst comes to worst, he still does have the team to be able to back him up, right? Shallow Grave, just the 1 point, that's enough for him. You've got the disruption as well. Plenty of safety. As Solo, he's probably going to get jumped here.
Oh, yeah. Sacred Arrow comes in, stuns him up. Nice. Oh, God. Oh. The Shadow Wave
combo
with the Agnims on the illusions. Okay, that is a nuke for sure.
Dire's top tower.
Was
Don't
not
even need the
expecting
Naga
that.
illusions.
Yeah, it's going to destroy Naga, isn't it, actually? If all of our illusions are together.
Yep.
I mean, I imagine
Very
Raven's
careful.
Roach.
Oh my god. No more. Delete that from the game.
But if that actually works, that would possibly be the best counter ever against Naga Siren. I'm not even joking.
Oh, I believe you.
Because then he just gets it again, because in Bad Juju, it's just reduced the cooldown there by almost half, and then he's got Shadow Wave.
Your admiral is on board.
I mean, it would cost a lot of mana, though. But oh, wait, actually, no, because it doesn't affect spells. Oh.
You and your theory craft.
That's what Dota is. It's fun discovering. I wonder now why Thompson has so much fun every time he finds an E-Blade hero. I don't know if he does anymore. Ever since they've switched it out with the fact that E-Blade's not built with Eagle Song anymore.
Or AUI, if this team is finding something to abuse.
9 pandas have been detected farming this stat, but they have just been able to clean it up fast enough. Dark Lord gets away. I mean, net worth wise, Naga and Luna still around about the same net worth at the moment, just Munkushi 500 gold more.
They
It's
got
really
to
going to be
keep
interesting.
Pace.
They have the same timings, Luna and Naga Siren do, don't they?
Yep.
How they farm.
The rest of the team, though, should be looking to play a whole lot quicker on one win. Like, this is the time to be able to just completely make space for the Luna. She's level 15, so going to be able to participate in these fights somewhat frequently with that Lucid Beam cooldown being used. I hear an arena. No, never mind. It's just a spear being used. There's
No,
the
now he
arena.
uses the arena.
Yeah. Able to just run away, looking to try and keep that Blink Dagger disabled, but Arrow not going to be on the mark. They actually must know that the glyph is not available, and of course, any time a Luna is looking to play with the team, these towers melt. Assistance, of course, given by the siege creep, so nice little free pick-off here
Bottom tower has fallen.
by one win. But they got to keep this up, right? You've got an Orchid coming out now. You've got answers on one win to be able to deal with it. And here we go. It is that Blink Dagger actually on Sweden Strong. Love this item purchase. It's something that we were talking about in the draft, right? That with this Shadow Demon, you are the save for your Dazzle in particular. You know, if he gets gone on by a Blink Spearback or a Lasso, you need to be there to be able to save him because he is the core of your draft. If you're not playing around the Dazzle, that means that Naga's going to be farming out of control, which means that the game is going to slowly slip out of your hands.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy how they do have themselves 2 saves, so they can save the Dazzle in order for Dazzle to then save himself. Wow. Arcane rune for the... Oh my gosh, Dazzle.
Like he needs it.
One of the best runes you can get.
Yeah. I'm sure they would love to get a Tormentor as well on one win in a minute and a half, but it feels like you've got to pick your poison, right? Like if you do that, you've got some great Aghanim shards to be able to pick up for your team, right? If Sweden Strong gets Demonic Cleanse, suddenly you're not worried about the Orchid or the Decrepify being cast onto your heroes. But if you're doing that, that means that you're not really pushing the towers and you're giving Naga Siren more time to farm. And I can't think of too many instances where you're all going to be grouped up on that side of the map anyway. So, it's a little weird. I think they're just going to keep the pressure up like they have now. Found.
Goodbye, Antares.
And just the bat
Sacred
right
Arrow connects to his face, and he will be found and striked out by the hands of Kunkka.
Sentry just out of range of that Observer. So again, as long as... It's a little bit unfortunate for Nine Pandas that they lost that Tier 2 tower without having the glyph available to protect it, but as long as they're not losing any further towers, I don't think they're all that concerned, because again, Naga Siren is a ticking time bomb, and you've got two heroes that are very proficient at being able to protect on the high ground in both the Mars and the Batrider. So it's just a question of finding pickoffs outside the base that are actually going to lead into objectives. How are they going to be able to do it? Antara's looking to try and find a quick pickoff, even if it's only onto a Marana. He's actually might have found Munkushi. Does he have the boys to be able to connect with him?
Oh, nice eclipse, very nice eclipse, but it will not take down Antares, just able to survive. The arena comes out along with the spear as well. Munkushi is going to fall. Okay, lovely pick off there from 9 Pandas. As meanwhile, they're going to go for respect here, are trying to find the kill, and they will take down the Marana. Boat will connect along with the Torrent Storm onto Alberca. Solo trying very hard here to heal up Alberca, but the Song of the Siren maybe perhaps still try and turn it around and find Cloud here, because Cloud is outnumbered, speared into the tree as they all swarm him and surround him. They take down 3. Dazzle not in that fight there to help, and because of that, they're able to get themselves 3 kills here on 9 Pandas.
I was really thinking that they were just going to be a little bit more aggressive, and even look at the lines being drawn on the map right now by Kiyotaka. He's like, look, use this time to shove the lanes out. If they're not able to push, they're not playing their strategy to its fullest potential. You know, we've got these siege creeps as well that it's going to take a little bit more time to be able to deal with, so that is a huge team fight win. 3-for-0 exchange there. And Taurus even getting away on the Batrider, despite the Eclipse being used for him.
There's old Kiyotaka. Mega jumped here. Oh, he wasn't able to jump up to the high ground. Uh-oh. With the shield crash. Arrow off cooldown. Able to actually avoid the arrow. Very nice played there from Kiyotaka. He actually ran into the Dazzle, then ran back in order for him to get off his roll up, and then was able to use the Rolling Thunder. That was very nice plays there from Kiyotaka.
Once again, he's in pretty good spot outside of the bottom one, and I don't think you're overly concerned about them pushing up into the high ground, so you're happy for this bottom lane to push very close towards your base. It just feels so much safer to be able to pick up that farm as Kiyotaka does right now. So it's a question of when are they going to go for Roche. It seems like right now is the call. Chira Jr., he's got a BKB coming out to him. And I think it's a BKB almost finished up by Munkushi. He should probably have it once the Roshan goes down. So, you know, that's someone that you can look to put on the front lines. That's a way to be able to threaten some high ground. And this is the sort of timing that they need to be able to do if they're going to win this game. You know, this first Roshan, a lot of the times it's second Rosh that you're looking to play around, but Mech, Aghanim Scepter on Chira Jr., BKB on both of your position 1 and 2 cores, you got to be pushing high ground very shortly.
I mean, BKB on Alberca as well, and Butterfly finished on Dark Lord. These are some juicy items being picked up by both teams here.
Dire's middle tower is
I feel like if 9 Pandas make aggressive moves and it don't work out perfectly, or if it's like an even trade, they're okay with it. You know, they're just stall, stall, stall. That's the name of the game for them.
Stall, stall, stall.
Looks like they are actually going to back up and get a free Tormentor for themselves. Not the greatest one, actually ending up going over to Respect instead of Sweden Strong.
Wait, they moved the couriers to the Tormentor. I swear I read that in the patch that does not work anymore.
I mean, maybe
Unless
they just did it for fun, you know? Like, maybe they don't know either. Just off the mark with the Torrent there, so Lord's going to be able to get away.
I swear I'm not dreaming it. I honestly swear I'm not dreaming it. That's frustrating me now. Whether I'm wrong or the pros are wrong, I'm gonna. Usually it's usually that's me that's wrong. But,
don't worry, it could be
I
both.
have to confirm that. It could be both.
Oh, they smoke right under a ward that Solo had placed as well, so they know exactly what's coming. There's no way that you're going to smoke and play on this very top side of the map, so Solo and Antares are going to be A-OK up here, and then you just look at what the rest of the players are doing, right? Kiyotaka veering off to the right-hand side, Alberca going down to where he thinks is safe, but there is an Observer Ward that's going to just scout him out, and of course Dark Lord just staying inside the base, so they want a free pick-off, they're not going to get it though.
Dire's bottom tower
Looks like
they're
just saying, alright,
go for
tower
the
time.
2-2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very split up. 9 Pandas is just pushing the side lanes here, as you can see. Solo applying pressure to the top. We've got Kiyotaka cutting the wave here on the bottom also, whilst farming some Ancients. So the only way to go for one win is through the mid lane.
It is still the right choice by one win, but it's, you know, the right response as well by 9Pandas. Both teams doing the correct sort of play. You can't spend your time just chasing around these 9Pandas heroes for too long. That smoke was an attempt to find someone close to the tower, so you get like a 2-for-1 exchange. I just look to get all remaining outer towers as well, just try and shrink the map as much as possible. Tier 1 tower and Tier 2 in the top lane. Still standing right now. For the 9Pandas, they should be able to at least get the Tier 1, you would think. They're pinging Mukushi right now, though. I wonder if they feel like they can take him out. There's all sorts of pings going off for him, but I don't think he's going to be contested. He's got the boys playing right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got the Aegis, 2 minutes left, so... And they're using it to the best they can by pushing all of these objectives. Only one Tier 2 tower remains. But it's just the fact that, look, I've got to commend 9Pandas here, Danog, with the fact that they are making sure to stay away from this Aegis usage, but putting pressure on the side lanes. But yeah, now they have to respond because their Tier 3 tower is being sieged currently here by Munkushi.
No glyph and a siege creep as well, so you really need to make sure that you're dealing with this. Again, the thing is, though, there's no real great initiation that you can look to play around. It's basically only the tidal wave coming through from the Kunkka. Is anyone going to be able to jump in here? I mean, you're letting a Luna inside the base, those glaives are starting to bounce around, and you've still got a minute and a half left on the Aegis.
Yeah, we do have an Agnims, though, onto the Pango. Oh, lovely lasso. Sweden Strong not able to get off the disruption. Finally does, but he will fall and pay the price there as now they take down the Luna. Luna dead. Didn't have the range there for the disruption. As now Luna coming back alive, the BKB and the TP will be able to get out. Not enough physical damage to take down that Luna. Cloud is going to do exactly the same and BKB TP away. As meanwhile, the Naga Siren was not joining the fight, attempting to take down this Tier 3 on the top tower here. Has reduced this Tier 3 tower to just 500 HP. So maybe perhaps the side of 9Pandas can do something here. Oh, they have found themselves Naga Siren, or should I say Naga Siren has found the Marauder, as the Grave does come out there, keeping the Marauder alive for some time, but he's doing a lot of damage there to the Kunkka. The Song of the Siren comes out during the Torrent Storm. It looks like they will definitely be able to find the kill there onto Marauder, along with Kunkka as well. Yes, they will. Marauder is going to attempt to buy back and try and come back here. The Eclipse coming out. It will take down the Mars. As now it looks like it's one win's turn to try and turn this fight around, even after the Song of the Siren has been committed. But 9Pandas will get themselves back, but they're still lingering around here, so they could potentially go for more here. Rolling Thunder, it's off cooldown in 15 seconds.
Top lane still pushing in as well. They've got the glyph available at least to be able to stall it out a little bit, but that tower, it should die just off the back of a couple of Naga Siren illusions. Dazzle not in place to be able to get that poison touch off, to be able to protect it. No! Ends up just being able to take it down, so base a little bit more exposed, and you really do run the risk of, you know, just getting ratted once again, like what just happened in that previous engagement, right? Dark Lord was not a part of that previous one at all. It was just off the back of a Blink Dagger plus 4 stuff on the Bat Rider, dragging the Luna out of position, and yeah, like you mentioned, Sweden Strong just a tiny bit slow on the Blink disruption save, and they end up losing them both anyway.
He even has an Aether Lens as well on the disruption.
I'm not sure what happened. Was it some sort of damage over time that disabled the blink? I'm not quite sure.
I'm honestly not sure either, actually. I think Ogre Seal Totem will be very nice over the Philosopher's Stone, though, to try and get in there as fast as possible.
Dire are scanning.
Dark Lord gets a fresh Tier 3 item as well for his Naga Siren, and once again, just influencing these other lanes. They've got very strong abilities to do so, and I've got to say, one win, the requirement for them to clump up is just so strong that you're going to lose out in at least one of these other side lanes, right? Shadow Demon has to be with the rest of your team. You can't, I mean, even if he did try and push out waves, it's just so slow relative to what 9Pandas are able to do in terms of influencing it. So you lose a Tier 2 tower, and you're even going to get your Tier 3 tower starting to get beat on here.
Yeah, and we've got Dark Lord here attempting to cut the mid wave here also, to stop the push here coming out from one win. And as you can see, Albacar is just able to clear the creep wave completely as it enters their high ground, and the wave is cut, so there's not another creep wave coming. So what can One Win do in this scenario? I mean, 9 Pandas are just playing around them at this time. They just need to wait the ages, and then, you know, they have the Song of the Siren. It could go well for them. I mean, they have caught themselves solo, though. Got themselves vision there with the sentry. So that will be a dead Pugner down for 50. Still, nonetheless, 9 Pandas are playing this pretty well, making sure that, you know, they're not throwing themselves into vulnerable fights here. They're playing around and kiting One Win here. Because I feel like as Naga Siren gets more and more farmed and more space for 9 Pandas, then there's more potential for them to actually try and come back from this, because Luna is already pretty strong as is. And
Naga's only going to get stronger, right? Like,
yeah.
you haven't gotten anywhere near reaching critical mass on this Naga Siren right now. Well, I say that, you get kind of 5 slotted.
6
so
slot.
Yeah.
I mean, they have caught Song of the Siren. Oh, okay, actually forces out Song of the Siren there. It doesn't actually catch anyone. It felt like Dark Lord was going to be initiated on, but it's fine. And what is this? Revenant's Brooch on Mars.
Good way
That
to
is going to
deal.
be God's Rebuke Revenant's Brooch. Oh, here we go. The item is starting to become meta. You know, we've just seen it on the PA, and Alpka is as well. If Dark Lord can do it, I can do it too.
I believe in him. Oh, man, it's doing 900 damage to Ancient Creeps.
Yeah, 900. But he hasn't even activated it yet. That was the physical. I'm waiting to see when he activates, because it highlights like light blue.
Yeah, even just having the spell lifesteal as well, right? It just feels.
Oh
so
my
nice.
god, I forgot about that. The lifesteal. Oh my god, that's gonna be crazy. Oh, Pangolier being caught out here. Nice usage there of the roll up. Is going to attempt to roll away. Has the TP available. Is actually going to clear this creep wave, I think. Yes, he is, as he rolls away. Cheeky man.
Dire's top
So
barracks.
obnoxious. Like, how are you supposed to deal with that? And top lane is being pushed in at the time, so you've lost a range.
Oh, Torrent is caught the real Naga.
He's just got Song up
doesn't
in
have
one.
the Song of the Siren. It's just come off cooldown. The Torrent Storm there. Can they get the chain stuns? Yes, they can! Naga down. Lovely stuff there from One Win. Able to catch the Naga Siren. Down for 60 though. Buyback is available, and Torres attempting to TP away will be able to get back there successfully.
They're desperately hoping that Naga doesn't have the buyback. I'm expecting them to
Alpha.
just get this top lane cleaned out a little bit and then just join together with the rest of the boys. Chira Jr., he's got the boots of travel, so he can look to quickly get there.
He can one-shot this Mirana. I swear, I'm certain he can one-shot this Mirana with the God's Rebuke. 1,110 HP. Just
I believe you.
Spear and God's Rebuke.
I think Naga just
Oh,
bought an item, so doesn't actually have the buyback now.
oh yeah? What did she
25
buy? Is it for... Oh, it's the
Hyperstone.
Hyperstone for the Bloodthorn.
Suppose thinking, look, the lanes are pushed out enough that I'm not going to need it
Are scanning.
for the high ground. When's Roshan up? It's up now. Okay, on the bottom side, Roshan Banner is actually going to be pretty helpful for One Win, just to make sure that 9 Pandas isn't able to annoyingly just keep these lanes pushed out quite so easily. Kushi realizes the importance of it. You know, that secondary life, so important considering you're against the Bat Rider and the Mars. We saw what happened last time, and I'm sure they'd like a take 2, just to be able to give Sweden Strong that potential to be able to go for the save onto him. He's going to have a butterfly as well, I believe, by the time they look to go up onto this high ground. So annoying, right inside the One Win base. No fear.
You're gonna hate me again, Danog. Revenant's Brooch on Monkushi Agnim Shard for the Moonglaves? Question mark?
No, I don't think so. Damage isn't the issue for him, my guy. Living is the issue for him right now.
It's just more testing, more testing. Need to test that as well. Theories. What can this Revenant's Brooch?
What can't it do is
useful.
the better
Dire's
question.
middle tower is under attack.
Revenant's Brooch on Pangolier, Swashbuckle. Turn that into magical damage. That's pretty...
True.
Actually, I don't think it's that much. Oh, damage per strike, 100.
Hold on.
That'd be 400 magic.
Kiyotaka?
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Going on to the Luna here. There's no follow-up, though, so Kiyotaka will have to TP away. He's going to do just that, and he is gone.
I mean, they know that there's no way for them to be able to catch him, right? Like, literally 0 interrupt for the roll away. Maybe you can eventually get it if Bunkushi gets like an Aghanim Scepter and you put the Ion Cannon down on top of the Pangolier. The magic damage is still going to be enough to be able to go through it, but it feels very rough. Like, no one on this team really wants to go a Basher either, so it feels like he's going to be able to get that TP away almost every time.
Nice item here for Munkushi too. Got a butterfly now. I mean, Bloodthorn obviously, of course, has the True Strike, but Munkushi with a Manta Style able to dispel that along with the BKB too. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Dark Lord to dish out the damage here onto the Luna.
Oh, they're pushing in lanes again. I remember the old days of Naga Siren Radiance where they just literally ran the illusions at you constantly, and this kind of feels like that. Like, you've got to make a choice on 1-win. What do you do? You've got 3 minutes left to be able to use this Aegis. You've hit up onto these big timings like the Butterfly. You're all grouped up in the mid lane except for the Daz.
Arena comes out. There's the BKB there as well. Boat, it's not going to connect. Song of the Siren has to come out, and Torres able to survive that lasso, not having an effect at all there onto 1-win. I don't know if they want to go in on this. I mean, Boat's already been committed. They have caught themselves. Kiyotaka trying to heal up there with the heals from Solo. Solo able to save him. Kiyotaka stays alive.
But they've used a lot. They've used a lot to be able to go through this. There's no arena, there's no song. Sure, you've used the BKB, but you got the second life on Munkushi, and the Dazzle is here. No rat happening on the sidelines as well, so it really only feels like the mana pool of Chira Jr. is what's restricting them.
Oh, the Glyph is there. The Rolling Thunder. Oh, the Rolling Thunder into the backlines there. They're trying to take down the Shadow Demon. Still surviving for this time. They've caught the Luna. Luna does have the Aegis coming back alive, but no BKB is available on this Luna. As meanwhile, you've got Kiyotaka in the backlines trying to disrupt the living hell here out of 1-win. The Grave there onto Luna. Still keeping the Luna alive, but the Shadow Demon has fallen here. Munkushi trying to heal up, but being taken out. It's only Cloud remaining. The core at the moment on the front lines here, trying to find Kiyotaka. He has been safe for some time, but he's going to be brought back there by the X-Mox. He's still surviving through it. He's been hexed up. They're going to try and attempt to take down Respect down, but the lasso there onto Cooker. Cooker is going to fall. There's only 2 remaining. 1 remaining on 1-win. It's just the Dazzle who will get back there with the TP. As 9 Pandas, they will hold.
Solo take a bow. Like, he is the one that ends up doing so much of the saving there, right? You know that you're pretty much immune to all sorts of that magic damage coming out there, while the Pango inside the Rolling Thunder, he saves him with the Zuck save, he saves them a little bit with the Decrepify, he gets the 4 staffs off, he gets the Glimmer Caves off. He's just doing everything to be able to protect that team, and you know, you can be lacking your ultimates on the Mars and the Naga Siren, but as long as you've got your own form of save, your own form of reposition coming through on the supports there, you're going to be A-okay. And now you've still got 30 seconds with no Luna available. So how do you defend against this Naga Siren that's got 5k more net worth than the Luna?
Oh, gonna go for the Dazzle here, but thankfully, you know, you've got yourself that Demonic Cleanse.
They got
Put a
the
lasso onto 2! Oh, bring it back, the Dazzle! Dazzle, go to activate the Grave there just in time. It does a massive nuke there with that Shadow Wave. Still keeps itself alive, but the Shadow Demon will fall. The rest of 1-win are back here in 3 more seconds as Chira Jr.
He could have
he's
got
got to
away.
be careful. Stunned up there. Where's he going to get himself the Grave? Yes, he does. The Grave just keeps himself alive for some time. Is going to heal up there with the Guardian Greaves there from Respect. As now they'll attempt to try and save him. Chira Jr. still alive as now the Eclipse coming out. The arena comes out. There we go.
Surely.
Dazzle down. Buyback available though. Kiyotaka has been caught there by the Torrent Storm. Will fall. Down for 94 seconds though. Meanwhile, we have ourselves the Naga Illusions taking the base here of 1-win. Has been able to take down the range racks, but the melee racks just able to be saved on 300 HP there.
They took the full top lane though, so that's another wave that's just going to be passively pushing in, making this aggressive moves from 1-win that more difficult. They wanted this game to be over by 30 minutes at the very latest, but that previous hold by 9 Pandas inside the base has just put a complete stop to that. Just once again, Solo delaying the death on the Pangolier, meaning that they're able to get such great turnarounds onto the... Just delay, 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 that's all it is. Let the Naga Siren do the work, and well, they're going to have another delay tactic available for them once again, with the Aghanim Shard being queued up next for the Naga Siren, even providing a little bit of extra healing to the rest of the team. So it really feels like you're so far behind the 8 ball here if you're 1-win. Like, how are you supposed to contest against this? You can't be everywhere at once.
Yes, it looks like we're going to be just waiting for another 3 or 4 minutes here, Danog, as the Roshan will be back up in around about 2 minutes. So I think this is definitely going to be a wait here for the Aegis.
I think this
one
time
win
it's going to
just
go to
protect
Pandas,
their
though, right?
base.
That's the thing. This is the third Aegis is going to go Pandas way. You can't afford to be off the map for that long. Naga's gotten too big. The lanes are going to get pushed in passively. All lanes are just going to have Naga illusions on them, and you're going to lose another Rax at the cost of, you know, being able to secure Roshan for yourself.
Dire's
So
bottom tower is
again,
under
there's
attack.
no rush for 9 Pandas. They have weathered the storm for the hard part of this game. Now it's just a matter of keeping the lanes safely shoved in so that they're not in a position to push up onto the high ground, don't get picked off, save for buyback, and this game is yours, and a grand final ticket as well.
We're going to go for the Tormentor now. It's only Kunkka who doesn't have a shard. We'll now get it there from the Tormentor. We'll finally get that tidal wave. Interestingly, we usually see the Kunkka get the tidal wave a lot earlier, but
Yeah.
it gets it
I'm
at
a little
40 minutes.
surprised.
So I wonder if they can make usage of this tidal wave.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
They could push. I just really don't see a need to on 9 Pandas. Like, they're... What's the positive? Ending the game a little bit sooner, getting a bit of a break, but the negative, of course, is the throw potential that has always been the case. I mean, late game Luna is scary. She's approaching level 25 as well, so that ion cannon is going to be very scary to have to go up
An
against.
ion cannon. That is one name to call it. Yeah. Ion cannon. Well, you go the Agnims next on Monkushi if you really want it to be an ion cannon, because that that increases the rate of fire for the Eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about it, right? Because then normally you want to like cast it on someone so that you can chase the team fight, but no one really wants to be on the front lines here from one win. They're going to try and catch out Kiyotaka, but even with the Demonic Purge, he's moving at full movement speed to be able to get away from them here. I feel like that should be a thing. Why isn't Pango slowed down if he gets Demonic Purge during the Rolling Thunder? That seems a little silly.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Granted, imagine if movement speed impacted things like Haster and Pango with the
Dire
Rolling
are
Thunder.
scanning.
That would just be instant counter, because I think the only counter to stop the Rolling Thunder fully is... Oh, wait, Lasso! Oh, onto Dazzle! Dazzle! Just able to get the Grave off there in time, attempting to flee, and will be okay. Disengages, as they actually find themselves respect here. Kiyotaka is now attempting to actually take down Cloud, all stunned up there.
Nice decrepit man.
Song of the Siren.
It's healing him up.
Kiyotaka, all caught there by the Song of the Siren. Healing up. As the arena now
the
comes
double
out, they
stun.
found themselves the Dazzle. Dazzle down, and Mirana too. They both buy back here. They're trying to attempt to come back to the fight. Dark Lord perfectly healthy here. Trying to focus down Monkushi. Monkushi falling so fast that HP. It just disappeared. The Grave is there, but it won't help for hell as the buyback from Monkushi trying to come back to this fight also. They've used 3 buybacks here. They need to get something here out of one win because they've just lost the entirety of their team for nothing.
They desperately wanted to try and get the Pango. They will in the end, but at the cost of 3 buybacks, it really doesn't feel worth it. They're just softening them up, prepping for the final blow. And now, all they need to do is retreat, wait for the Pango to come up again. That'll be around the time that Roshan is available. And, yeah, wait for the inevitable to come through again, solo, with so much save coming through there. Most of the damage being done by his Nether Ward. Just 6,000 damage with all of the spells being spammed
Wow.
out there means that, Luna, Dazzle, they're just so much squishier. He did more damage than anyone did in that fight on one win, just with a Nether Ward.
Yeah, we can see now Luna is having real problems with outputting damage, especially against this Naga Siren here. I mean, yep, you do have yourself the Butterfly, but where's your damage?
It's just so hard for them to, like, find a way to confirm a kill, right? Like, you've got 2 stuns, basically. Like, you need to land the perfect torrent into the perfect arrow, and even then, Solo's normally in a position to be able to save, right? Because he's got that ninja gear. He can be on the backline safely, force-stuff himself forward, get the decrep off. I don't see anyone that's going to be in a position to buy a nullifier on one win to be able to, not have to worry about that. And it just feels so troublesome. Like, they can't get a free kill at all on one win right now.
Oh my gosh, Alberka's going a Divine Raid.
Radiant
Of course he
are
is.
scanning.
He just wants to one-shot the team.
Yeah, that goes. Already 1,000 crits.
I wonder who's going to get this this refresher. Maybe Antares? He's been getting a lot of value out of this Aghanim Scepter and the BKB. Again,
See
like,
how this goes.
you just want to find those pickoffs with the dieback component added into it, right? So you know that there's 3 people without buyback right now. The Dazzle, the Mirana, and the Luna. Pretty valuable ones, to be honest. Of course, you would have loved to be able to get the Shadow Demon as well, who's actually going for an Aghanims for himself, desperately trying to get to it before they end up sieging the high ground, but don't think that will be the case. All 3 lanes just slowly pushing in. Oh, Mars is the one that actually got given the Aegis as well, right? Just one-shotting waves, even without the level 25 talent or a rapier. Feels good.
He's almost got rapier as well, because the cost of it is not as much as it used to be. I remember when Divine Rapier was quite a lot of money. Now it's actually decreased. I think it was around about 6,000 and something. Ever since, like, you know, remember the Demon Edge was 2,400. The Sacred Relic was 3,800. Yeah, it was 6,200. Now it's much less. Divine Rapier, I think it's 5,600.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So he's about to get that. I mean, I don't know what he can sell. I don't know if they want to go high ground until they have the Divine Rapier. Okay, Alberca can buy it now if he wants. Question is he going to?
Nah. I think he just wants his level 25. Oh, arrow hits onto the Batrider, but they're really not in a position to be able to go out first. That's just resigning yourself to dying here. Roshan Banner trying to slow things down a little bit with the power of the creeps, but it's going to get taken out by Kiyotaka. Top lane pushing in passively, mid lane pushing in passively, needing to just use those SD Lunar Illusions to be able to try and keep the vision outside of the base, but they're not going to be able to do it.
Slow siege of the high ground here. I mean, they're slowly chipping away at this tier 3 tower. And, of course, the melee racks on the mid lane as well, trying to deal with these illusions, but just look at them go. Not a care in the world. They're actually going to use the Moonlight Shadow here and attempt to try and find Solo. Sacred Arrow comes in. It will not connect. Antares ready with a lasso, but that Blink Dagger was cancelled there by the Tidebringer, so not able to jump up and get a lasso there.
You just feel so helpless right now if you're One-Win. Like, top and mid are pushing in. You've got, oh, here
there
we go.
There's a lasso, but with thanks to that Aesthetics cap, it's not going to last for long. The BKB has been committed. Kiyotaka in the backlines there with the Rolling Thunder. It's going to go on to Dazzle there. Arena and the spear as well. Dazzle in trouble. Dazzle just saved there by the disruption. However, Kunkka in the front lines. The Grave is there, keeping Kunkka alive, but they've lost themselves. The Marauder. Lasso there as well. Onto the Shadow Demon. Speared in place into the Rax. That Shadow Demon gone. Only 3 remaining now. It's now the Eclipse coming down. Monkushi trying to deal the damage. They take down the Mars, but he will be back alive here with, thanks to that Aegis of Immortality, as now they look to clean up these 2 as the spear comes in. It spears them both into the building. The Grave is there. Monkushi so low here, does not have himself buyback, but the turret's still coming out. It's found Kiyotaka. It's found the Norca Siren as well. Solo attempting to heal up Alberca there. Alberca will attempt to blink away. They found themselves 3. The TP there. Where's the cancel? There it is with the Xbox. They're going to go on to Alberca right now. He's trying to defend himself, but he will be taken down. He is dead. They will defend on One-Win.
Oh, how did they make that happen? Monkushi finally got the ability to just standard man fight. It took a great Grave coming through there from Chira Jr., barely saving the Luna in the middle of that fight. It's the Rapier on Monkushi. That's the thing that ends up doing it at the end of the day. How much damage did he do in that fight? Not the most, actually. It was the Dazzle doing the vast majority of the work there. Nearly 10k damage just in the one fight. 8 uses the Shallow Grave. Oh, it was way too strong and way too close for comfort for One-Win. Still not out of the woods yet, but giving themselves a glimmer of hope.
So a Rapier on Monkushi as well. Do you think Rapier will be beneficial here? I mean, that's definitely a damage item that Monkushi needed now, that's for sure. I mean, I wonder what he'll go next here.
I wonder how much minus armor they actually had at the end of that fight, because there were so many spells cast by Chira Jr. They might have been down to, like, heavy negatives. That's why Luna was finally able to rip through them. Even the Conquer, you know, the Tiebringer ending up doing a lot. Like you said, the Ascetics cap really just reducing the amount of control for the very start of that fight. Gives them some valuable level 25 talents as well. Both Dazzle.
Yeah, that Aesthetics cap was it was pretty good. I mean, the lasso lasted for what, like 1 second. It was fine. He just activated BKB. I mean, no buybacks available though here on 1 win, whereas 9 Pandas have all of their buybacks. So, I mean, it's going to be difficult for 1 win to actually siege the high ground here. I'm looking at a checklist now. I'm thinking they want buybacks. They want the Roshan here. I mean, if the Roshan spawns bottom, then that's another problem because 9 Pandas have all their buybacks and could just TP to the outpost. So technically, they've got to fight everyone with 2 lives. So it really is a disadvantage if the Roshan does spawn bottom. Thankfully, I think by the oh, actually, no, it's just turned daytime. Pray to them that it's a late Roshan. For sure.
Or if they could find someone isolated away from the rest of the team, but 9 Pandas relatively grouped except for the Naga Siren. Does have Boots of Travel level 2 though, so could very quickly join in onto the team.
Oh, the smoke just broke. The smoke just broke there on solo. Dark Lord there as well. Rolling Thunder will be committed. And they're actually going to disengage here. Cloud attempting to run away. Munkushi is gone. Oh, but a lasso onto 2. That is big. That is absolutely huge. One-shotting the Shadow Demon there. And the bash there onto Cloud was not able to TP away. He has to get himself out now. How is he going to escape this? As the arena is there, he will hex up the Mars, but he is on his own. He is definitely dead here. Will be completely decimated. The Skull Basher from Kiyotaka stopping that TP. No buyback here on the Conquer. This is an opportunity now for 9 Pandas to go up to the high ground and get themselves the Megas without this Conquer.
If they don't win the game right now, I don't know what to say because the Conquer is all of their control right now. Kiyotaka's actually just going in off the back of, I think he might have just popped the refresher to be able to get in onto the back lines. He wants to try and find a quick pick-off with the rest of the boys. And it's that Divine Rapier available for Alberca as well, so he wants to one-shot someone.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the racks now. Slowly chipping away. They get it. I mean, Alberca with the Divine Rapier here. Taking out those racks fairly fast, and there we go. Mega creeps for the side of 9 Pandas, and Conquer down for another 70 seconds. No buyback available. Rolling Thunder comes in, able to dodge that there with the blink. Disruption comes out, trying to save there the Mirana, but these rack, the tier 4s, they're slowly falling. Lasso onto 2 again. It's caught the Dazzle. It one-shots the Mirana. Mirana back alive there with the buyback. As Dazzle got to be very careful here. There's 1 tier 4 tower gone. Munkushi trying to push out the creep wave here. I mean, 9 Pandas have taken quite a bit of damage. Oh, the Rena there onto 2. Oh, Munkushi! Oh my god! The damage there, but he's holding his ground. He turns it back around. Alberca's dead. Rapier on the ground. Dark Lord attempting to get out now. He's on so low HP. He's been slowed down there by the Demonic Purge, but he's able to get off the Song of the Siren there just in time. He's actually going to hold it and try and turn it back around because Mars is trying to come back to the fight here with the buyback as a Rolling Thunder comes out. Conquer back in 15 seconds. Marauder is down. The tier 4 tower is going to fall here as the Ancient will be exposed.
You still got double Rapier though now on the Luna, something to be a little bit worried about. It was such a good use of the BKB there, just in time to be able to turn around and man fight with the Satanic. Yes, the damage is huge coming from Alberca, but he ends up losing so much of that net worth, so much of that damage potential. He was God's rebuking people for 2,600 damage with that Rapier. So that threat is at least a little bit gone, and you got to remember that Luna's level 25 at least, right? So you're getting the Moonglaves firing out, you've got the Kanda available as well, so how much damage are you actually going to be dealing just off the back of a single Lucid Beam is something else that I'm considering.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know. I mean, actually had to put away the Kanda, unfortunately, Danog, because 2 Divine Rapiers on Luna. I mean, the BKB is so important here in order to survive. Butterfly needed for the evasion, Satanic needed for the heal. Have to put away the Kanda. Actually, deciding to backpack the Butterfly here. It's quite a decision, isn't it, when you have 2 Rapiers?
I'm just thinking, what does he do with his 10,000 gold that he's got? Does he buy an Ag's Blessing? in preparation for that ultimate. He just hit up to level 28, so the Eclipse has 30 seconds less on the cooldown. It still feels pretty damn long, though. Or does he go into the Moonshard and be that full right-clicker?
I mean, Alberca here, he's going another Divine Rapier. He's bought himself a Sacred Relic. I mean, only 3 buybacks available on the side of nine Pandas, and buyback has now
He's
come
buying a
into the
third
hands
rapier.
of Monkushi.
Or is he just having one in spare, you know, just to have that,
Yeah,
that
no,
rapier?
that would be good. Yeah, have 1 rapier spare on the courier, and then if you die, buy back with a rapier straight away. I think that's a really good plan. We have a refresher on Kunkka as well, so double Torrent Storm has a Bloodstone as well, so we're able to heal up there fantastically. Double charge now on the BKB. They could definitely defend this, but they don't have themselves Glyph. So 9 Pandas, they could go for the suicide rush here on the Ancient, but a lot of damage being outputted here from 1 win now, so that is something that you've got to take into account.
Do you want to do that, though, when you know that the Mars doesn't have the buyback, right? Yes, you've given him over the Aegis, but Mars is a pretty big component of a lot of these fights, right? Like, is he the one holding on to the refresher? No, I think it's been given over to the Batrider, and Taurus has been pretty on point with these double lassos that he's been able to land.
Oh my gosh, and the Lunar Illusions here with the 2 Divine Rapiers just able to clear out Mega Creeps so easily. They have themselves a Hex onto the Naga Siren here too. It's just the case of, can 1 win hold, get themselves another team wipe, and then that enable them to push all the way down the middle, because the tier 4 towers, they are exposed. If they win a team fight, then there is a possibility that they can attack, but they're holding themselves back. They're letting the creeps come in slowly, which should enable 9 Pandas to do the same. They are holding themselves out of the base for now. Some of them smoked up, and Tarez ready for a double lasso if he can get it.
Far forward. He's on his own, maybe trying to use him as bait for now. They're going to go the full-on wraparound. They should know that there's some sort of gem allowing them to get rid of those wards up on the top side, so can't put yourself in a bad spot. Swedenstrong, I'm sure his finger is over the Blink Dagger right now, even using the smoke just to make sure that they're a little bit harder to be able to catch.
Oh wait, lasso onto Luna. That's going to be big. Luna, the Grave comes out there. Is Luna going to be able to survive through it all? The BKB has been activated along with the Eclipse as well. That's Batrider dead, as now they'll attempt to go into Dark Lord here, even with that BKB activated. That Song of the Siren is going to help them to retreat, but the Megas on the Ancient there. The Ancient got around to 2/3 of its HP. They have to deal with these Mega Creeps. They can't forget about their Ancient being exposed.
No, they cannot, and all they get after all of that is just a single Batrider kill. It's going to be death by a million cuts, it seems. Just trying to slowly grind their way to victory. The 9 Pandas not even wanting to freely use the buyback on the Batrider. They're waiting for the right situation for them. Once again, they don't need to rush things. You can just wait a little bit further, make sure that Mars has his buyback. Going for a refresher, it seems.
Oh my god. So not going for a backpack rapier, right?
No, he's already got it on the courier, I believe.
Really? Where
Relic
is the courier?
and Relic and Demon Edge are in the base. On the ground.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see. Yep. It's not on the courier.
How are they holding? I mean, okay. How long's left? 1 minute, 45 seconds.
For tier 5 items.
Tier 5 neutral items are in 2 minutes, right? So they're not going to have the Aegis, but I do not foresee a scenario where 1 win are able to get out of base and get tier 5 items. So that's going to be another big power spike that they're going to have to deal with. Who knows? Maybe they get like 5 Fallen Skies and just use them onto the Ancient.
I mean, there's a lot of saves coming out though, Dano. I mean, I especially see a Wind Waker here on Chira Jr. as well.
Look at how deep Solo is just putting down this mission. What a cheeky little pugner.
Aeon Disc for Shadow Demon hopefully being built here soon as well to stop anyone from initiating on the Shadow Demon. Divine Rapier now for Alberca once again. Wait, has he bought himself another one? Because he has one already in his inventory.
No, that was the one, I think.
Okay, oh wait, Hex. Rolling Thunder coming out there onto Monkushi. Still able to survive. Hex! Uh-oh! Someone needs to save him now! He may be in trouble. Okay, there's the grave. BKB comes down along with the Satanic. Eclipse is coming out now. Has a second lasso to use. Lasso there onto the Luna. This could be trouble for Luna. They've caught themselves the Luna. Luna possibly dead. Luna down. The buyback instantly comes out straight away. Luna with another rapier again to reap havoc.
Uses the refresher
As
as
the
well.
Dazzle being found here as well. Buyback is available. Good stuff here from 9 Pandas, but they're still in it here. 1 win. There's a big Eclipse used down there. Not
Double
Eclipse, sorry,
Sun?
the Lucent Beam. Song of the Siren now.
no.
It's caught 3. Uh-oh. I mean, lovely stuff from the Moonglaves there, actually clearing down the Mega Creeps, but they're actually going to bat themselves off from this. They're happy. They forced the important buybacks here from 1 win.
Have indeed the position 1, the position 2. Still a couple of seconds left on that.
They're going to go in again. Rolling Thunder is affected on the Dazzle here, but thankfully with the Athletics caps and the Wind Waker able to get back, but Mars has fallen down. As they try to lasso there onto 2, but there's no follow-up damage. There's no follow-up damage to take down this Conquer or Munkushi. Munkushi slowly falling. Is Munkushi able to turn it around and survive? It's still very low. The grave there coming out from the Dazzle.
No bash.
Healing up. Munkushi TP's away. Against Kiyotaka trying to find Chira Jr. right now. The Ancient is getting hit right now by Dark Lord. They need to do something now. The Mega Creeps, they're slowly getting the Ancient. The Ancient is gone and GG is there. 9 Pandas able to get themselves game 3 here. 1 win will be defeated from these qualifiers. It is 9 Pandas indeed who will head themselves on to face Yellow Submarines for a rematch best of 5.
Good God, they had no right in dragging that game out as long as they did. Really good determination there by 1 win to try and bring it back, but it was just the weight of so much, right? The Super Creeps, into the Mega Creeps, into the multiple Aegises, into the Rapiers as well, and eventually the dieback timers ended up being just a little bit too much. Divide and Conquer ended up being the strategy at the very end there. They were actually kind of winning the team fight on 1 win, and it was just another cheeky play by the Naga Siren to be able to stop everything and get the rat play going. So good coordination by 9 Pandas. I'm sure, Old Man Solo was really rallying the troops and saying, look, boys, we've tried running our heads into the wall a few times. Hasn't worked. They've somehow managed to pull out some sort of strategy that works. Let's throw something else at them, a curveball, and it ended up working. Fool me 4 times, shame on me, but the 5th time they ended up getting him.
Absolutely nuts there. I mean, MVP has got to be even Kiyotaka or Torres there. With the double lassos all of the time, and especially Kiyotaka initiating those team fights and able to force those buybacks coming out. Absolutely beautiful stuff there from both of them. I mean, it was an all-round team effort from 9 Pandas in order to get to where they were now. I mean, Solo especially with the heals, Naga Siren, just, being a carry. I can't really say anything else.
Not even just the heals. Solo did 50k damage. Pretty much the most damage done that game. 31k done by the Netherward, by the way. Didn't even need to do too many right clicks. Yeah, it's a pretty strong ability when you consider what you're going up against, right? Conquer is casted spells all the time. Dazzle is casted spells all the time, and yeah, it was a rough one. But 1 win, fall agonizingly short, and it sets ourselves up with a rematch from the upper bracket final. This time, though, a best of 5. So will 9 Pandas be able to ride the wave of victory, or will Yellow Submarine be able to, use this little bit of information? They'll have been sitting back watching, forming up their own strategies, probably hoping to not get PA'd themselves to be able to pick up the victory and qualify through to the actual Elite League event itself. It's a spot in the Swift stage that is up for grabs, and, 9 Pandas, they're who everyone would have been expecting coming into this one, but what a story it would be if Yellow Submarine were able to take the W in that next series, Epi.
Indeed. I'm so excited to see what this grand finals will bring us, because obviously, of course, if it goes to a 2-1, then they can always pull it around and win 2 games after. That has happened quite a couple of times within grand finals. So excited to see, especially if we just had a game like that. It's going to be absolutely crazy, hopefully, if we have ourselves those grand finals. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call it here and have ourselves a break before we prepare for these grand finals. Do we know when the grand finals will take place?
Let's say that. Let's say a longer break.
A long break, okay. So a longer break, ladies and gentlemen. So just keep the stream on standby, because the grand finals will be coming to you soon. They will be played today, and we will see 9 Pandas versus Yellow Submarine. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for the grand finals. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League. Our prolonged break has now come to an end. 2.5 hours, maybe even 3. We're back now with you for the grand finals of these closed qualifiers. One team will be making their way towards the Elite League and will qualify to go up and get themselves a juicy prize pool. The other will be eliminated and will not be proceeding into the Elite League. We'll still take home a small amount to distribute to their team.
Yeah.
Danog, we're going to crack in on this, aren't we? This is exciting stuff. Best of 5.
I'm excited. You know, best of 5 is where, you know, you get the own meta within the series, which is really exciting. And, well, it's two teams that are kind of opposites of each other, right? You've got 9 Pandas, tons of experience there across pretty much all ranks except for their position 1. And then you've got the complete opposite with Yellow Submarine. Despite coming in from the upper bracket, there is not a lot of high-end tournament experience there. So I'm sure the nerves will be getting to them. But then again, I guess they have nothing to lose, right? As we could see there, they came in, I don't want to say flawless, right? Because it was a 2-1 every single series that they played. We've seen a lot of 2-1s all throughout this bracket, but yeah, what an upset it would be if they were able to take out these whole qualifiers and, well, for a lot of them, get their first... would you call it land? Like, you know, relatively close by tournament experience, like a high-end tournament.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is definitely a Tier 1 tournament with the teams waiting up within the group stage at the moment. So, Yellow Submarine's time to shine, or it could be possibly 9 Pandas who are coming back in this. Obviously, of course, the team changed up a little bit. Yellow Submarine, though, boy, oh boy, they have kept themselves in the upper bracket at the moment. They were the ones to eliminate 9 Pandas and take them down into the lower bracket, and now they're playing against them again.
Yes, indeed, and we'll have to see how they're going to be able to go about that one as we see the Yellow Submarine and the 9 Pandas. Obviously, there's all the experience we've been talking about. Solo and Alberca are playing incredibly well all throughout this tournament, so if they're going to advance through and, you know, best the team that knocked them down from the upper bracket, they're going to need to keep that momentum rolling. But I wonder if we can get a quick look to see what this actually means. Like you said, it is the qualifiers to the tournament, just the caliber of teams that they would be joining from all around the world. We can see there the Swiss stage has been decided for every single region with the exception of Eastern Europe, and I believe the SAE qualifiers are going to be on after this one. So lots of good teams all throughout there. You know, Entity, a little bit of a surprise packet there from the second Western European team. And then, of course, Nouns, Blacklist, Talon, Enigma Galaxy ended up taking the MENA qualifier spot, and I think Boom is currently sitting in the grand finals of SA. I haven't seen who's yet to face them, but, you know, like we've been saying all throughout these qualifiers, it's a big opportunity, particularly for Eastern Europe, because you could see there Virtus Pro was directly invited to the Swiss stage, and in the round-robin stage that is beyond the Swiss stage, you've actually got Team Spirit and BetBoom there. So time for an Eastern European team that isn't Virtus Pro to be the ones advancing forward. It's exciting. It's a big opportunity. My heart says Yellow Submarine. My head says the experience of 9 Pandas might take it for them. How about you, Epi?
Don't put me on the spotlight. I honestly do not know either side how they can do this. I mean, maybe perhaps 9 Pandas will come out victorious here because, you know, they've learned from their mistakes, but so have Yellow Submarines, because even though that they've got themselves all the way to the grand finals, as you said, they have won themselves 2 games but dropped 1, and they have learned from their mistakes. I think one of them was the fact that you do not pick yourself Rubik and Morona on the same draft, on the same game. That is a no-no.
No.
And I haven't seen them do that since, so hopefully they don't follow suit within these grand finals here. Already, we've got ourselves a draft, as you can see at your screen currently. Crystal Maiden being picked up here for Yellow Submarine. On the other side of 9 Pandas, they picked themselves up the Mars first pick, and are going to put that on Alberca. He did enjoy himself there with the Revenant's Brooch and the Divine Rapier. Absolutely one-shotting people with God's Rebuke. That was interesting.
Not as interesting as the PA with the with the Revenant's
No, that was disgusting. That was that was dirty.
Yeah, for sure. 4k damage to a Sven in a second. That's beyond overpowered. As we see, wouldn't you know it, another Crystal Maiden. I mean, we've come to expect it. It's by far the most picked hero, I believe, in these Eastern European qualifiers. Yeah. Mars is certainly up there as well. And it's something that Solo actually has been prioritizing, so Yellow Submarine making sure to take that away from them. What else have we really been seeing a good amount of success from in Yellow Submarine? I'd say probably the position 1 that they've had the most comfort with would have to be the Sven. That Satanic, aka Butterfly, has been playing to great success. Pretty much every time he picks it, we've given him the MVP, right? Because he always just seems to know how to get the farm, when to join the fights, and I think he's a lot more willing to use the God Strength than a lot of other carries that I see, even at the very top teams, and he's doing it to great effect.
Yeah,
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
for sure. Yellow Submarines. They've put themselves up. Rubik, Crystal Maiden here. Are you a fan between these two? I mean, Crystal Maiden, strong on the lane. Rubik, a little bit strong on the lane. Like, not superbly, but compared to the supports that we just see now for 9 Pandas with being Pognut and Skywrath Mage, very good picks. Are you concerned at all for Yellow Submarine here?
A little bit. I just don't see what the obsession with the Rubik is, honestly. Unless maybe if you see a Pangolier, you're like, okay, cool. It's pretty easy to be able to steal that Rolling Thunder for sure, as long as you've got vision. But I'm not really seeing the same sort of thing. I mean, sure, the Spear is kind of nice to be able to take on the Rubik, but certainly not something that you're looking to, just give this pick first overall. And, well, there we go. There's the Sven coming through from Butterfly. I like 9 Pandas drafts so far, but the Sven, I'm always going to be leaning towards a Butterfly Sven. What's up?
His name says Butterfly in
It does.
underneath Yellow Submarine, unless his pro name's different for when he comes in.
No.
Then it's King. Unless he has
5
changed it to
seconds
Butterfly.
remaining.
Good question, actually.
Maybe he's been tuning into the streams, and hearing us call him Butterfly, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to own up to that name. I'm changing back. Screw King.
You reckon they're picking PA now? This was something a little different? No, it's going to be the Kiyotaka Arc Warden most likely, so maybe feeling like the Primal Beast is going to be in the mid lane. Not sure how I feel about that. Obviously, you're going to be able to dominate it if it is indeed a Primal Beast being played mid as opposed to position 3, but you also have the vulnerability of being pretty easy to jump onto, right? It's not like they have too many other stuns outside of the Mars. Of course, you're going to have the Ancient Seal, of course, but once that BKB comes out, there's really nothing stopping the Primal Beast from just running onto the backlines there and tearing that Arc Warden apart. The downside, of course, is that it's what we see with the Rubik. You just don't have all that much in the terms of the Rubik output in terms of damage.
I do like the Arc Warden, though. I loved Kiyotaka when he picked this up, and Arc Warden has changed a little bit since then. He used to be kind of this weak guy that you jump on, but ever since the patch, for some reason, people have started to pick up building a Spirit Vessel on the hero now. It's going to be very, very nice, I think, especially against the Primal Beast, because Primal Beast, he wants to have momentum, he wants to be active, he wants the great movement speed, but Arc Warden coming out with the clone, he's going to put double flux on you, and that is going to slow you quite heavily.
Yeah, indeed it will. And I think they just need someone else that's going to be able to jump in onto the backlines as well. Of course, you've got the Sven, who eventually is going to have the BKB, who is eventually going to have the Blink Dagger. It's a pretty good game, to be honest, for an Aghanim Scepter as well, because it means that, even if someone gets decrept, that's not going to save them. If someone gets Glimmer Caped, Yule's Scepter, that's not going to save them. So I can certainly see Butterfly picking that one up if he chooses to go down that route. You tend to go a little bit later BKB as well on the Arc Warden, if you indeed even get it at all. So certainly leaves you a little bit vulnerable if you are in a position to get jumped on.
5 seconds remaining.
You need something that's going to be dishing out a lot of damage, because I just keep looking at this Rubik and I just don't see it, Like, when you consider some of these other position 4s that we've been seeing, the Techies, the Gyrocopter, the Skywrath Mage, even, the Pugna to a lesser extent, right? They do a lot of damage if you give them the freedom to, but Rubik, not so much. Not even against a Magnus. That's kind of the one situation where I could be like, you know what, okay, I like the Rubik there, but we will have to wait and see. Clearly, Ru knows something that we do not.
I mean, I guess you've got... Can you use Telekinesis with Shard to actually just throw someone out of arena really well?
Nah.
9 pandas.
Well, that sucks.
Radiant team pick.
Naga Siren comes out, though, for 9 Pandas. So they're going to get Dark Lord on Naga Siren once again. They were happy with their performance in the last game with Naga Siren.
I mean, Primal's really good against the Naga Siren, though. Maybe you just need an earlier point in the ensnare to make sure you stop any kind of aggressive movement coming through. But again, like, no stun on the Pugner. I guess you could decrep him to slow him down a little bit. But, yeah, certainly all of that early magic damage is going to be quite hard for the Naga to be able to handle. Feels like a great Primal Beast game, to be honest. They haven't really addressed it all that much. So we'll see what they use for this last overall pick. I still feel like they might be okay with the Primal Beast in that mid lane. They might need a little bit more magic damage to deal with the Naga, but I mean, you've got the Greater Cleave on the Sven. You've got plenty of magic damage coming through from the Crystal Maiden as well. Again, lack of stuns means that Freezing Field might actually, you know, do a decent amount of work this game.
But they need a mid laner here, unless they put Primal Beast on the mid lane.
It's possible.
But,
not great against the
it's
Arc
good to
Warden, but it's possible.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, it's great if you're on top of the Arc Warden, but if you're not, and Arc's got level 6, then it's kind of a little bit difficult.
I mean, they also just don't really have any jump. Could they get away with a Zeus? No. Darkseer, okay.
Ooh.
More magic damage. Don't really have anyone to be able to play around with in the lane, but it's a great combination together with the Primal Beast. I remember when Primal was first released, the big thing that I looked to do was just pair it together, use the Surge while he's got the Trample going, and you just tear everyone to shreds. And, you know, like I've been saying, lack of stuns means that you're going to have pretty good freedom to be able to do that. Decrep's not going to save you, Skywrath Mage, maybe a little bit of a slow. I'm going to see Erase rush that BKB in my eyes, just so that he can look to make a lot of these frequent plays around the map, make a ton of space for the Sven. Not seeing a ton of value, though, out of the Wall of Replica, but certainly just in terms of overall magic damage, some wombo combo potential as well, of course, with the Vacuum into a Stormhammer into the Cleave.
Yeah.
I have faith that Pessimist is going to be able to make this one work, but Rubik,
Yeah, I do like the Vacuum into Stormhammer as well. Wow. I feel like it'll be great. I'm thinking though, if there's ever going to be an opportunity where he gets more than 2 heroes here, because I'm looking at the draft that 9 Pandas have made right now, like Naga Siren, Mars, Skywrath, Arc Warden, Pugner. I mean, I guess you can snatch the range heroes quite a lot better, but of course, frontline, Mars is always going to be the one who takes the lead and comes forward, and then Naga Siren potentially just going to clean up here. So I think the only people that you're going to vacuum most commonly are the Mars and the Naga. But that's around about it. I mean, you'll obviously create illusions with Naga Siren, but
yeah,
it's not like an amazing Darkseer game, is it?
In terms of like the Wall of Replica and the normal punch, no. But it might mean that you just go a little bit more down the aura build route, right? Like a Pipe seems amazing this game, considering all the magic damage that you're going up against. A Guardian Greaves seems pretty damn good as well, just to be able to remove things like the Orchid and the Ancient Seal and, you know, a Flux on you or a Decrepify. Like, there's a lot of good stuff for a Darkseer. And I suppose the positive side is, you know, you've got that increased movement speed from the Surge, so maybe you are going to be able to, if you've got the vision down, be able to make like a Surge play onto the backlines, you know, Blink Vac into a Blink Stormhammer coming through from the Sven, so that you can actually tear both the Pugner and the Skywrath Mage apart. They are squishy boys.
Let's see
if you get the jump.
Well, we'll see how this game goes. Anyway, intriguing picks. I mean, some of them they're the same that we've seen before. Darkseer, I don't think we have seen one Darkseer game, but all the other heroes we've seen before, so we know what to definitely expect within this game. That's for sure.
The battle begins.
Was it a mid primal that we saw when it was picked up, or was it offlane? I can't quite remember, but I mean.
Oh, that's a good point here, actually. What was it?
I think it was mid, just because I remember him taking a bunch of stacks inside of the triangle, so much more likely to be able to do that. I think it may have been. Yeah. The other thing as well is that whenever I'm seeing a Darkseer, not that there's many good position 4s that are melee these days, if you're not pairing Darkseer with another melee hero, it just becomes a whole lot more challenging to be able to use the Ion Shell in terms of kill threat. Maybe they just feel they don't have any kill threat, so he's going to need to put his own body in the way there. And I'm kind of interested to see what Dark Lord does here with his Naga Illusions. Like, are they going to go all in onto trying to harass out on his Rubik? Oh, maybe that's why they picked it, the Rubik. Because, you know, if you're keeping those illusions in the creep wave, they're just going to melt pretty early on. They're taking a ton of damage at this stage.
That's strike one right there. You...
How many do I get 3, do I?
Yeah, you've got 3 strike. I mean, having a 2.5-hour break and coming back and doing a pun like that's sus. That is right.
Ooh. Doesn't get the courier on solo, actually, so gets plenty of regen delivered through to him. Does old Pessimist. I feel like you're just going to get really heavily harassed in this mid lane as the Primal Beast, though. That Spark Wraith, when it's being played on a dire side Arc Warden, only takes the 1 second to be able to form, so you can very reliably use it to be able to secure some of these range creeps, to be able to consistently harass a melee hero like the Primal Beast, who's already dropping kind of low. This is kind of more of what I'm expecting, right? I think he wants to push the wave underneath the tower so that at least it can start pushing back in his favor, but Kiyotaka has gotten 3 denies off in a row, and he's actually looking to go for a kill onto a race here.
Yeah, he's got Fairy Fire, he's good. Unless another Spark Wraith. Oh my gosh, the tower with the extra armor.
And even just a little bit of that regen as well underneath the tower. He had a tango going at the same time as well. I think he wants to just push this wave under. He's going to go for the dive!
He's got the kill! Wow! I mean, that's what happens when you are way too aggressive. You can actually put yourself into a precarious situation, and that is exactly what Kiyotaka did, because as you saw, he got hit quite a lot there by the tier 1 tower. And Erase just healing up there, and with his bottle, just came back in, charged it, onslaught and trap.
That's such a huge play. You know, really ballsy to be able to make that sort of attempt underneath the enemy tier 1 tower, but he was tanky enough to be able to do it, right? Had the bottle delivered at the perfect time, secures both water runes for himself, and I feel like that was like a full wave denied underneath the tower, like 1.5 waves as well. So Kiyotaka is going to be hurting a lot as a result of that. Might even be able to get a stack made for himself as well if he really wants to erase. Seems like he just wants to be able to farm safely on his side of the river, not wanting to take too much harass. I'm kind of seeing like how are they looking to set up a few of these attempts towards the Lotus Pool. Looks like Antares on his signature Skywrath Mage has been able to bully them away with the concussive shot. Has to be very careful with his positioning though. It is not a level 2 Frostbite, level 2 Arcane Aura instead on Aztecor. So not quite as vulnerable as he might have been.
Let's say this Darkseer on the top lane as well. On Pessimist, the Iron Shell actually doing some work here, missing the vacuum though. It's not what you want, but level 2 Ion Shell, it is pushing away Dark Lord, and soon to be level 3, so he gets level 5. Maybe perhaps you'll put a point into Surge.
Yeah, I think so.
Possibly
It's just way too valuable with the Primal Beast, who's going to be getting that level 6 potentially around that time, as they actually get a kill, surprisingly enough, onto the Mars, maybe going for a kill onto the Skywrath Mage that just wasn't quite successful. It does mean that King keeps them bullied down quite low in this lane. I'm just having a look at a race, and looks like Kiyotaka has done some pretty decent bullying here. He's actually going to force him away from the Water Rune as well, so Antares lives his life, makes sure he secures the kill onto the Crystal Maiden and gets the Water Rune. That's the mark of a good Pos 4 player.
TP's out in order to just refill the bottle and come back to lane. I think he might miss a creep wave.
He smoked just so that he doesn't. Gets back a little bit quicker. Also got a little bit of this surprise factor coming from Aztecor here, maybe wanting to catch Alberca inside of the creep wave just to get a little bit of that free damage in onto the Mars, but the pull from Antares makes sure that that does not happen. It's going to be a juicy wave underneath the tower, so this relatively strong lane of a CM and a Sven has yet to net them a kill. It's actually gone back the other way.
Yeah, the Darkseer falls. I mean, soon he'll be going for a Veil and getting the Shivas. So a nice kill there on the Darkseer. Not as strong as of this moment in time, but give him around about 10 minutes and he should start to pop off eventually on the dark scene.
Looks like he's starting to go towards a few of those aura items that I was talking about. The Veil, for starters, into the mech.
Well, Antares, Frostbite. One more physical attack should do it. And there it is. Gets the kill onto Scarif, but in return Mars finds a kill onto one of the supports as well. Takes down Crystal Maiden, so a kill for both the core players.
Oh, now I wonder what's going to happen with CM. Is he going to immediately look to TP back down towards bottom, or is he going to look to join together with the rest of the team? Because you've almost got, well, you do have actually now the level 6 on Erase. If they wanted to make a play around this mid lane, they absolutely could. Yeah, you can see Aztecor, he's made the TP in. You've got Rubik playing around this sort of area as well in solo. Well, he's been able to secure the Amplify damage room, but might not get away with his life. Yeah.
Ooh.
He'll be fine.
Okay, that's okay. I mean, no silence here on Antares. 2 points into concussive shot.
Poor Aztecor.
And Spark Wraith finds Aztecor. Meanwhile, though, they will push Antares into the tier 1 tower. Very close to death there, but in return, Erase will fall along with Rue here as well with the Spark Wraith's triple kill for Kiyotaka on the middle lane.
Perfect timing with that urn. Even gets a nice little bottle refill from Solo. He's really picking up the pace, and it's just the little things, right? You had a 6 magic stick charge there by the CM. I feel like that's a very different outcome. If you're able to just live that tiny bit longer, you've got a bit more lockdown to enable them to actually chase on top of you. And, yeah, it was quite devastating for them to be able to pick that one up.
Dire are scanning.
Even able to land some stacks being built up there by Aztecor. So not the start that you're wanting as a Crystal Maiden. Are they looking to go for a smoke potentially here? Not just body blocking the wave in mid, it seems. It's actually Antares that goes for the smoke just to be able to get back out to the lane a little bit faster. Maybe feeling like maybe wanting to go for some sort of a arena play on Alberca, but that really hasn't been the way that he's been playing this Mars. He's been looking to emphasize a little bit more into, oh, TP going up top. They feel like they can get a kill perhaps onto the Darkseer.
Oh, there's the silence. Yeah, that is a definite kill. Leveling the Ancient Seal. Actually putting 2 points into Ancient Seal now. There we go. It's a very, very good spell to have on the early game. I mean, 6 seconds silence, increasing magical damage by 35% is nuts.
Especially considering, again, all of the magic damage that they have, right? Pugna, Arc Ward, and Skywrath Mage, even the Riptide from the Naga Siren. It's all magical damage, so it's really just going to amplify that one quite significantly. Protecting the regen rune for all mate Kiyotaka, who's almost finished up the Spirit Vessel as well. So that's going to be a big plus for him against a couple of these tanky heroes, particularly the Primal Beast, who looks like he's gone away from being able to possibly get the... Ooh, is he even going to be able to get that creep? Yes, he will. The BKB. He's going into the Blade Mail first, just as a little bit of an extra farming item. And of course, they do have a lot of unavoidable damage, I suppose, on the 9 pandas, so it'll be nice to have just as that main soak. But the thing is, if you're soaking all this damage, you've got to have damage coming elsewhere from the rest of your team. And again, with the Rubik, I'm just not quite sure that they've got those tools in their arsenal.
I mean, at least he's stacking. At least Rue's stacking. He's making a triple stack here for the for not only maybe perhaps Primal, but the Darkseer too. There we go. So even though that they picked themselves the Rubik, at least something's happening. Some advantage. I do like the Blade Mail pick up though from Erase. It's going to really help because it'll enable him to stay into the fight for a few seconds with the Trample and Onslaught. Because right now there is so much nuke damage coming out from the side of 9 pandas. Skywrath Mage, Arc Warden. They do a hell of a lot of magical damage in the Blade Mail. It's going to at least help with that. It's not going to allow him to, you know, survive the magical damage, but it's going to allow it to return that damage. So maybe perhaps they will stop nuking him at that point.
See Antares going up to potentially get a D-Ward off here. Looks like Solo is going to be the one that ends up claiming it. Oh, that actually rotated in on
Flies
King.
rotated in.
Kiyotaka.
Lovely silence though from Antares, but Kiyotaka looks like he is definitely going to fall along with Solo here as well. The Pulverize there first takes down the Pugna, and double kill for the Sven. Very nice there indeed.
This is what we're talking about when we consider like why Satanic is so good on this Sven. Like, he just knows the right times to be able to rotate. He knows that they're getting a little bit greedy. He knows they're getting a little bit cocky, perhaps even, with the great start that Kiyotaka's had on this Arc Warden, and he was just way too deep. Maybe feeling like the increased range that you can now use the Tempest double for, which is what netted them that triple kill previously, might have just let them pop something up onto the high ground, but yeah, certainly punishing them quite heavily and taking all those stacks for himself. Does mean, though, that you've got Solo now down on this bottom side with Alberca, with a siege creep, who's going to be hitting in onto this tier 1. I don't really think there's too much that they can do against it, but maybe Erase feels otherwise. You're going to need to be able to land onto Alberca, though, if you're going to be able to make anything happen, because he's just going to be able to stun you otherwise. Solo, again, no way to be able to stop that Pulverize.
I'm just looking at a race, and I'm wondering whether he goes the level 10 magical resist helm, because that'll be really nice up against Arc Warden and Skywrath. Gives 25 magic resist during trample. Oh, speaking of magic, look at that magic burst on poor Butterfly. They do find themselves a kill almost top. Yep, the Ion Shell during the Song of the Siren gets the kill. I mean, 2 kills on either side of the carries. Both taking them out. I don't know if Observer saw within the yellow submarine side of the jungle, but basically what happened was Skywrath, all he did was just silence up and use concussive shot, and Arc Warden with a clone just spammed the Spark Wraiths. That is literally all that happened.
That's what happens when you've got those 3 points in the Ancient Seal, right? It's just so much magic damage that you're not going to be able to deal with until you've got that BKB for yourself. Obviously going into the Acro Saber first, just to enable himself to get a little bit of that extra farm. You got to have that steroid to be able to keep yourself out there on the map, keep yourself healthy, and constantly fight ready. But yeah, I really feel like they're not going to be ready to fight for quite some time on Yellow Submarine. The one that is Erase, and well, I'm kind of surprised that he's only died the one time. It honestly feels like it's been a lot more than that, but it needs to be him and the supports, and I'm just not seeing the potential for a lot of kills here with a CM and a Rubik. CM, maybe if she was level 6, but still, unfortunately, stuck at level 5. Mid lane, making another little bit of a dive here, and Solo, all the while, not concerned about going for kills. They just want to be able to get a bit more damage into this tier 1 tower to make those aggressive moves a little bit easier to make.
Who's got himself some own Spark Wraiths now?
That's a pretty good one.
What is the difference compared to Radiant Arc Warden? What happens then?
Does more damage, but it takes longer to activate, and I think it has less of a slow.
Oh. Oh, Erase. Okay, he's alright. He's got himself the Blade Mail. Illusion Rune bottled up as well, which is going to be very nice to disp. Oh, okay, never mind. He used it. That may have been the timing, actually. I'm not sure.
Alright, so at least now, CM obviously building up a bunch of stacks, hanging out next to the Primal Beast, probably going to get level 6 off of that. If not, 14-minute Wisdom Rune coming up shortly, so CM's damage output is about to increase, which is a really nice thing for them. Obviously, like we've been saying, Skywrath Mage, he's going to be focusing on the much higher priority targets in the cores to be able to use that Ancient Seal onto. So CM might be able to get off a free freezing field in a lot of these fights, as long as he's keeping track of the Mars. Speaking of Mars, though, he's going in on
Fly. Oh, he's being caught out. Yeah, Mystic Flare within the arena, along with that spear also. That is Sven decimated. Meanwhile, though, Arc Warden attempting to take down the Primal Beast will be able to TP away, but in return, as the core trying to take down Kiyotaka there, has to have to move around with that Ace Rune. Already had that activated, actually. So we'll be fine.
And does not get away. I was about to say, barely gets away. Oh, even nicely done. Little quick play there by Alberca to make sure he activates the Bulwark. Rubik attempting the steal for the spear, not going to be successful.
Top tower is under attack.
They even go ahead and steal away the majority of that stack as well. So extending this net worth lead a little bit. And yeah, most of the time when I see the Sven, I'd be, you know what, relatively happy with them to be able to, you know, drag this one out a little bit. But you're going up against not only an Argosiren, but an Arc Warden as well. who's being a little greedy. He's not going for a BKB, he's not going for anything like that. He just, or a Midas. He just wants to build up the ability to keep a lot of these lanes shoved out. Rubik not the greatest at being able to deal with those waves, and Primal Beast needs to commit the body to be able to deal with them. So it does make a lot of the movements that Yellow Submarine might be eventually trying to make a whole lot more predictable.
And yeah, just classic items here for Kiyotaka. Trying to get a Gleipnir. Classic. Oh,
They've got the Greaves on Pessimist just coming out now on the Courier, so it seems like they're pretty happy to be able to go for a kill. We'll need to wait another 10 seconds, though, for the onslaught to come through from Primal Beast. He still needs to be that front line, soaking up a little bit of that damage, using the Blade Mail to its full effect. He's also got the Ogre Axe, of course, to be able to make plays around.
We do just have Guardian Greaves now as well on Pessimist. Oh, Arena is caught out as the core is deleted there by the Spark Wraiths, as well as Rue. Rue falls from an Arcane Bolt. So both of the supports down there, and with that, the Yellow Submarines here will be on the retreat.
Not able to use the Greaves there. They were underneath an Observer Ward. It was dewarded, but at the cost of both of their lives. So another nice movement coming through from Alberca, who, once again, he just finds a way to be able to keep up in the net worth. I suppose that's what happens when, you know, you've got a former Position 1 who moves to the off lane. It's a bit of a trend in Eastern Europe, don't you think? You had Ramses do it, you had Nightfall. Certainly a lot of people that make that transition. Of course,
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit of a trend.
So they weren't really able to make anything happen on Yellow Submarine. Maybe now with the arena off cooldown, they feel like strong enough to be able to make that kind of play. Solo, he was just allowed to walk up. I guess they get the D-ward off, so it's going to prevent them from making as many aggressive moves themselves on 9 Pandas. But this is the time, before Naga's getting big, that you have to be looking to punish. She's still relatively squishy if you can get on top of her. The Manta style is really the only defensive tool that she has. So you've got to be proactive.
We've got the Orchid. I mean, if someone comes to this bottom lane solo, then most possibly Dark Lord will be able to take them out. Unless it's the Dogs here with the Guardian Greaves. Obviously, Dispel there.
They're all standing behind a race right now. It's got a lot of that AoE damage coming through with the Trample, with the Ion Shell, even getting a healing salve fed through to him as well. But with the Surge, max points in it. Really, it's just all about enabling the other two cores right now. You're not going to be doing too much damage on your own.
Oh, Pognos just showed himself. Solo. In trouble. Butterfly.
Oh,
Intention to try and get vision for the Stormhammer. Will get it. And the rest of the side of Yellow Submarines flock in. They get the kill. Erase. That's... Oh my gosh, the invisibility right underneath the pulverize there. That's
BKB.
lovely. Albaca, however, BKB, Arena, it will not connect there onto the Darkseer, although he will TP out. He'll get back there safe.
It's a pretty big deal. I mean, BKB and the arena being popped, so you do enable your cores to be a whole lot more active now. You're going to have the pulverize up in just another 15 seconds, although they had made 2 smoke attempts just in the past couple of minutes, so I don't know if they actually have the ability to make another one, just not quite in stock yet, so it's a little bit frustrating that, you know, you get this big opening to be able to try and make a play and you just don't have the tools to do it. I mean, you've taken a tier 1 tower top, I suppose. Mid tier 1 still standing, bottom tier 1 still standing as well, and you're not able to invade into the Naga's farming space. Her and Kiyotaka have both been able to just sit back happily and farm. You just have to look at the disparity between the farm of all of the cores across the two teams. It's a big drop between the Sven and the Darkseer and the Primal Beast, whereas all relatively even on 9 Pandas.
It really is, and if you have a look at the graph as well, well, actually, never mind. I thought it was going to be even, but it's not. 9 Pandas apparently have a 79% win probability right now at 20 minutes in.
I mean, an 8k net worth 20 minutes in kind of lends itself to that, especially when you have a Naga Siren and an Arc Warden.
I didn't think the game would, you know, be in their favor that hard. I mean, 80% is pretty big.
Mm-hmm. So what are they really waiting for here? Looks like they should hit another timing pretty shortly altogether. King, aka Butterfly, aka Satanic, is going to have the Blink Dagger quite shortly. Primal Beast is going to have the BKB. Darkseer is going to have the Pipe. So that's a lot of stuff all coming in at the exact same time that's going to enable you to make a few more aggressive moves. If they could get the drums as well onto Aztecor, that just buffs them up even further. A few more right clicks coming out from the Sven, even more movement speed being achieved by Erase. It's just so impactful across all of their heroes.
Meanwhile, you've got Albaca going a Revenant's Brooch once again.
I mean, I guess they're going to have pipes, so it's not quite as bad, and I think Rubik might be... Is he finished the Glimmer? I think he might, yep. Okay, so that's another little bit of magic resist. Maybe you don't get one shot when that happens. It's just so efficient, right? Like, it's spell lifesteal, not magic lifesteal. So you're going to be getting so much HP back just off of the back of the God's Rebuke. And plus 70 damage is nothing to sneeze at as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There we go. So,
Ooh. Okay, we may see some action finally here. A smoke up onto 3.
yep.
Erase with the 2 supports, Aztecor and Rue. Oh, it's going to break onto
just
Solo
Solo.
again, possibly. Solo's just hanging around here, Solo by name.
Hold on, Butterfly. He needs to be very careful here. They might use the Orchid and stuff onto him. They want to try and force out that BKB, but he's holding it for as long as possible. Until the last second. They will get Solo, but Solo for a BKB use on your position 1. Not sure they're too happy about that. Darkseer, though, might be able to surprise them with the pipe that's just about ready. 10 gold away from being able to pick that one up for himself. Also
Dark
has-
Lord
Ooh.
coming in for a scout, finds a race. Rue. Oh, scouted out there. And will be taken out easy peasy. Lord obtaining a quick kill there on the Rubik. Pipe of insight though on Darkseer. Wait,
Yeah.
how the heck did
He blinked.
Albaca get there? Did he blink?
He blinked to get rid of the Observer Ward, and then Antares high-fived him and whipped him with a bull whip as he was trying to run away, just taunting him a little bit. Then he was stuck up there, but I mean, this is pretty good timing for the Roshan as well, right? Whenever you've got the Arc Warden, you can just use that magnetic field as well to be able to increase the attack damage and speed of everyone inside of it, so it's very, very quick to be able to go down in addition to all of the minus armor that you have to play with. At least, though, on Yellow Submarine, they were able to fix the other 2 lanes somewhat. Top lane pushed all the way in, so Alberca's going to need to be all the way back dealing with that, but luckily for him, he was able to just go through the Twin Gate, so still has that TP available if he needs it. Oh, and I love this. A nice early gem purchase by Solo as well. They know they've got the ability to shove out all of these waves. They know they've got a Pugner as well, who's able to deal a good amount of tower damage, so just try and take away Yellow Submarine's side of the map completely. They've only got the 1 Observer Ward down for themselves right now, and you can just see, all of the illusions roaming around.
Well, they're going for a race. Silence there. I mean, the Blade Mail activated does have the BKB. He's not going to commit it. Well, finally does. The Greaves are there, going to try and attempt to turn it around. They've killed Antares, but the BKB helping him go through that Song of the Siren will get that kill, but Arc Warden coming back alive in the arena. Ready. It doesn't actually skewer a hero here.
Look at the cleave!
Butterfly with the cleave! Finding themselves the Arc Warden
found the
down
Naga.
as Butterfly still laying in the damage. Triple kill for him. Make that an ultra kill as he goes on to pursue more. Give him the rampage. There is the Stormhammer. He wants to really get this Antares. Slowing down the Sven. They will not get that rampage. But look at that. Boy, oh boy. Butterfly with the insane cleave damage coming out there with the Crystallis. Takes out 4 of them.
Yeah, it just groups up a little bit too much, and that's the power of those auras, right? It enables them to survive so much longer. Erase held onto the BKB, held it right underneath the tower, had the additional armor, had a little bit of that regen coming through, then gets glimmered, then gets piped, then gets grieved, which means that he's got the BKB available for when he makes his aggressive move. He's able to use the pulverize without that Song of the Siren stopping him. It gets rid of the Aegis on the Arc Warden, and it was a pretty simple cleanup for the Sven beyond that, plus the vacuum. The Wombo combos here, Epi.
Maybe perhaps he just forgot that he had BKB and he was like, oh yeah.
No.
Are you sure? I don't know. Sometimes that's happened. It's like, oh, that's miraculous. That is. I didn't even intend for that to happen, but it worked out. I mean, it was a really good job to save that BKB there, or else they wouldn't have been able to take down the Arc Warden.
All according to plan, that's all it is. They're going to walk through a lot of vision, though, set up by the 9 Pandas. They were able to kill Solo, though, right? So they should have a gem on one of the people, unless they were able to yoink it away mid-fight. What happened there?
Let's see. Do they have a gem? Unless it's hiding somewhere.
Alberca's got it right now, so maybe
Oh, yeah,
Skywrath
Alberca's got
yoinked it and then transferred it to the team, or maybe they had a courier around that was able to take it away. Still, though, means that they're able to set up some of their vision as they look to make an aggressive play here. So, they know that there's a TP coming in. Just looking to back up immediately. It's just the Tempest double clone. He's looking at Race. He's going for a freebie. He would love to be able to pick
He sees it.
up
No, he doesn't.
Brontosaurus. Oh, going the long way around. Not wanting to give it up for free.
Oh
How does
my
he not
gosh,
see
he's
him?
avoiding him in the chase. Oh, wait, there we go. He's got him. Pulverized there. Along with the onslaught as well. They'll get the kill with that pulverize.
That's actually crazy. Like, it's... because he's spinning around in the Yules, I think he was actually still doing damage with the trample despite he wasn't moving. That's a bit silly.
How can he slam the ground if he's up in the air? How does that make sense?
How does anything in Dota make sense? Remember when they tried doing logic with, like, using Cinderbrew only igniting when you used fire spells? And that lasted for about a week until they were like, yeah, it's just too complicated. Oh, they found Naga.
Oh, nice BKB.
They've saved
Pulverize.
the Pulverize, yeah.
They don't need Pulverize because your cores have got BKBs. Just able to get through that damage. Not a care in the world. Fly gets the kill again with the Daedalus. Has a harpoon now, interestingly. I think we've seen Butterfly build the harpoon once or twice. It's not common. I think it is a rare occurrence from time to time, but he feels the need to have this harpoon for, you know, extra range, and he has the blink as well. So definitely in reach of his targets.
I mean, he's the type of guy that'll use it just to be able to, like, close the gap to make a vacuum a little bit more impactful, or to drag whoever doesn't get hit by it into the range for a Stormhammer, or just some next level play like that. I mean, he just does the little things so well. As well, that's actually a really valuable spell that's stolen. The Nether Blast now on the Rubik. It's going to be doing 430 damage to whoever gets
that on a tower.
Yeah, from huge range as well, of course, with the Arcane Supremacy.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower.
I'm going to try and make a bit more of an aggressive move, and Taris shows that he is down here on the bottom side of the map, just putting the beefiest hero on the front lines in Pessimist. Shiva's got the pipe, got the Greaves, should be very survivable, but damn, Naga Illusion's just being a little bit annoying for the supports on Yellow Submarine. I want to see them get an Aghanim Shard sometime soon for Asdecor. Like, he's going into a Boots of Bearing, which, you know, feels nice, but I feel like, you know, against the Naga Siren, just to be able to have that guaranteed way to pop some of the Naga Illusions and keep them held in place, stop the harass on the backlines, it's going to feel really good.
Yeah. Oh, Butterfly for Naga. That is a big item, especially against the Sven. Will stop quite a bit of that physical damage coming out. 9 Pandas. Want to try and find something here. They're going to try and catch themselves the darks here. They will do so indeed, but they're turning it around there with the BKB and the Pulverize attempting to take down the Mars. Even with that BKB, it's not going to save you. Mars is being taken down. Meanwhile, on the sidelines here, we've got ourselves Butterfly trying to find the damage here onto Dark Lord. The Song of the Siren coming out. BKB, it's got around about 3 more seconds remaining and a massive crit there. The TP attempt now. Where's the cancel? Will not get it. Hides in the trees. Will be able to get that there successfully on the Naga. And now they'll push this tier 2 tower.
It was perfect, again, usage of the BKB by King, by Satanic. And he just was able to wait until he saw the wind-up of the Song of the Siren. That was a dead Naga Siren, if not for Solo, giving up his life to be able to get off the Glimmer Cape. And luckily for Dark Lord on the Naga Siren, there just wasn't any detection there. That's the only reason he was able to get away, because he absolutely has the damage to be able to clean up this Naga.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Going into the MKB next as well, sees the butterfly.
Found themselves Kiyotaka. Oh dear me. They found him. That BKB, I don't think it's going to help you. Onslaught there, staying right underneath Kiyotaka.
Oh, nicely done Solo again.
The save there from Solo. As meanwhile, Darkseer in some trouble is found, and they turn it around here on 9 Pandas. Lovely save there from Solo.
Once again, it's like, you had a lot of control, but where's the damage? That's always the general outcome, right? Rubik's not providing it. Had the Flux, which, not the worst, but no freezing field dropped, and more importantly, no Sven. So he's the big reason why these past few fights have gone so convincingly well for Yellow Submarine. You just have to look at the kill score for the Radiant side to be able to see that, right? 10 kills on Butterfly, 4 on the Primal Beast, and then everyone else is stuck on 1.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw there, but Rue just TP'd as that spear came in. And just missed him as he literally TP'd out.
Speaking of, Rue needs to get away here. Doesn't want to leave, give his life up for free from the Orchid on the Naga Siren. And just like that, the net worth lead that was looking pretty even is ballooned straight back out to 6k. So very survivable from that initial burst, but got to have some damage around to be able to do something off the back of that. Roshan just respawning as well. It's on the Radiant side, so Yellow Submarine are going to be very happy about that. Maybe they look to make a play down on the bottom side of the map. You can see that's where Erase is drawing on the bottom side, just saying, look, let's make sure this area is clear. That's where the next few fights are probably going to happen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Roshan's still available for either team if they want to take it. I mean, it's got the Roshan banner if they want that.
Always nice.
Still no Rosh.
There we go. So
I don't think Rosh has even been taken once yet, has it?
Once, yes. Kiyotaka picked it up.
Are fortified.
Oh, yes. Yes, now I remember, yes.
Speaking of Kiyotaka, goodbye Tempest Double. No God Strength popped just yet. That's just pure spend damage. As they're looking to potentially yoink this one away. I don't know if 9 Pandas is going to be very happy to let that happen, though. They've got a little bit of vision recently set up by Rude to be able to scout out some sort of movement forward. It doesn't seem like 9 Pandas are in a spot to be able to contest this.
Yeah, they'll take this Roshan easy. Aegis now in the hands of Butterfly.
Is under attack.
MKB. I wonder if he'll complete it or save buyback. For knowing Butterfly, I think he might just buy the MKB.
Sure, why not? I mean, he's been pretty on point with a lot of these movements, right? The deaths that he had were kind of early on into the game, where it was a full, like, 3 or 4 man invasion into the triangle when he didn't have his own BKB yet. I think he's probably, from what I've seen so far, the best BKB user overall in these qualifiers. Just always holding it to the perfect moment.
Question is, what do you swap out? Do you like BKB and then swap into MKB? I don't know.
Well, you have the Aegis, right? So maybe he feels like he doesn't need the BKB to be able to make plays. But I mean, the only reason that they've won these past couple of fights is that you've had that BKB up when the Song of the Siren gets dropped. So I feel like he, he's like, you know what? I'm not going to have the MKB for right now. We still do have other ways to be able to get kills on the Naga Siren. She doesn't have any kind of magic resistance yet. So, maybe relying a little bit more on the Primal Beast, on the Freezing Field, on the Darkseer to be able to do the majority of the damage to the Naga. She's got the heart now, though, so a little bit harder to be able to take her out.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Need to glyph just to be able to protect this tier 2 tower, and is it even going to
Race is going on an aggressive scout. He's going to find Antares there with the Pulverize. As Frost bitten up. They will let the Skywrath go. Not saving that. They're all split up here on 9 Pandas, so Antares will fall.
Ended up getting a free Crystal Clone as well for CM, so that's pretty much the only reason you didn't lose the Tier 2 tower just then, the Naga Illusions hitting on into that. So still have a tower to be able to play around with. Still have a Glyph refresh as well.
Radiant are scanning.
That's coming out next. Lotus Orb. Okay, I quite like it. Just another way to be able to not only break yourself out of Orchid, Ancient Seal, and the Flux, and the Glypnir, you can use it on someone else as well. So it'll just mean that they've got that little bit of extra time, although I'm hearing a God Strength. I'm going to try and chase the old Pugner. And
Harpoon. Oh,
he's still diving.
Butterfly. Oh, he's been speared into the tower. He's still okay, though. BKB is still ready. He's been hexed up. That's a lot of magical damage. The Mystic Flare comes out as well. Song of the Siren is there. He's been silenced up. He will be found.
Still has
Aegis
the BKB.
will bring him back alive. Yeah, he still has that BKB. But
Oh,
he's
perfect
been speared. Oh my god. Lovely spear there from Alberca. Stopping the use there of that BKB as they cancel 2 TPs here from the supports as well. They found themselves ruined, most potentially Aztecor as well. Locked in place there with the Gleipnir. Goodbye, Aztecor. That was a very big misplay there coming out from Butterfly. Just a little bit too greedy. Really wanted to kill there onto solo.
You know, when you see a Chad Pugner, you just think, you know, I gotta kill that guy. He's been way too influential this game so far, and honestly, once again, just perfectly kite him away. He had the Psychic Headband, he had the Glimmer Cape, he had the Force Staff to be able to get away, and of course the Decrep on top of everything else. So it's so hard to be able to kill this this Pugner. Actually pushing it up onto the high ground. Look at the damage that you can output.
They don't have the Sven. Oh.
Tiny bit early on the use of the Glyph as well, so it's not actually going to clear out that creep wave. Backdoor protection still not going to be a factor here as they look to push inside the base. So just one death on the Sven. Lost Elena Rax.
Yeah, they won't be able to get the second one. The tier 2 tower. It's got backdoor protection, and as Darkseer, Pessimist, he sent an illusion up there to go deal with like 3 different creep waves. So thankfully they'll just lose 1 set of racks, but still, that rack should not have been lost.
No, definitely not. They were in a really commanding position. You know, again, good individual play by Solo and Alberca to make sure that Sven was punished for a little bit of a super deep dive. 715 actually on Alberca. I mean, it feels like it's been all yellow Submarine for the past like 15 minutes outside of that that death on the Sven. Still, only the 1 death. He's going the Rapier next. He's already got the Remnant's Broach. He's going Rapier.
Oh dear.
Oh, King.
Alberca hanging around in the trees. Wait, did they have vision of him then?
Very briefly. Stolen Sparkwraith. Ended up giving him a little bit. Level 25 on the Sven as well, so we've got a little bit more of that burst damage if you do find the right target. They'll need to fully back off as a team.
Oh, Torres!
Little avenue to be able to just get away from this rotation. Are they going to be able to find someone? Satanic, he just died when he went for an attempt up onto the high ground, and, well, he won't be falling for that one again.
Thank God Tormentor doesn't cancel Blink Dagger, else Antares would be melted to a crisp.
They're making a play of their own. They seem to have a sense that this sort of thing is happening. They also know that CM isn't anywhere near the rest of the team defending in the base, so this is the time to be able to potentially get an outnumber there. They don't control the outpost. They don't feel like there's too much vision. And there's a full creep wave inside the base as well that's just going to give you so much information about the positioning of these yellow Submarine heroes. There you go. You can see the Sven's TP back. So can you find someone else outside of the base to be able to pick off? Or indeed, Butterfly himself if you get the right move with Alberca. I'm just constantly watching him. Is he going to be able to get the Blink Spear?
Oh,
he does!
He got it! Even when he blinked! He still has the BKB though. There was no follow-up damage. Will they attempt to turn it around? Stolen Arena. It only catches the Arc Warden clone, and with that, 9 Pandas may disengage here. They want themselves a real arena.
It's honestly kind of a big deal, though, to be able to steal that arena, right? Rubik does not have a Blink Dagger. Has it in 50 gold, though, if he wants to change things up a little bit instead of going for that Lotus. Honestly, wouldn't hate it if he did. Still holding on to that trusty shovel, hoping to luck out with a bounty route, perhaps, to be able to buy it immediately. But yeah, imagine if you can get a Blink Arena down onto the Naga Siren, prevent her from being able to get away. You can guarantee get a kill.
Just going to instantly try and take out the clone here, the attacker. Has himself the Hex on the Arc Warden. Wonder if Dark Lord's going a Hex here. He is. He is going a Hex. We'll replace his Power Treads. Oh no, never mind. Going BKB instead on the Naga Siren. Interesting.
It's needed. It's just been picked off one too many times. Of course, you're still going to be vulnerable to the Pulverize, so suddenly Eraser's job becomes a whole lot more impactful. Would Excel? No, he's still got the energy booster. Working towards that Lotus for himself. They've just split up the map so nicely on 9 Pandas. You know, you might be able to find one pick-off here, but I think they're fairly satisfied with that. Just continue to grow this net worth lead. It's at 20k right now in 9 Panda's favor. And Naga Siren can still possibly get more items. You know, you've got a Song of the Siren to look to try and turn around if you want to get the shard just for a little bit of that healing. Yeah, see you Solo.
Okay, goodbye, Solo.
Well, they got him eventually. That's the important thing, right?
It is.
It's been way too pesky.
We do have ourselves Roshan spawning in about 1 minute and 20.
I mean, someone needs to go back. There's no backdoor protection inside the base, and you've got a siege creep wave there, and Kiyotaka, and Antares, and...
All Hex! Mystic Flare! Oh my god!
Yep.
Butterfly decimated! With the Cypher Vice, he was not expecting that. They smoked below the low ground and just waited for him to pop out, and they decimated him.
All the boys were inside the Roche pit as well, just waiting for it to respawn, but... Hello?
There's the BKB
being popped here. I mean, I don't know if you want to use the Pulverize just onto the Tempest double. It was about to expire anyway. But yeah, I mean, if Sven's not there, you're not taking Roche, so there's no point in the rest of the team being down there on that side of the map, away from any kind of save potential.
I mean, they don't have God Strength. God Strength on cooldown for 20 seconds, so even if he does buy back, he's not going to have it. Hex. The BKB forced down to Dark Lord Arena there. The Mystic Flare as well, taking down this Darkseer. Look at the combination with this Mystic Flare every time the buyback from Sven is here now. The Song of the Siren comes out, and this CM is definitely dead with all those Spark Rays, but King, oh, look at this Butterfly with the God Strength. Takes down the Mars, along with that clone there also. But that was a buyback force. They are not in a good position right now on the side of Yellow Submarines. 9 Pandas are really giving it to them with these surprise hexes. The Mystic Flare combination from Antares is proving to be difficult to handle.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see what the difference is between the damage at the end of this game between Antares and Rue. Like, you really can tell that, you know, there's just so much more impact coming from that burst potential. Like, who's actually going in during a Pulverize outside of the Sven? It really doesn't feel all that impactful. Whereas if you had a Lion, if you had Antares...
Oh, no. I've got a feeling that Sven may be caught here. He doesn't have himself the God Strength nor BKB. If they get caught here, this could be game, because Sven doesn't have a buyback, so they're going to have to blink away and run as fast as they can.
Just using the Crystal Clone right now. Antares might actually end up being frozen.
Boots are bearing. Boots are bearing. Increase that movement speed. Concussion shot is going to grant vision there for some time, but they will not chase. They'll get themselves the Roshan here. It's something that Yellow Submarine's wanting, but they will not get it. It'll go into the hands of 9 Pandas, helping them to possibly end this game.
I want to see the Refresher Shard given over to the Mars. Like, this is one of those things where, you know, previously when you would buy a Refresher Orb on the Mars as a much more frequent item, it would be like, first arena is to bait out the BKBs, second one is to actually catch and kill. And realistically, considering the Sven has no buyback for the next 6 minutes, all you need is one successful team fight for them. They've even got a haste to potentially make some plays around. Any smokes available? Antares, yep, goes for it right now. Just need to join together with the rest of the team, find the kill, onto the Sven and burst him down. Bots
Pessimist here, really trying to get himself a BKB right now on the Darks here. He's very, very close. 400 gold.
I mean, Kiyotaka can join in at any time as well. He's got those bots level 2, level 26 as well, so even more uptime on the Tempest double. They're just keeping all of these lanes shoved in. Like, you just cannot leave the base. Granted, it's probably where they want to be fighting. Any kind of choke point is going to be a big bonus for a Darkseer and a Sven as well, if you're able to get that right form of initiation off.
All they have to do is wait. Do you think this BKB will be very significant in the team fights for the Darkseer? Because I don't think they've been getting off Wall of Replica in these times. He is just getting nuked by these Mystic Flares.
He is, and he needs to make sure that he survives it long enough to at least get off the auras, right? Like, that's the big thing. I don't know if the Wall of Replica itself is actually going to do all that much. Maybe just a little bit of a slow that it provides, but it just doesn't feel like Darkseer is going to have that huge amount of impact. He went ahead and bought it out. How are you actually getting in onto the backlines is my question.
I mean, it does provide one thing, and that is panic.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Well, he actually used the Pulverize there on the clone as it's about to expire.
Yep. No clone for 30 seconds, and the clone nearly ends up taking the melee Rex as well.
I mean, this melee Rax is about to fall if they don't protect it. Oh, it's gone.
Yep.
Melee Rax gone.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Feels like they've just waited a little bit too long, missed their opportunity to be able to go in. They want to close it out right now on 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka TPing in with the Tempest double. Just let a double do the work. Let the clone be the one soaking up a lot of the damage. Try and force out some of these big cooldowns if possible. Just using the crystal clone
is
for
ready.
now.
He's surging forward. He wants himself a vacuum. He's caught himself too. In comes the Pulverize now. Sven able to activate the BKB along with the Ghost Rep as well. They take down the Naga Siren along with the Pugner as well. Now they're focusing right now. Albica, he has himself that refresher. Healing all the way back up with thanks to that Satanic. Going to spear away Butterfly, attempting to flee, but he's been slowed down there by the Crystal Nova. The Stormhammer is there, and they will find him. Lovely initiation there from Pessimist on the Darkseer as they follow up with that BKB usage was on time. That's what they need to do on Yellow Submarines. They need to be the ones to initiate, not 9 Pandas, or else it can be a disaster for them.
Yeah, what ended up happening there? Did they just give him a Glimmer Cape as he surged himself in to be able to get that vacuum off? It's really rough to be able to make that sort of play happen again without the Blink Dagger, but somehow they were able to catch a couple of heroes, not only the Naga Siren, the biggest priority, but also the one that is most of the time providing the save in the Pugner. They don't have Nullifier just yet, they don't have any kind of, like, offensive dispel, so if Pugner wasn't caught in that too, that would have been a Naga Siren that's probably saved.
That wasn't even a Glimmer Cape, you know, he just surged in. He literally just surged in. He was hiding at the sidelines of the trees and then just surged in. And then that's when they saw Darkseer again. They were like, oh crap, get back, get back.
AoE surge as well that he's got now. Level 25, just surging all the creeps forward.
I mean, that's definitely going to help himself and Sven.
He's got
and
the,
maybe even the Primal
go.
Beast increase the damage from the trample.
It's pretty huge, getting the Blink Dagger now on the Darkseer. That, I don't know, miracle is probably too strong of a word to throw out there that they were able to, you know, come back successful in that team fight, considering how far ahead the 9 Pandas were. It's so much easier now, though, with this Blink Dagger. I'm sure the call from Captain Solo is going to be, look, even when we're in an aggressive way, we saw what just happened if we get, you know, pulled together. So just, he's got the level 15 talent, is it? Yeah, 15 talent for the vacuum AoE. Just keep as spread as possible. You know, you've got the tools to be able to assist us. You've got a Psychic Headband on the Pugner and the Aether Lens. You should be able to get a big range on that Glimmer Cape, on the Decrep, to be able to provide the safety.
And 9 Pandas did just take the Tormentor, but got absolutely nothing, because everyone already has a shard, so... Only 280 gold, that's it, but they've got a shard now here for the Primal Beast, which gives him the Rock Throw.
Okay. It's nice to be able to find the real Naga Siren, I guess. Disrupt some Blink Daggers as well, if he's on point with it. Help from the high ground. Still does kind of feel like they're stuck in their base again, though. As Sven, mindful of... well, his buyback's actually coming up in 40 seconds, so not the worst. They've been able to hold somehow, despite only having the racks left. No towers to be able to defend the high ground, and, well, they're going to go for a smoke in here, but once again, Kiyotaka's Tempest Double is just providing so much harassment towards this. It means that they need to perhaps be a little bit hasty with some of their movements there, and then, yeah, you see they break the smoke just to be able to try and deal with this, to prevent the lane from being pushed in, to keep that backdoor protection alive and well. Could they catch the real Kiyotaka, though?
Oh, maybe so. They have vision coming forward. Uh-oh, Kiyotaka, the BKB, but the Pulverize is there. They will find the kill onto the Arc Warden. Down for 100.
All right.
They do have to rotate back, though.
Yeah,
BKB is still available on Butterfly.
Erase doesn't have a TP, though, for the next 20 seconds, so you're not going to have that BKB piercing control on, from the Primal Beast for the next little bit. Just wants to, I suppose, push this lane out one more time with a trample, with a Havoc Hammer. Can't be slowed or rooted during the trample now, so obviously the Glipnir not going to be as effective. Same sort of thing with the God's Rebuke, with the Flux, with the Spark Wraith, Concussive Shot. There's a lot of stuff that could potentially hold the Primal in place. Can't be rooted. Okay, so even if Nagasaran opted to go into the Aghanim Scepter, it's not going to be effective against Primal anymore. That feels real nice.
Oh, Divine Rapier. Divine Rapier.
No buyback as well.
No buyback.
2,500 damage to Ancient Creeps. Feels good.
I mean, if they get a Hex on someone and, you know, he activates it and deals the damage during the Hex, that could be big. So that is definitely a giant factor that could help nuke someone out during Hex. Roshan, when's it going to spawn? Pretty much average spawn time, about 1 minute and 30.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They just have a habit of hanging on, don't they, Yellow Submarine? Like, you never feel like they're out of these games.
Well, they were currently in it, and then Butterfly did. He wanted Pugna Gigachad, and
he wanted to close it out.
Yeah, and now we're here.
We're stuck with this. He's closing in on that Aghanim Scepter, though. Might go ahead and buy up the point booster component of it, just so that he doesn't need to go out to the secret shop, or he might just still want to hide his plans. It's going to be a little bit until he has the full Ags plus the Ag's Blessing and the buyback.
Uh-oh. They've caught a Darkseer with no buyback. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, yeah, he's dead there. He's not getting out. Find him. He's around about 180 gold away from buyback. Is a rune going to spawn here?
No.
What time's the bounty rune?
54.
Oh, okay, so a minute.
He'll be
This
fine.
is probably
they're taking
another
Roche
Roshan.
instead. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to try and get the Tempest Cologne going in onto him, and should be able to clean it up. So annoying, Kiyotaka, just to try and deal with this, but, well, we're going to be able to slow this one out. I wonder what the strategy is for the CM as well, whether it be Frostbite duration or if it's going to be the Crystal Nova damage at level 25. I mean, he's got a decent amount of cast range with the Telescope, and, you know, against a Naga Illusions, Crystal Nova feels pretty nice. Also a way to be able to deal with the telekinesis, but the Crystal Clone, just having a little bit of extra root duration on that could be huge.
I would like to think the Frostbite duration.
If it was anything other than an illusion, I would be like, sure, Frostbite, but I don't know if they just need a little bit of extra help dealing with those Naga Illusions, you know?
So now it's Defense of the Ancients, literally the name of the game. It's happening right now. Defense of the Barracks.
Yeah, gonna need to do something. Tempest Double hitting in onto it. Darkseer not available yet though, so... How is he rooted in place? Does he have the talent where he... Oh, he wasn't trampling, that's why. Gotta make sure that you you use the Bloodthorn before the Glipnir root. Pretty ideal neutral item to get on the Darkseer as well, right? The Ninja Gear. Making sure that you always have that surprise factor coming in.
I mean, that is a really weird talent. 67% pulverized duration. Why 67%? Why not round it?
Maybe it's like 66.6, I don't know. Rounding up.
What a weird talent number. Never actually thought about it.
Radiant
Yeah, but then
are
Techies has 250 2 plus damage, so what are you going to do?
Oh, look at this cheeky smoke play coming out from 9 Pandas.
Alberca, remember, he's got the rapier.
Radiant are
He's on the high ground here.
Wants the
Ready
back
with
line.
the arena. Sees vision there on the Sven. Oh, lovely telekinesis from Rue! That was absolutely beautiful! Takes down the Mars. Oh, what a play! As now he comes back alive for the second time here. They're going to try and attempt to take him down there with the Pulverize if they get him. This is the Rapier. There's the BKB trying to get through there onto Albuquerque. The Song of the Siren is going to expire. The Darkseer rooted into the arena. He will be found, but along with Dark Lord and Albuquerque! The Rapier on the ground. It is retrieved there by the Sven. Now he has a Rapier. He has his own Revenant Brooch on the Sven.
Oh, they
And
even hit the
proceeds to
rock
go
throw.
for more. There we go. Finds the kill there onto Antares. And the buyback there from Albuquerque, but wasn't able to get back to the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be 4-0. He doesn't have the boots of travel. He doesn't have any way to be able to join his team, so clearly thinking that they still had the capabilities to turn around that fight, but not the case. It was really nicely done there by Pessimist as well. He was holding up 4 heroes there on the front lines, just putting his body in the way, dropped the wall, dropped the vacuum, trusted in his own tankiness to be able to survive.
56-minute minus.
I think they just want to guarantee some neutral items, right, at the 60-minute mark. That has to be it. You're going to get 1 usage off and then just let it go up to the 2 charges, instant double use. Try and get that quick advantage over Yellow Submarine.
Is the Midas here to get more XP so that Naga Siren can get the -2 second ensnare cooldown here?
Nah. I don't think that's that big a deal. Nah.
What's the Midas for?
The tier 5 items, guaranteed drop.
Is it guaranteed when you have Midas?
Yep.
I did not know that. I did not know that. When was this a thing?
Oh, I don't remember when it was added. I'm going to say a year ago, 2 years.
Oh wow, I really am out of touch. Oh my god. Is there a way to delete VODs?
Yeah, even Sven's laughing along.
Yeah,
but,
it's like Butterfly just heard me. It's like, wow, what a noob. Well, Solo being
he's a little
Solo.
deep.
I know, yeah. Just TP away though. Exciting times though, Danog. We're going to be getting possibly tier 5 items here.
We've said that 2 times recently, and the game has ended basically dead on 60 minutes. And
I know.
mean-
But I've got a feeling that they want Rapier. I mean, even though that they're being quite aggressive here on the side of Yellow Submarine, they do all have buybacks. Apart from Darkseer, Mars, Scarab just doesn't have enough gold.
I mean, the fact that they... I would think that the game might not end, but those 2 offlaners are so key to both of these teams' abilities to fight, right? Like, the Mars is dishing out a ton of damage still, even without his Rapier. Has another one queued up, by the way, but everyone just feels so much squishier on Yellow Submarine if Darkseer is dead. Obviously, Auras are going to do that, but it just provides the layer of control that I feel like they're needing.
It still surprises me how Sven, he was like, oh yeah, Revenant Brooch is a thing. You know, I'm just gonna activate that and do a little thing what PA did and get a 2,500 or 3,000 crit and just delete this Naga Siren. And you did just that.
Looks like
Oh, it's
Dark
getting to
Lord.
the point where this is stupid Dota now, because Naga has around about 11,000 gold in her inventory, doesn't know what the hell to buy. Astakor needs to be careful here, because he's right on the front line. cape there.
Gonna try and get the range Rax. I think they're going to be successful.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
So just one Rax remaining. Keeping them safe inside the base, keeping them safe from mega creeps as well. They were able to take out the Roshan banner with that previous move forward, so at least you don't have, I keep calling them ultra creeps, going towards you from the mid lane.
Oh, when the Crystal Nova damage on CM actually, 300 plus.
Yep. I mean, it's good for dealing with illusions, right? It's good for dealing with creep waves from relatively long range.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. That's a good point, actually.
Alright, 1 minute away from tier 5 items.
Some
Any
dispel.
predictions coming out? I'm seeing the Naga still has the Midas in the backpack, so doesn't have 2 charges on it. Of course, it's not going to be replenishing as quickly when it's there, but I'm expecting it to be moved out right about the 59-minute, 55-second mark.
Now, one of the sad things is that Giant's Ring on Primal Beast, it doesn't work like it does on other heroes. So, I think the Giant's Ring actually has a limit to how big the Primal Beast can be. So, like, if you were to put it on, like, Podge or Underlord, for example, boy oh boy, they'd be big boys. But Primal, it's fixed.
It's not like it's in the game. It's not in the game, though, right? We had Ag's Labyrinth. We had gigantic Primal Beast. Come on, Dark Lord. It's 60 minutes. Swap the Midas in. You know you want to. There it is. It's just about to go to the 2 charges.
Ooh! Alright, that's amazing here for Butterfly. Mirror Shield. He really needs that against all these hexes coming out here. Force Boots for Skywrath Mage. What else are we gonna get? Force Boots for Naga Siren. Seer Stone for Darkseer.
That's a really nice one.
Ironic.
Just to be able to get that vacuum from huge range off whenever he's got that Seer Stone. Even just the reveal, right? The scan, I guess we could call it. Terran scan using StarCraft terms to be able to, find the backline, see where the squishier supports are grouping up, because they're the ones that you need to jump on initially. They're still providing a lot of utility as, I didn't realize Antares had bought a Midas as well. I thought it was just on Dark Lord.
Dire are scanning.
How ironic, Darkseer with the Seer Stone. I do find that intriguing. Is there any other neutral tier 5 items that we have at the moment? Just other than... Okay, we got an Apex on Mars.
We have a pirate hat on Pugner, just because he wants money, I guess.
Alright, fair enough.
Who isn't holding it right now? Arc Warden. Probably the one that you do want it to be on one of the cores. Guess like he feels the ninja gear is just insane value for him anyway.
Oh, Rubik's got the Book of Shadows. We've got more. The Force Boots are actually so good, actually, because you can just you can backpack one of your boots, which, only gives you movement speed. That's the most important thing. And oh my god, look at Ray's move around with that Swift Link. He is a fast Primal Beast. But yeah, you can backpack your boots and then go another item here. So we may see a race just decide to go a Hex as well.
How much damage do you think that does if he's got the trample active as he uses the Force Boots, right? Like, it's just going to annihilate
200 and what? 270 magical damage per trample. I just saw.
Isn't that nice?
That's a lot.
Alright, when's Roche up? 5 seconds. It's going to be on the bottom side again.
So it's based off his attack damage, but every time he's traveled 140 units, yeah, look at that, what the heck. Destroyed that creep wave. Oh my gosh. So I guess we're just waiting the next Roshan now for 9 Panthers.
Yep.
62 minutes in, when will this game end, Danog?
69, I think it will end. Yes, 69 minutes past
69? I don't think you can get 69 seconds.
Sure you can, just use your heart. It's about to be a Wisdom Rune spawning up.
Unless you're some kind of Time Lord, I guess.
You don't know what I'm about. I could very well be.
I mean, you are casting Dota at ridiculous hours right now, aren't you?
Don't mind me. But, that's all that's keeping me going right now is ignorance.
Stygian Desolator on the Arc Warden. I mean, interesting one for Arc. I mean, I thought maybe perhaps he just didn't have a a very nice neutral item to go here.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, oh, okay, on the Primal Beast, looks like it. Remember what happened in game number 3 previously? Naga Siren just had to go full on rat, let the rest of the team kind of create havoc, and then you look to make a play. I feel like it's going to be a similar sort of thing, right? Bait out a bad fight. I'm using air quotes here, you can't see it because you can just hear me. But then you're going to have Arkward and like TP into the base behind them, and then just start whacking in onto those tier 4s. They'll start to melt pretty quickly.
Yeah, we do have Books of Shadows on both the supports on Yellow Submarine. So, has the ability to target self, enemy, or ally, making them invulnerable. Around about 4 seconds. Also applies a basic dispel, which I guess is kind of cool to save someone here. Oh, both teams getting fairly close to each other. Mars is kind of on the other side of the map. You don't want to be here.
Actually left their base, and man, look at bottom. The creeps have been allowed inside the base, and Kiyotaka's going to take advantage of it. They might be forced to use the glyph here just to be able to stop this. Not going to be the case, just running away. As that cheeky little Tempest double. I almost wonder if they're waiting for 65 minutes until Roshan goes top, because if you can get, for example, a Aghanim Blessing...
Rats, look at him.
Yeah.
It's so dirty.
Yep.
I would be so annoyed if I was Yellow Submarines right now. It's like,
Oh,
nice hero, man.
But yeah, I wonder if they were waiting for it to go top, because now you're going to have the Ag's Blessing on Roshan as it's on the Dire side, right? And I wonder if you just want to give that one over to the Mars so that you can constantly have that Bulwark up, 82% front damage reduction coming through. Went, of course, he's level 28, so he would have had the secondary talent. It looks like that is the main priority for them. Maybe they're just going to have him, you know, pop the shields up and slowly walk up, get the Mega Creeps.
Find the Arkward and clone again, and that's more gold for Butterfly, like he needs it. 11,295 gold and counting. We're going to see the first time a Dota 2 millionaire coming out very soon.
Everyone's got buyback as well, so I think everyone's pretty wealthy at this point. Who's being caught out here? CM on the bottom side wouldn't want to just give this one up for free.
Oh wait, the BKB! The Pulverize there! The BKB now from the Butterfly as well, trying to lay into Dark Lord. The Pulverize coming out again! Will they be able to take down this Naga Siren? Yes, they will! But they do have themselves the Aegis in return. They do put it on Mars.
They have lost
buyback
a tier 4
available
tower.
on Naga. But I don't think they're going to be going high ground anytime soon here on Yellow Submarines.
I mean, what can you even do, right? Like, I feel like this Midas is just a way to quickly get some of the tankier creeps out of the way, right? Like, it's beyond tier 5 item territory. I think you just really want to quickly, like, destroy some of these creeps. Like, if you see Arkward and TPing in onto one, just quickly Midas it. You know, it doesn't matter if it's glyphed or not, it's going to be removed, and Kiyotaka won't be able to be as annoying as he is.
Go fight!
Sec. Yeah, we're just, we're waiting for a little bit, you know? It's so weird that you were able to kill a Naga Siren, and yet they still can't even leave their base just because of this situation with the Arc Warden.
I think something that 9 Pandas want to do here is try and distract them, so then they can send Kiyotaka in to try and kill the melee Rex. But they are actually keeping these creep waves pushed out pretty well.
Look at him doing it. He's trying to do it on his own, get a solo kill onto the Rubik, even just a little bit of damage onto tier 4s, but not going to be successful. Is that his second rapier for Alperca?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's one of these games. Oh. I mean, it makes it interesting for us, but not so interesting when we're sitting right next to the ancient.
Bro, this is game 1. This is game 1 of a best of 5.
Alpha Wolf. Who's Alpha Wolf is that? How have we got an Alpha Wolf here?
Is there a Helm with the Dominator on someone? Looks like Sven might have one.
Oh, we did. Yeah, but I mean,
You gotta spend your money on
everything you
something.
can get, right? The efficient money spending, buys himself a Helm of the Dominator to get an Alpha Wolf. How much does that increase his damage by? Is that? Let me see.
30%. Crit and stuff.
Wow. Oh. That's pretty big actually for an Alpha Wolf. I mean, it scales, doesn't it? During the late game, the creeps do so.
Could still provide, could buy the Ag's Blessing as well on the Sven.
Oh, okay. The pack leader's aura doesn't scale, but the critical strike on the wolf does.
Yeah.
So
I think it's
the
off
wolf
of
is going to
base
get
damage as opposed to overall damage.
Kiyotaka with his clone once again.
Of course,
Trying to find that you're not getting the racks, mate. Kiyotaka, you've got to come to the base. This clone ratting trick is not going to work. Yellow submarines are not letting you pass.
You only need to screw up once for him to be able to get it, though. That's the thing, and eventually someone's going to make a mistake. This tests your resolve as to, you know, how mentally stable are you with how this game is going.
Fun note, I did actually check the chat when I mentioned about the whole Midas thing, how it gives you a guaranteed neutral item, and someone did call me a 1k caster, so that I deserved that. Not knowing for about 2 years.
How dare you not know every single little intricacy about Dota?
As long as I do a good job, right? I mean, thank God I'm not an analyst, or else that would make it 10 times worse.
I gotta be here for something.
Exactly.
Oh, good lord!
Ascador! Oh, it needs to go back to base. Absolutely pooped his pants. Activated that BKB faster than I've ever seen before.
And the Book of Shadows as well.
Meanwhile,
that's a triple
back onto 3. Charging in now. The Pulverize ready. But they haven't been able to get it off yet. Spear in Arena is there. What's happening at the moment? Oh, that's a big God's Rebuke there. Erase is going to charge away. They find the kill down to solo. Ascador so low once again. Though the creeps were hitting into that tier 4 there. Almost exposed. Kiyotaka now with this clone attempting to try and find this Rax. Only able to get it to around about 3/4 of its HP remaining.
And it'll slowly regen as well. Oof.
Wait, are they going in for more here? I mean, they don't have themselves Arena. Aegis is going to expire in around about 10 seconds! Oh my god! The double Rapier God's Rebuke deletes the Darkseer. Oh my god!
Yeah, 2,600 damage to a Darkseer who has 2,800 HP.
He's going to go again. Oh,
Nice.
he misses.
Good swift blink there.
Whoa.
Level
They're
30
just going to keep on trying.
on Alberca as well. Really need to deal with these siege creeps as well. They're slowly dealing damage to this melee Rax, even though it's regenning.
It's slowly falling. It is slowly falling. They don't have themselves so like Kiyotaka. He's a menace to society. Look at him. He's just going to do it again.
Just one pulverized to annihilate a creep wave now. Went on for long enough that Antares had to TP all the way back to base just so that he could get support regen. That's how long they've just been parked outside of the Yellow Submarine base. Another Wisdom Rune spawned. Anything nice that we could get shortly? Crystal Nova cooldown, I guess, on the CM. Would bring it down to a 4-second cooldown, which feels pretty damn significant. Constant uptime for it.
Yeah, giving me Agnims here on Crystal Nova.
Pretty nice. I mean, it's more about the frostbite applying for anyone that stays inside the freezing field, so that's going to be really significant against like Naga Illusions, for example.
Oh, Mega Creeps! Mega Creeps! Oh, he's got it! No one was there to defend the Rax!
One
That's
mistake.
Mega Creeps now! Oh, that's going to be much more pressure now for Yellow Submarines. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. That's not good.
So outside of that tiny window, yeah, we're going to ignore the start of the game. Let's have a look at the old win probability graph. It's still giving them a 16% chance on Yellow Submarine, but that time when it was up at 50 was when, unfortunately, Butterfly went for that dive onto solo inside of the 9 Pandas base. Ever since then, it just hasn't left their side.
Okay, so everyone on 9 Pandas has Boots of Travel apart from the Mars. Mars has queued up Boots of Travel here. Really wanting the boots.
It's got amplify damage.
Oh! Erase! Lost half of his HP there from the amplified damage of the Mars. That is some scary
That's
stuff.
real
Now we've got
Naga.
ourselves a Ratting Guard Warden getting
This is
into
the distraction.
tier 4. Oh, Ancient exposed.
This is the distraction gaming that we've been talking about. They've still got the
There's
glyph
illusions
available.
everywhere. It's so mesmerizing. They need to take them out. Oh gosh, Mars coming in again. Not able to kill the Rubik. Attempting now to try and find this Mars. The Pulverize is there. The Song of the Siren coming out the freezing field with that BKB. It won't be disrupted. They're going to reset here. The spear does not connect there. Oh, a lovely back. There we go. Will they be able to find the kill onto Mars? Mars will fall.
2 rapiers
down
on the
for
deck.
120. 2 rapiers. Darkseer's going to get a rapier, but they need to protect the Ancient. The Ancient is being protected. Rue is in some trouble. Uses the Books of Shadow there, but in comes Butterfly taking down Solo as Kiyotaka just able to TP away right on top of Antares right now. Triple kill for the Sven, but all the buybacks, all of them, they're available for 9 Pandas. They have to be careful here on Yellow Submarine.
The thing is, now you've taken away that threat of the one-hit KO, though he doesn't have a lot of gold to be able to... Well, he instantly looks to get rid of all of that plan for the Boots of Travel 2 on the Mars. He's got the buyback still left available for himself, but it's going to be quite some time until he's able to get into those rapiers again. Once again, just the annoying Naga Siren gameplay, cutting the waves as best as she can. You haven't even taken tier 2 towers on Yellow Submarine yet, so you've still got those weakened creeps that you're having to be playing around with. Every single lane just has creeps on creeps on creeps. Dark Lord trying to get...
Hear me out. Hear me out, Danog. I think 9 Pandas have a strategy. So basically what they're doing is... So, Al Burka, he's going to buy Rapier every time and grief and die, but it's going to seem like he griefs. So when he drops a Rapier, someone is going to have... No. Someone is going to have to backpack an item in order to pick up that Rapier because they feel the need to do so, which then leads to a really important item being backpacked. Because at the moment, we have ourselves a Darkseer here backpacking himself a BKB for this Rapier. Like, what's Darkseer going to do with a Rapier here? I mean, yeah, maybe perhaps do a nice little punch. They have found themselves Crystal Maiden. Oh, nice. The Hex there in return for the Dark Lord.
Book of Shadows, nicely done.
Yeah, Books of Shadows. Gotta be careful of the Mega Creeps there. They're pushing in on the bottom lane.
You know what I'm excited about? I want CM to hit level 29 because she has a Rapier as well, and she's going for a Mjolnir, so I want that plus 225 attack speed. Crystal Maiden.
Oh my god. Okay, right. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden core. Oh, here we go.
Alright, quick maths.
That is...
how long until one of those thingamajigs spawn? Wisdom Rune's coming up in 30 seconds, so I wonder if they're going to look to prioritize that for Aztekor on the Radiant side of the map. Right next to their potential Tormentor. Surely everyone has an Axe Shard at this point, right? Alright, at least they've got that.
Who's going to get an Axe Shard? Oh. Everyone's rich. I mean, what's the gold count at the moment? 73,000 net worth on the Naga Siren. Almost 100,000. We're on the way. 20,000 gold in Naga Siren's pocket. She could put a deposit on a house with that much money.
Yeah. She yoinked away the Wisdom Rune as well. Well, they actually see that it's the real one. Having to be a little careful here on the Primal.
Oh, they've got themselves the arena there, and the massive nuke damage onto a race. That takes him out. He's down for 100 seconds. He does have himself the buyback, though. What are 9 Pandas going to do with this? Big pickup.
They don't have the Chad CM yet. No attack speed to be able to make plays around with. Solo is so far forward. He's just slowly trying to bait things out. Trying to force them to go in onto him. They go for a smoke as well. Still actually got a Nether Ward available. Might disrupt a few plays.
The creeps are slowly coming in. Rapier is back on Mars once again. They're going towards the Ancient right now, but Butterfly coming forward instantly, going to be able to find the kill there onto the Pugner, along with maybe perhaps Alberca as well. The Son of the Siren helping to protect him, but in comes the Vac, and the Wall of Replica into 2 there, but Butterfly has been decimated there by the hands of Alberca. And Darkseer has to escape. The Ancient slowly closing on death there. They're just able to protect it. The buyback here from both the Primal and the Sven. They're still in the game as the Pulverize comes out onto Solo. That is a dieback. Rapier on the floor as a second Rapier is in the hands of Aztekor here.
Let's go,
Needs
Aztec-Core.
that 225 attack speed.
He is the real core, Aztec-Core. That's what I want to see. I mean, they did all of that damage to the Ancient with just a Tempest double, right? Like, they forced buybacks because the real Arc Warden was the one taking care of both the Primal Beast and the Sven.
I mean, they do have a glyph. They do have a glyph, though.
They do. But it's against a Stygian Desolator you got to remember as well, so that will fall pretty damn quickly if your eyes aren't on the prize at all times. Anyone not level 30? 9 Pandas? Oh wow, Naga isn't. 79 minutes in. Hold on.
Got here in it. Oh my gosh. Hold on.
Naga Siren has block of cheese. She has consumed it. Permanent 500 shield on Dark Lord.
Ah! Oh my god, so she has.
I can't remember the last time I saw that in a pro game.
Savory shield. This one's cool.
Is it time for Aztec-Core to buy a Midas again? Just so that he can get up into this level 29? He really needs it, and I mean, if you're going up against Mega Creeps, that's a decent amount of XP that you're able to claim. I feel like right now, Dark Lord just needs to know the perfect radius of the Song of the Siren, right? Of course you can hover over it, but it's just how many people can you catch inside of it while Kiyotaka goes to work on the Ancient. I think that's going to be their main strategy right now. Maybe looking to play around a Amplified Damage rune as well. Not spawned in the river just yet, it's a shield rune they're going to be able to play around with, but who knows, maybe you give that one over to Alberca and just let him move on forward with the Aghadim's Blessing Bulwark. Still just one-shotting creep waves doing nearly 3k damage off of a single W.
The Ancient is slowly regenerating at this moment, so... I don't know when 9 Pandas are going to decide to come in for another fight here. Let's, I did like what, Dark Lord is doing, especially with the mirror images. Huh?
CM's going dataless after this.
I mean... I don't blame them. I don't blame her, to be honest. Oh my gosh, and Alberca is going a second rapier here also. Well, there's just going to be rapiers everywhere.
Gotta be careful. I mean, Alberca looking forward for the CM. Oh, just back in time to be able to dodge it out. Still 35 seconds on the buyback timer for CM. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Song of the Siren! Song of the Siren be committed here. Maybe perhaps they want to try and find Primal. Never mind, no.
Oh,
okay,
CM
that
pops
was
the
a
BKB. Not needing it.
That was interesting.
He's getting a little spooked. Oh, surprise refresher, though. Coming out from the Darkseer.
They gotta try so hard to defend this. And the worst thing is, they have almost all buybacks again. Pretty much, it's only Solo who doesn't have a buyback. This game is, it's gonna go on forever at this rate. They do have a glyph as well. They do have a glyph on the side of Yellowstone.
I mean, he's holding on to, what is that, 15k net worth on the Naga Siren right now? Oh, what
what a pause!
Maybe there's, you know, meteors falling out of the sky or something in his game because it's gone on for this long. 82 minutes. Remember, Epi, this is a best of 5. This is game number 1. How are you supposed to...
Game number 1.
Whoever loses this is going to feel... Don't... No. I'll tell you... That'll be your reward after this game. You get to know what kind of a... I'll give you a hint. Morning I'm in for.
Yeah, because you're going to watch June 2 later on, aren't you?
I am indeed.
Don't worry. The music from Hans Zimmer will wake you up 100%.
In 8
especially
hours,
if you're seeing
I'm going to be watching June. Oh
my gosh.
How much
Yeah,
time
no one knew this was coming, honestly. But hey, it may it may finish a 3-0. You never know. You never know.
You never know.
But
the game may end in 10 seconds. You never know.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But nonetheless, this is some pretty good. I mean, defense of the Ancients. This is literally what Yellow Submarines are doing here right now. They're having a crack of a time. And when was the last time you saw Crystal Maiden have 2 rapiers and wanting to go for a date?
Oh, they're three together.
Oh, the vac there, and Torres to try and get the ancient. The mega creeps, they need to protect that. There we go. Lovely stuff. They got themselves 2 kills there. Butterfly.
You know the
Nice
most
stuff
important
there.
thing. CM's level 29. We get
there we
the
go.
increased attack speed.
Wait, I want to see it. 225.
Skill it up.
Come on. That's the core. Level it. Level it.
Surely
Has
as
he
he starts
forgot?
right-clicking things, I don't even know, man.
He's got 3 rapiers.
He has to.
3.
Please give me the attack speed.
Get and level it.
He's dealing like 1,300 damage a hit with the potential for crits coming with a Daedalus.
Oh my god. No, he hasn't got Daedalus in his queue at the moment.
It won't be long. Maybe just because he's got the 3rd rapier, he feels like he doesn't need it. I'm literally shaking. He needs to. Okay, there we go. Oh.
A buyback cost on Crystal Maiden currently costs 3,284 gold.
Oh, of course. Pretty standard CM. And the thing is, they get 2
see-
kills, but they still can't leave the base. The only time
Helm
they
of the
can
Dominator.
Sure. You want Helm of the Overlord? It's like they've got it on the stand.
They've got a dragon. They've got a black dragon with an alpha wolf just so then they can defend the base. I've never seen such desperation in my life for a Nurgle. They are committing almost every piece of gold to try and defend this base. They are backpacking helms of the overlords here just so then they can push a wave, getting an AoE dragon with a splash attack. Oh my god, this is some really great Dota, honestly.
I'm just seeing what's even coming next as there we go, the tips coming through. Any level timings to come. I mean, Rue's nearly level 28. That'll give him a little bit longer stun on the telekinesis. Probably not going to be all that impactful. Level 30 on the Naga or CM. I mean, 1 fewer attack to trigger Riptide is quite nice if you're wanting to burst someone, but it feels like almost every time it's Yellow Submarine that are the ones getting the jump.
Yeah, it does seem like it here. But they're doing really well in order to defend, and I mean, it is quite difficult when Sven does have himself a mirror shield. As we said, this is a very strong neutral item, and around about this time of the game, very many teams do depend on getting a blink and a hex, because that is what really helps to stop someone from activating a BKB here. They have a lot of counter initiation, that is, as well, so they can start off with the pulverize. I mean, level 30 on the Primal Beast now, so has that extra duration there with the Pulverize, not to mention the fact that they do have themselves a big vacuum, because he, you know, Doc's here, he's got himself the 100 plus vacuum AoE, so now it's even bigger. It's really devastating.
Ooh, that was so okay. Nearly able to take out the Primal there, but instead they just get the Ancient Ice Shaman.
Oh no.
That's devastating. I feel like the only way that they're ever going to leave the base on Yellow Submarine is if they kill the actual Kiyotaka, and he is literally never going to put his real guy there.
Pause! Oh my gosh. Oh. Are they all just going toilet? Why are they all disconnected? What the heck?
I don't know. Hopefully everything's okay on their end. Alright, FPS, understandable.
FPS? What about my FPS is going down as well. It's just the negative impacts of playing an 85-minute game, that's all.
My freaking personal safety is going down as well as a result of this. I mean, we're stress casting it. Imagine playing this, especially as Yellow Submarine, right? This, I don't want to say it's like easy street for 9Pandas, but it is a lot easier to play this game for them, right? Like, you can bank on them eventually making a mistake. You send these Naga Illusions, you send the Tempest Double, eventually they're going to stuff it up.
Yeah, we've... Oh my gosh, almost level 30. I don't think level 30 is here. Who else is not level 30 here? So the rest of 9Pandas are level 30.
Mm-hmm.
Rubik, is there anything good on
That's
Rubik with the...
Not
Telekinesis, lift on duration, 5 seconds.
Spell Amp,
Free
maybe, if you were able to steal Mystic Flare.
Yeah, that's possible. Who else?
That's
Who
about
else
it.
is not leveled?
So yeah.
Doc's here, not level 30. 2 ion shell charges.
Darkseer's still got that rapier, by the way. Will he go for the full Saitama build to the One Punch Man just to try and, you know, wipe someone out? Unfortunately, normal punch doesn't have like a crit on
crit.
it. Yeah, that would be nice. knows, even the punch pushback might end up being a bit of a grief. Wanting to be... CM is the main clearer at this point, honestly, just with that Mjolnir.
See, they've left it too long. Now we have buybacks available on Primal Beast and Sven again. So I think it's literally just a charge into the Ancient. Oh, Solo. Whoa! They forced out the God's Strength. The Song of the Siren has caught the Sven.
Kiyotaka's
Yeah,
down
there's
here.
meanwhile right by the Ancient, however. Oh, they've got the pulverize there, but it's on a clone. Solo hiding within the trees. The Ancient is still alive. They do find the kill there onto Solo. A very interesting initiation performed out here.
It's just Antares
They have
that
left
they
the
find.
Ancient. Yeah, they have left the Ancient exposed. They do go back to defend it. They do not want to pursue the chase here. They are doing exactly just that. They're defending. They don't want to be lured and manipulated here by 9 Pandas. It feels like they did that just so then they can run out, let them chase them, and then, you know, you've got Kiyotaka who's going to sliver in with his clone. And
what settings could you be changing at 86.5 minutes? I don't understand, man.
Low graphics.
I mean, maybe actually. What I do really like here from Pessimist is he's making a really ballsy move. He's probably the only one that can do it because he's got the ninja gear, is placing out these wards. He wants to make sure that they can try and catch Kiyotaka as he moves on forward to be able to place down his Tempest double, right? If they can catch him outside the base, this is the general area that he has been, maybe they can finally leave. Maybe they can make an aggressive play happen somewhere on the map, but they just haven't been able to catch him just yet. He was hanging out down in those that camp to the bottom side of the bottom tier 3 tower previously. And we're in another holding pattern.
Did Rue just do a JoJo reference there? Almost.
Zawara though.
Zawara!
Only if there's faceless void are you allowed to do that.
Okay, fair enough.
Imagine if you see a lot of games do like these collabs with anime. Recently, I think there was a Cowboy Bebop one. I want to see a JoJo's collab with Dota. That'd be cool.
A blink on Arc Warden. Kiyotaka. Really looking, I think, here for to jump the Ancient.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he hasn't had it until now. And also, you didn't bring up the Daedalus on the CM. I just want to point that one out as well.
Look at the attack speed there. Wait. Hold up. Was that a 3,000 crit from Crystal Maiden?
Of course it was.
Oh my god.
At 225 attack speed. At what point do you buy blade mails, actually, on 9 Pandas to be able to potentially turn this around?
I mean, the BKB stops it though, right?
Sure, but he doesn't have it in his inventory
Albuquerque! Pulverize! They've caught the Mars! They've got a Mars! Is that another race on the ground again? The base!
They found CM!
Oh, CM! The Book of Shadows! They're laying into the Ancient! The Ancient is currently exposed! I mean, they did go true to Kiyotaka's words. They did fight outside the base. That's technically true.
The honorable thing to do.
Technically true. They found themselves solo. So 2 down.
They still pushing
They're
in
not
though.
going for more, are they?
No, they
Naga?
can't.
Oh! They found Naga! The Hex there! The Hex there! The Pulverize as well! Do they have enough damage to take this out? It's just Primal Beast and the Darkseer. The BKB is there. Song of the Siren is available. But a race is going to move back because of that Shadow Blade? Yeah, the Shadow Blade went invisible. Oh, Dark Lord has just ran into a race, though.
Oh, he's not holding on the gem. He's not holding the gem.
Let him kook! Let him kook! Here we go! There's the Hex and the Ensnare. They may have found the kill onto the Primal Beast. They have. Primal Beast dead. They did indeed kook.
Wasn't holding any Reapers, though. That's the important thing is...
No, the Reapers.
Oh, he's using the reel in! The most useless spell in the entire game. Dark Lord, he really wants those rapiers.
Song of the Siren. Kiyotaka trying to lay into the Ancient, doing a little bit more damage. They want to find the CM. The Book of Shadows has been used. The Crystal Maiden is still okay. The Ancient, however, is on half HP. This is pretty impressive. They are doing more work than they have done when they've lost 2 heroes.
They've still got the glyph, though. Man, that Lunar New Year dragon is like, guys, come on. you gotta do something at this point.
This game is that intense, it is stopping the blood flow to my body, and I'm getting cold hands.
Stand up, bro.
This game is good.
Don't get DVT. You're like on a flight, you gotta get up and stretch the legs. Oh, here we go, Kiyotaka.
Oh, ratting, a little bit of rat. Ancient getting a little bit lower. He keeps on doing it, this dirty rat.
Yep.
This Arc Warden, disgusting. Kiyotaka, responsible for ratting on Dota 2.
Is under attack.
Radiant's Ancient is under attack with all of these Naga illusions as they make a jump.
They are going to solo. That is solo dead. Down for 100.
And
They did use the God Strength.
Nearly ends up catching out Antares there, but he's going to be able to blink out with the Arcane Blink. And now they're going to back out and not push forward because they don't have a Pugna, although they make a jump.
To CM. Oh, CM dead!
Triple Rapier.
Buyback.
They're going for the three.
Ancient. They do have themselves the Glyph. The Pulverize comes out there. As
Glyph?
Dark Lord trying to hammer into it, they found themselves the Sven. The Glyph is there. They're trying to kill Dark Lord as the Song of the Siren comes out.
Kiyotaka's doing
the
it.
Ancient X exposed. There it is. They've got it. They end the game. 9 Pandas, game 1 out of the best of 5. Oh, wow. Finally, victory for 9 Pandas there. They finally end it.
Oh, it's over, finally. Game number 1 has been concluded in a 9 Pandas victory. How draining would that be for both teams to be able to go into this? And this is what I'm talking about with the resilience. Thank you, Dota God, for letting us come out of that game. It was an intense one, but it was a real uphill battle that Yellow Submarine. They just could not leave the base, even getting multiple kills, unless they killed that freaking Arc Ward, and he was the one that ended up being able to close it out at the very end of it all. And, yeah... Look at that, Chiron defeats them in the first game. that was a struggle. They struggled to defeat them, but they did in the end.
It was a mental aptitude from both teams, really. Actually, staying in for that. I'm quite surprised no one called GG there. The solidity of mentality for Eastern Europe at its peak in that game, folks. Absolutely fabulous performance. I think we deserve a well-deserved break, but it is going to be another 7 minutes until our game 2. Will we end up having another 1 hour and 30+ minute game again? Find out shortly, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for game 2. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League. With myself, Epidamnos, joining me is Danog. We have just had ourselves a 1 minute and... What, 1 minute? No, we did not. We had ourselves a 1 hour
I
and
wish.
31... You wish, a 1 hour and 31 minute game. Absolutely hectic. But it was indeed 9 pandas who were able to pick up the victory here, and would you believe, Danog, if only Butterfly had not dove that tier 3 tower, then maybe perhaps something different would have happened. But here we go. We're coming into a second game.
I have one wish for this game. Just ban Arc Warden, please. Just ban this hero. You can deal with Naga Siren, but Naga Siren and Arc Warden means that you get situations like that, where there's just nothing that you can deal with. It always gives you an issue just with one of the two, and two of them is... Just, if you stuff up like that, going up onto the high ground when you have your small opportunities, it's just going to become so much harder. So... we'll see. I doubt 9 pandas are going to, like, first phase it, so you're still going to have 2 opportunities to ban it in phase 2. But, yeah. It was a rough one, for sure.
I really hope they do ban it now, actually, because I know what you mean. It was very difficult to handle. It felt like we were playing against an arc which was from when the hero was created. Like, even though that when you're away from your clone, it has 50% less damage. It still
does enough.
Insanely powerful, yeah. It still does enough, and it did just that. And they hit themselves the ancient there and got themselves the victory at long last. But both teams, maybe perhaps we'll see a lot different draft, because if it's very similar, then we may be looking at something similar to Game Mod.
So I think we're going to have some crazy new heroes coming out. You know, what do you think? Maybe a Mars, maybe a Crystal Maiden, maybe a Skywrath, maybe a Techies, maybe a Sven. You know, just all very boring stuff that's just coming out time and time again. I did like the Naga Siren, though. I mean, Dark Lord had a very solid start. He was basically top of the net worth all throughout that game. But you got to say it was the star performance of Kiyotaka that really closed it out for them. How many rapiers were fed over by Alburquerque? It felt like 5 were fed over.
Let me check, actually. Hold on. If I go to items, how many rapiers did he buy? He bought 1, 2, 3. He had 3. He bought 3 rapiers in total that game.
It felt like there were more.
More.
Transferred over.
I thought there were more, yeah.
Maybe they just, like, killed the person that stole the rapier and got the rapier back.
Oh, wait. No, he bought 5.
There we go. Knew it. Well, we get a Timber Saw, so it is going to be a much faster paced game. And hopefully we get to see a Arc Warden banned out. No, they have not, so... I'm ready to lose it. I'm ready to stand up, take off my headset, and walk away from this computer. No, I'm just kidding. It is great to see a specialist play that type of hero. Pretty interesting that they're still happy enough to be able to pick the Mars into the Timber Saw. Maybe they feel like they've got the a hero with the abilities to dominate him in the laning stage, but that's where Yellow Submarine looked to take out 2 of those main dominators, like with the Adaptive Strike on the Morphling, with Lucen's Beam on the Luna. And then, of course, really all you need to consider is probably a Gyrocopter that has the potential to dish out a lot of damage into him in the laning phase. They've even protected him a little bit with banning out the Undying as well. So I have to wonder what they're actually going to go for to be able to address this Timber Saw.
Yeah, because as we know, this Timber Saw is a very strong hero, particularly of that of the early game as well. Ever since the change around of the reactive armor, people have started to become a lot more aggressive with the hero. And with the fact of the change of the Shiva's God, which now can be built with a Veil and increases, obviously, of course, outputted spell damage, it's a very, very nice item here for Timber Saw. So that is one of his main items here in order to grant himself armor, not instead of the reactive armor. But Pugna comes out here for 9 pandas solo, most likely going to be on the Pugna again.
Feels fine enough to me. I mean, you want to be able to amp up magic damage into the Timber Saw, so what better way to do it than with a Pugna and that Decrepifier. You've got a stun at the moment on the Mars. Decent enough in the laning phase as well to be able to potentially cause him a little bit of havoc, and I mean, if Timbersaur's trying to get super
Radiant
active and
team
press on forward,
Enchantress.
bully the carry out of the lane, then Pugna can potentially make a rotation elsewhere and look to try and take a tower in exchange. But the one that's going to be looking to make a stop to that is, of course, the Enchantress. It is one of the specialties that they've got on Asdecor.
10
Plays a
seconds
very
remaining.
solid Enchantress and is able to open up the map even more heavily than a Timbersaur. So
5 seconds remaining.
this game is going to be a lot more fast-paced. I still think there is the potential of the Arc Warden to come out, regrettably, but you know what? I think he might be punished a whole lot heavier if that is the case.
Oh, and we get ourselves a techies as well. So some more high ground defense for you there, Danog. With the mines.
No spear back into it, though.
No spear back, yeah, no spear back. But a nice pick nonetheless here, especially with the blast off,
10
the sticky
seconds
bomb,
remaining.
a prevalent hero during the early stage of the game, going to be very nice
5
compared with
seconds
Enchantress and Timbersaw. Looking at these three heroes already, as you said, I'm feeling quite an active early game here from Yellow Submarine.
Can I just ask you, this, again, it's not to flame the guy, but did you notice Rubik at all in that previous game, in like the last 50 minutes of it? Because I didn't. It really just felt like there was almost no impact from it, and in a 92-minute game, he did 24k damage, which is like insane to me. You know, I hope that both teams kind of lean away from this this Rubik, just because I feel like there's so many position 4s that are able to provide so much more relative to, you know, a very basic stun. Maybe, again, it could be a response pick to the likes of a Magnus or, you know, Pangolier, or
10 seconds
you know, who
remaining.
knows, maybe we'll even see like an Earthshaker or an Enigma come out. It is a best of
5
5, so
seconds remaining.
has the potential to be 4 more games as we see the Gyrocopter come out. So this one, of course, it is that genuine flex, right? So I'm expecting to see the mid lane come out next for 9 Pandas. Are they going to go something relatively stable like the Kunkka, or do they feel like that's really just not the answer into a Timbersaw, being a strength hero, being mostly physical damage, to be able to dish out into it?
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden instead.
Oh, they get
Okay,
themselves
so
Crystal Maiden.
they're just happy enough to reveal that this is a gyro as the pos one, and it really was the only solid one left into the Timber. So now they've actually got some decent kill threat for this Timbersaw, but the thing is, I mean, Techies makes that quite hard still. You know, you're able to stay at very consistent long range. You can, of course, jump in. It might be the battle of just who reaches level 2 first in this Timber Techies versus Gyro CM lane.
Yeah, but I do agree with you with the fact that you said about Rubik. I mean, we did see a few telekinesis, which were very cool and very promising, but other than that...
Are there not other heroes that could kind of
Radiant team
do a similar
Yeah,
sort of thing,
I
but
know
also
what
do
you
so
mean,
much
yeah.
more?
Oh, we get ourselves Faceless Void as well, the late game of late game. So you can be rest assured, Danog, that if we do go late game, it may be most likely that Yellow Submarine, they may win this one here with a very powerful Faceless
10
Void.
seconds
I don't see
remaining.
anything that can handle this during the late game yet, with what 9 Pandas
5
have
seconds
at the
remaining.
moment. So Faceless Void does have free reign, I feel, for anyone that he chronos. The only thing that is going to save them is possibly a
9
Decrepify here
Pandas
from
turn
Pugna.
to ban.
Could be looking to go down the puck route as well,
9
just to be able to
Pandas
combo
turn to ban.
together with... Honestly, both teams could use a puck, right? Like, just to keep people locked in place, to be able to enable the Timbersaw, enables the blast off, sets up for a Chronosphere. Good way to be able to escape from the Mars Arena. And same sort of thing the other way around, right? Dream Coil for
10 seconds
the Faceless
remaining.
Void, also holding the Timbersaw into place. Feels pretty impactful for both
5
sides.
seconds remaining.
Feeling like it might be the Timbersaw mid, it seems, with some of these bans coming through. They are going to have the last overall pick to be able to make that choice, though. As to how they're going to be able to counter it. So Yellow Submarine are going to need to
10
show their
seconds
hand
remaining.
first. Just trying to think if there are any mid heroes other than the
5
Kunkka that they
seconds
can pick
remaining.
that has the potential to flex to the side lane if need be. And Kunkka feels pretty solid to me, right? Like, just have that into a Gyro CM doesn't feel the worst. You can just build into a couple of braces instead of rushing straight into something like a Blade Mail, Aghanim Scepter instead.
Yeah, I can see the Conqueror, a more of a kind of controlling hero within this game for Yellow Submarine.
Timber
Though
can be your
I don't
damage
know
dealer.
whether I would suggest them to go kind of, how do we put it, a risky pick here. So maybe perhaps pick themselves something that will also have impact similar to that of Timbersaw and Faceless Void. So someone with actually more Timbersaw actually, so more uptime than Faceless Void, because of course he needs himself a Chronosphere. So if Faceless Void is going to farm up, they need at least 4 heroes, just keeping up the momentum and pace similar to that of the 3 of the heroes that they have here on Yellow
10
Submarine,
seconds remaining.
as they did ban themselves Doom, which
Yeah,
would be able to allow them to get some Dooms early.
It depends what their mentality is, right? Is it, you know, are we happy enough to play Conquer and still not completely reveal our lanes, or are we just going to say, look, this is our strategy, deal with it? I mean, Invoker's still in the pool, potentially, to be able to combine together with a Faceless Void, so that if they do get that Chronosphere, you've always got the Cataclysm available. If you do go the Conquer, you run the risk of something like an OD being picked up by 9 Pandas, which would be pretty nice against both the Timbersaw and the Conquer in the lane. Gives you an additional save for the Faceless Void if he is to jump in onto somebody, so I certainly wouldn't hate that.
Only 10 seconds remaining. What have they got? It's a Primal Beast again.
So again, it's
All
one of
right.
those things that doesn't necessarily reveal exactly where it's going to be going. Wouldn't you know it, it is old mate OD. So I like this a lot from 9 Pandas. I think you're going to be able to deal with Erase early on just through the use of the Arcane Orb. You're going to be able to set up for things like the Crystal Maiden Frostbite to be able to come in. Even just the Astral into the Spear is a nice little setup as well. So Timbersaw isn't invulnerable in this game. He certainly has the capability to die, and might... I mean, whenever you're playing at mid, you do still want to be playing like that QW style, no points in the reactive armor, because reactive feels honestly kind of useless against the OD, right? It's not going to be protecting you all that much against all of that damage that OD has coming your way. So I like the fact that they still maintained the flex on the Primal Beast, but it just feels so difficult to manufacture a scenario where both the OD and the Pugna are dealt with, so that you know, you're actually getting some value out of these big team fight ultimates.
So yeah, they do have themselves the 2 saves, of course, throughout the Chronosphere, which is the Astral Imprisonment and the Decrepify. Astral Imprisonment being a particularly good ability, especially against the Timbersaw, stopping him from jumping around and pouncing upon people with that Chakram, so will disrupt him during a team fight, which he is absolutely going to hate. But the question is, wouldn't you rather lane a Primal Beast against the OD rather than it being a Timbersaw, or... What, does it not matter anyway because of course, the Astral Imprisonment? So if they just jump upon you, you just astral them and say goodbye.
I think it's more about just wanting the Timber to have as good a game as possible, right? You got to remember that it was an OD last pick, right? So they didn't know 100% that the OD was coming, and I think this was more of a strategy of, look, let's just try and give him the best game possible. But, you know, maybe they feel like this lane is a little bit more favorable for a race versus going into a CM Gyrocopter. I mean, that's not exactly an easy lane either. And it kind of feels like the Primal Beast is just... That would have a horrible lane mid versus Timbersaw just having a rough one.
Yeah. Imagine if they released a mid-patch today.
A mid-series patch.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
Just
maybe they delayed the patch due to this game, actually. Maybe.
They dropped it mid-game. And then they're like, find out some new strats. Arc Warden has been removed from the game, is what I wanted to see from any sort of patch notes. Alright, who you got for this one, Epi?
Has there ever been a hero removed? I don't think there has, ever.
From Captain's... No, they've never removed something from Captain's mode after putting it in. They've just put heroes in the bin, I think.
My sprites are with us.
By nerfing them into the ground, yeah, I guess. Astral here, onto Ascador.
Dark Lord?
He's okay.
A little bit here. Forced to go the Rocket Barrage at level 1 just to prevent himself from getting slowed down a little bit here, but Solo's certainly giving them the business. They try and get onto Rue, just forced a body block to be able to soak up some of those Rocket Barrage hits. Solo's pretty speedy though on the Pugna, so he should be able to get away. But already, these heroes are walking wounded up on the top side of the map.
Quite intriguing to see a core gyrocopter though. Haven't seen one in quite a while. It's always usually been on the support side, but this time we get to see it in the carry position going up against Faceless Void here. So particularly nice if you react very quickly with a Satanic when you have the Agnims there to heal up on the gunner.
I'm interested to see what Dark Lord's like item build and skill build actually is. Of course, you need to make sure that you have the capabilities to farm, you've got the capabilities to team fight, and you actually have ways to be able to somewhat deal with the Enchantress and the Timbersaw. Remember that this is the reason that they picked the Gyro, right? They didn't want to let the Timbersaw have a completely free game. But does that mean that then you go, like, ignore Flak Cannon almost altogether, maybe put like 1 point in at level 4 and then just go a little bit more of this active style, more rocket barrage, homing missile, and then let OD be your true carry?
I mean, intriguing, yeah. I mean, he's got a Claymore. What does he's got a Claymore in his quick buy. So yeah, he's probably going Crystallis straight after. As they do find the kill there onto Antares within the trees. And the kill going to Asticore.
CM certainly does not have an easy time against Enchantress. It is quite hard to be able to make that work, and yeah, right now I think Antares is going to be praying for small miracles in the fact that at least he's got that hard camp to be able to play around with. Hasn't been able to make a pull happen just yet. Which I'm honestly a little surprised about considering how deeply the lane is pushed in. Might still be able to do it. Looks like he'll be a little bit too late. And I actually prefer this skill build as well. I see a lot of the times that the CMs have been going like first point Q, second point in the Arcane Aura, despite having, you know, 3 mangoes and a magic stick and all that sort of stuff. And if you've got the regen already, what's the point of having the Arcane Aura? Feels like you can just enable so much more of that kill threat if you know, go all in for the Q and the W. They have kept the lane pushed in though, so it should have good healing Lotus control.
Just seeing that Asticore being a pain in the butt right now is what an Enchantress should do here as a safe lane support. Just harassing up here and healing with the Nature's Attendants, but calling in some infused raindrops here for the spear.
Or just the Nova.
Or the Nova, yeah.
Been able to pull both range creeps as well, so nicely done by Asticore to be able to manipulate the wave in this way. No Crystal Nova to be able to secure that XP for 9 Pandas, and it's going to be very important that they actually keep a slight XP lead over the 9 Pandas, just because you know that there is that kill threat coming through from a CM and a Mars if they get too much of those levels up there. Same sort of thing, I suppose, with the Enchantress, though. As soon as you get up onto that level 3 of the enchant, you can just control any of these creeps around the map. Really be a huge nuisance. Of course, we've seen... Oh, hold on. Just able to time walk it off. We've seen so many rotations around that 5.5 minute mark towards the mid lane. As the court helping to push in that tower as quickly as possible. Again, we know that the OD should have a favorable lane against a race, so you want to try and correct that as much as possible.
Gosh. As the core being so annoying here as a safe lane support already. You can see Alberca very low HP, even with double braces here, not having a particularly nice time with the harass. Meanwhile, top lane though, Sticky Bomb along with the blast off as well, attempted to try and find the kill down to Dark Lord, heals up there with the magic wand and turns it around. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, they do find the kill finally onto that pesky Enchantress. They will take her out.
And there's that importance of staying ahead in terms of net worth, right? You hit up onto level 3 on the CM, 2 points in the Frostbite, gives you that little bit of extra damage that you need to be able to take her out. With Alberca now with the second bracer, of course, as well. Also able to just dish out that little bit of extra damage required. Instantly in with the seed shot as well onto Antares and Alberca.
Look at the aggression on this mid lane as well from Erase. Diving the tier 1 with the Whirling Death. Might actually go ahead for the dive. I mean, almost level 6. Actually just doing the job with the Whirling Death.
Still has a... hold on, I'm just keeping an eye on Kiyotaka's level because he has taken a lot of mana away from this Timbersaw. So if he gets a little bit lucky with some of these Essence Flux procs, he might be in a situation to be able to just drop the hammer and be able to claim the kill, but gonna be the case. Pugna rotating through though. To potentially get a little bit more aggression happening. There's that rotation from Mazdacore. Looks like he'll be able to deal with the creep. Never mind, denies it.
Level 6. Got the chakram now. All regen rune spawns. Oh, denies it though. Very nice from Antares. Not able to get the chakram further enough though to reach the Crystal Maiden. Frostbite comes out. The Astral Imprisonment is ready. Never mind. They will commit the Sanity's Eclipse instead.
They'll also get rid of the Observer Ward around that mid lane, so just making it a little bit more protected for Nine Pandas to be able to play around their own Tier 1 tower. Just wanted to nullify the impact of that Enchantress, who's had a big part in securing what has only been the one good lane so far for Yellow Submarine. It's only Butterfly right now that's having a relatively good time. Primal Beast suffering massively. Of course, like we were saying before, a Pugna Gyro is a hard lane to have to go into, right? Just the decrep with the Rocket Barrage, it's a ton to have to deal with. And I think because of that good start, because of bullying him away, he's actually been afforded the freedom to go a few more points into the Flak Cannon. Like, job done. Primal Beast contained somewhat.
I think I found a little bit of a tooltip bug here as well. Apparently, Erase is currently has his mana reduced by 1,194. Which doesn't seem right.
You never know. Oh,
the onslaught, that's big. One with the chakram, blast off onto 2. They find the kill onto the gyrocopter. Rotation coming in for the Crystal Maiden. At least we'll find a return kill there, but they may find more on the side here of Yellow Submarine, and they do. Level 6 now. Pulverize comes out, finds the Crystal Maiden. A 3-for-1. Worthy, an excellent trade here on Yellow Submarines.
Race able to get all the way back to base. Tons of experience just dying underneath the tower as well. Looking to maximize their farming efficiency. If they're lucky enough, Pessimist will be able to claim a neutral item for himself as well, as he does, even blocking up the small camp after the fact. So level 6 for him, 10 seconds until he's able to use that Pulverize once again, and I almost wonder that now with Timbersaw being part of and claiming 2 of those kills up on the top side, you want to make a bit of a play towards the mid lane. Maybe just communications with the team, asking, you know, what's the vision status in mid. Right now, you'd have to say Nine Pandas have come out way in front in that regard. Just keeping high ground vision, keeping the other power rune just monitored at all times. So, gonna need to play this a little bit more passively. Means that OD is going to be able to get into that next item for himself, pretty much uncontested.
And this may be a free kill here for Butterfly. Will be indeed.
Be careful. Oh, just able to get away, I think. Yeah. Still haven't dropped the chrono, but they don't really have the damage to be able to go into it just yet. Just the 1 point in the reactive armor right now for the Timbersaw is going to be a little helpful for them to be able to take this ancient stack.
And first item 4 staff for Kiyotaka on the OD. Interestingly, not anything like a Dragonlance. It's usually quite intriguing to see what ODs do build on the mid lane here, because it can be very situational compared to other heroes.
I mean, the big thing early on is just to be able to deal with the aggression going in onto you, right? I was talking about the OD, why it was a good pick in regards to the Faceless Void. You've got the Astral, of course, right? You've also got the Pugna to be able to back you up, but you're picking Primal Beast because you're wanting to run at heroes. Same sort of thing with the Timbersaw. So early on, you've got the Force Staff, you can use it onto the target of the Pulverize and actually just break it altogether. So it's a nice
Chrono. It's a kill.
Yeah.
Erase cleans it up there with the Whirling Death. Killing spree for him.
It's a nice way to be able to stop a lot of that aggression going into an early Force Staff. Ooh, amp damage rune. Quite nice for OD, actually.
Oh, Pessimist. Oh, he tried to escape there with the Onslaught, but it was cancelled there by the Frostbite. But we'll TP out instead. Good call.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Where are they going to be able to make plays? Looks like a Kaya finished up by Erase now, and going into the BKB straight after that. Love it. Means you really just don't care about OD at all. You're going to force a lot more of those defensive disruptions and astral imprisonments. Is Rue actually going to commit in onto this? Seems like he's just constantly pump faking the blast off.
Yeah.
Important thing is, though, that they are going to be able to at least get rid of the siege creep, although Solo is very persistent in being able to deal a good amount of damage into this tier 1 tower. Might have overstayed his welcome a little bit. He's just, again, Giga Chad Pugner.
And we did just miss something as well. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Alberca did try and attempt to go for a kill here on the Faceless with the Arena, but somehow was not able to get the kill, which then led to Butterfly just playing a voice line from Faceless Void to all chat. They will find the middle tier 1 tower here, with thanks to the pushing of Solo Pugner, which we have seen all too well before here within the close qualifiers.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Trying to think what the next move is, because, I mean, Alberca was even able, he's even still body blocking in this bottom lane just to give himself that extra couple of units of free space away from the tier 2 tower of Yellow Submarine, but he kept the siege creep alive for quite some time, meaning he was able to also, you know, open up the map, take the tower down there as well. Maybe didn't try a bait Butterfly down here to contest the wave. Doesn't seem like he's all that concerned about going for a kill just yet, though. Next item up for him will be that Blink Dagger, and of course, when you've got Solo having such a solid start with Nether Blasts, just level 3 right now. Once the decrep, I suppose, considering the fact that, you know, maybe Butterfly wants to be getting a little bit more active with that Chronosphere, you've got to make sure that you're amping up the cast range of that decrepify as much as possible.
And Torres
Found him.
finds the Frostbite, but they'll also commit the Astral there to cancel that TP. And that will be a dead Enchantress. And the kill actually goes to Antares there with the Frostbite.
Gives him the freezing field as well if he wants it. We did see a fair few good freezing fields in that previous game, considering there was not too much to be able to cancel it. This game, kind of similar. I guess you do have the blast off to be able to go into him, and of course the Faceless Void. But I doubt a Primal Beast is going to be wanting to use the Pulverize onto that CN. There are certainly much higher priorities in, well, I'd say OD is absolutely the #1 priority for that one. You can decrep and it's just not going to do anything.
But I do have to say, though, with the heroes that they have out here on Yellow Submarine, they should be the ones doing the aggressive plays here right now. I think maybe perhaps they're going to try and go here onto OD, blast off with the Sticky Bomb as well. Can Erase catch up with the Chakram? Yes, he can. Another Sticky Bomb coming out. Solo rotating in, though, with the heals. And now they're turning it back around with the Frostbite and the Freezing Field. The Sanity's Eclipse gains the kill, but in comes a big Primal Beast charging through. Here comes Butterfly, also really wanted to try and get himself a Chrono, but they have just been able to pull themselves back there beyond the tier 1 key attack and Solo, so it'll just be a 1-for-1.
I was wondering if he might have wanted to go for an additional dive past the tier 1 tower, but Timber just not quite healthy enough to be able to follow up that aggression, so still going to be in a situation where they've got all of their tier 1 towers to be able to play around with. It makes it so easy for everyone to be able to TP in and act as that +1 for any sort of aggression that you were mentioning coming from either the Timbersaw or the Primal Beast. So I think that's going to be the main priority right now for Yellow Submarine is, well, speaking of that aggression, it's actually Asdecor that's getting gone on. Should, never mind, not live.
And that should be a kill for, oh, they'll leave it for Alberca. Okay, fair enough. Spear takes down the kill.
Yeah, I want to see them playing a whole lot more around either tier 1 top or tier 1 mid. They just need an avenue to be able to not get pincered frequently or not have the answers to a lot of their team fights come in quite so frequently. Maybe they just feel like they need to wait for the full BKB on the Timbersaw.
Yeah. They do have the blink, though, on Mars. They finally got that now, so now they have an opportunity to get themselves an arena. Kiyotaka is going to join in, and here we come. Oh, speared into an arena mid-chrono! What timing that was! As Butterfly now is found by the Astral Imprisonment as they look to try and get themselves the Enchantress here too. Will be skewered to the tree. Double kill for Kiyotaka. What a coincidence. I don't know whether that was just impeccable timing or coincidence.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Carries me.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, if we're speaking about actual reality here, that spear should have definitely stopped within the chrono, but this is Dota 2, and that does not happen. Oh, this could be a good bait. Oh my gosh, the onslaught deletes the Crystal Maiden and the Pugner. Attempting to now find Alberca. Blink Dagger off cooldown. What's here? But Blink's away. Oh, they only get themselves the supports there. Space here for the Gyrocopter 2. Farming up very nicely here. He's almost got himself a Nagnims at the moment. So he is not being contested here at all. Whereas, you know, the Faceless Void, he joined one team fight here. His chrono didn't go as planned. And thus that resulted in him dying in that situation. Wait, has he just dropped a circlet?
Not sure.
Oh, okay. He's got the Crow to pick it up.
Oh, there's a bit of a pause going on. Settings, maybe. Yeah, after doing that 86.5 minute pause in the previous game.
Oh, they do get themselves the techies, though. Catch it in place. Spear goes in as they find the kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Now got that Witchblade now on Kiyotaka as well, so able to output more damage. I mean, this has been a pretty good game here from OD. Hasn't been contested. Has been able to actually have a huge effect here on the Timber Saw within the middle stage of this game. Just Astral imprisoning all the time. Because usually in most cases, OD he doesn't do that well on the mid lane, but this is a completely different game here. Kiyotaka is having a superb game on this OD.
Yep. There's a reason I was calling for it, right? This was when it was just against the Timber Saw, but the Primal Beast made it so that their flex pick just wasn't able to be successful, regardless of where this OD went. So it just feels like the perfect game overall for it. Just want to highlight one other hero that we have just not been mentioning at all for the past, what feels like 10 minutes, in Darklord on his Gyrocopter. He has been able to just greed it up. 0, 1, and 0 at the moment on the Gyrocopter. He has just been farming up a storm and keeping at the very top of the net worth charts. Going to join in for this attempt. Are they going to be able to take it quickly enough? OD is a pretty good Roshan contester.
Oh, can they onslaught in? Are they going to get there in time?
They know it's coming.
The Roshan slowly falling. Go on. Are they going to charge in? The Aegis is there. The onslaught
still will.
No! The onslaught didn't work.
He stopped.
And the imprisonment there as well. The BKB activated there from a race. They find Askador along with Rue 2. They've lost themselves 2 on the side of Yellow Submarine. Make that free. OD able to survive through it all with thanks to the heals there from Solo. Triple kill for Kiyotaka. Not able to get off the chrono there. They were just way too quick at taking out that Roshan. and something happened to the onslaught there on
He
the
just
hands
stopped it.
of Pessimist. Well, I don't know what happened.
I mean, if you're going to commit to a team fight, you got to actually commit to the team fight. And it felt like there he was a little hesitant to want to go in. You know, Roshan had just been claimed. He was in 2 mines, ended up cancelling the onslaught charge, so it basically just didn't move at all. And that's what you needed. You needed him in there on the front lines with his blade mail to be soaking up a lot of the damage, to be creating the chaos, enabling the Timber Saw and the Faceless Void to be able to come in after the fact. That would have been a great onslaught charge, probably landing onto at least 4, but he just ended up cancelling it, and well, you saw the cost that's paid. 4 for 0 trade ends up resulting, at least the Faceless Void ends up surviving, but you know, not much point in going this early BKB on the Timber Saw if you're not getting any value out of it. This is a fighting item. 5-1-0, you would think he's still having a pretty good game, but you've got to have a great game if you're going to have any chances of dealing with this Kiyotaka OD once he's starting to really get into his groove. I mean, he's nowhere close to being able to be fully survivable. I mean, now, even if they do land the perfect 2-man Chronosphere, he's just 800 gold away from being able to pick up an Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Yeah.
So he's just going to have that extra layer of survivability.
It is one of the most annoying spells to play against. I mean, especially converting all of the mana that you had your max mana pool into a shield. It's pretty crazy. And then obviously, of course, you can just get your mana back again using Essence Flux. You have to be very lucky though. Just fingers crossed on the percentage chance.
Tormentor attempt, but end up taking it. Looks like wanting to make Asda Core into a traditional core. You know, he's got a taste for it. We saw the Crystal Maiden with triple Rapier and a Daedalus, and level 29, I think, by the end of the game. So all the attack speed that he could possibly want. And he's going into the Dragonlance next.
Yeah, no, Rage just gets out there a little bit too far away. But he's okay. They're starting to lose their momentum now here on Submarines, especially with the fact that we have ourselves an Aegis here and Kiyotaka. They're just farming up safely here as Dark Lord. He's around about 400 gold away for a BKB. They're actually going to go for a race here. He doesn't have himself a BKB. It's on cooldown, so if they catch him right now, it's going to be big. Lovely Arena stops the trees from using the Timber Chain. Beautiful stuff there from Albaca. As meanwhile, Kiyotaka finding himself the Faceless Void, but able to activate that BKB and time walking away.
This is not the game style that you drafted for. You drafted on Yellow Submarine for being able to get aggressive. You're picking some of the best initiators, you're picking some of the great lockdown heroes, and as an Enchantress, there's only been 2 towers that have been taken so far, so the fact that they really haven't been able to claim all that much, they've been able to survive on the vast majority of these heroes, is a big, big win coming through for the 9 Pandas, and now you've even got a BKB to be able to play around with on your Gyrocopter.
Oh yeah, this Gyro is just so far ahead compared to the Faceless Void. This man can go high ground if he wants, especially with this Aghanims and the flat cannon. It's just so horrible to play against when it's such a good sieger.
Great sieger. You've got Solo that could just be nether blasting, but he's not wanting to get too far out of position, right? There still can be disaster if he does get caught inside of the Chrono. Of course, I doubt that Butterfly is going to look to commit onto that, though, with BKB still on cooldown for about 20 or so seconds.
I still remember back then when Flat Cannon used to be a absolutely stupid cooldown. It was so low to the point where I saw Gyrocopters just able to keep on using that again and again.
This is an interesting choice. He's actually gone ahead and bought a Wraith Band at this point in the game on the Faceless Void. He clearly feels like they need to make something happen right now. So basically, as soon as this Aegis expires, which is going to in about 5 seconds, it'll be ticking over to 25 minutes in 15. So they need to try and make a play now where it's going to be buffed up, double strength on the Wraith Band itself. And if they can win a team fight, they clearly feel like they're still in this with a distinct possibility. They would love to be able to get the jump in onto Dark Lord. Any Vampire Fangs on anyone? Can't see any on Yellow Submarine, so they don't have that additional vision. None on 9 Pandas either. So just going to need to rely on some of the ward game. You would have to say that it's probably going to be Yellow Submarine coming out with a slight edge in that regard then, because they do have the Enchantress. You can send creeps out, use them to scout a little bit further ahead.
Yeah. I think one scary thing that we maybe see... Okay, never mind. I thought Kiyotaka would maybe perhaps be going a Scythe here, but instead is going the Pharasma. So extra damage there on the usage of the Arcane Orbs.
Yeah, you're just trying to deal with Timbersaw at this stage, and speaking of Timber, he just used his BKB, so he is very vulnerable to being gone on at this point. We saw how effective Alberca was with using the arena to destroy the trees, preventing any kind of retreat with that previous kill attempt, and they've even killed the courier, so that was his Octarine core, I believe, to be able to play around with. So very rough for the Timbersaw, who immediately queues up a Scythe of Vice to be able to play around with. They got to find that jump, they got to find that lockdown, they got to find that burst onto Kiyotaka, find some sort of way to be able to force out some of these bigger cooldowns. It feels like despite having BKBs, they're the ones on the run always on Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, they're going to siege the high ground here with Dark Lord. Even when he doesn't even have himself an Aegis or a Satan. Just look at that flat cannon there. Just able to clear the creep wave. They force out a glyph.
Not ideal. I mean, Butterfly doing his best to try and push in this bottom lane. Are they going to look to try and go for a kill attempt here on him? TPing both Dark Lord and Kiyotaka down to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they see the creeps moving.
Yeah.
Oh, he blinked into the wave. He revealed himself.
Well, they have taken tier 2 in top and middle, so they very well could just push in bottom wave as well. Remove all aspects of the map to be able to TP around to make it a lot harder contesting into any sort of Roshan. Movement just becomes so much more predictable as we see the Pharasma come out there from Kiyotaka. So much damage that Timber's going to need to be mindful of, and you can't just be popping that BKB freely. It's to be an ideal, aggressive scenario that you're actually looking to use it so that when you do commit, you do draw all of the attention towards you. You're not dying.
Kiyotaka found the Faceless. Literally, time walks up to the high ground. Okay, it's alright. What has Timber got in his... Is his courier dead with a lot of items or something? Because I swear he's had these same items.
Octarine is on it.
What's that? An Octarine, okay. Rue's been a annoying little techies by pushing the wave here with the sticky bombs. Actually forces out 2 TP rotations here from Antares and Alberca, attempting to try and see if they can find something, but Rue has already left this top lane.
It's a really quick Roche respawn, actually, and with the Observer Ward that Solo recently placed down, they can see a lot of rotations coming down towards this bottom side, so they know to be able to get out of here as quickly as possible, back to any sort of area that they control vision over.
Yeah, they've just seen Yellow Submarine move out their base to try and see if they can catch themselves something, so they're getting themselves back. Antares leading, though. Frostbite onto Timber. Does have the BKB in case they do decide to jump upon him.
There's a couple of supports that were able to get that action done.
Charging in here, got themselves solo maybe. The Glimmer Cape is there. The Pulverize all onto the OD. That's big, but oh, lovely Sanity's Eclipse. And now the Chrono comes out. The BKB is there from Butterfly, but he's taking just way too much damage. The Aghanim saves Kiyotaka. They lose themselves 3. As the tip comes out onto the Faceless Void. Where did that damage... Where's his HP go?
It just went to both the OD and the Gyrocopter that have been able to sit back and farm. This is why you really do need to commend Solo, why you need to commend Alberca, because they're the ones that slowed the game down. They're the ones that enabled this dual core to be able to farm and limiting the Timbersaw's influence. He ended up dying in that fight as well. Feels like Timbersaw hasn't had a kill involvement for the past, like, what, at least 15 minutes.
Yeah, I had a look there, and even with that BKB, was activating the Mask of Madness, but of course, you take extra damage when you apply the Mask of Madness, and Dark Lord is able to get around about 820 physical damage against the Faceless with just the flat cannon alone and dealt some other damage also. So that's where all his HP went. They found themselves the Primal here on the bottom lane too. 9 Pandas, completely different pace now from game 1. They are just dominating here. 18k net worth, 30 minutes in. The Roshan's up again. It looks like they can just get themselves a second Aegis here on Kiyotaka.
Yeah, they know how to flick the switch, that's for sure. You know, they just realize that, you know what, hard part of the game's done. We've taken Timbersaur's biggest strength away from him. We've taken Enchantress's biggest strength away from her. It's that early game. It's the first 15 or so minutes. And they went that entire time without losing a Tier 1 tower. They've lost a Tier 1 mid and top ever since then. But you just have to look at what they've been able to get in exchange. A 17k net worth, a second Roshan, melee racks? Yeah, actually, it's only the range racks up in the mid lane that they've got to be able to play around with, and a ton of vision as well.
Time is money.
As it's smooth sailing here now for 9 Pandas. I mean, level 17 on the Crystal Maiden, out-leveling 3 heroes here on Yellow Submarine. That's how much of a good game they're having. Even a Lotus Orb obtained on Antares as they find themselves the Enchantress once again taken out. They siege the high ground now. Satanic ready on Dark Lord. How are you going to defend this base as Yellow Submarine? What can you do here in this situation?
I mean, you gotta just wait for the Chronosphere. There's no way that you're gonna be able to kill anyone without it. You've got Rue just TPing back with the rest of the boys to try and make something happen. He's got the mechanism available. They want to try and catch Solo if possible.
Who do you chrono here, though? Do you chrono the supports? Because you don't get yourself the Gyrocopter. You saw exactly what happened with the last chrono. Like, Gyro just decimates the Faces for you with the flat cannon.
They do. It's a really long wraparound, though, and it's going to take way too long. You lose a full lane of racks while you're spending this time moving. They still see where the
COD.
Solo.
In it come. The chrono is ready. They're attempting to try and get Solo there. They will get it. BKB activated here on the Faces. They'll attempt to try and take down the Gyro now whilst he has this Aegis because the BKB was committed. The Satanic is there. Not healing very much here, but the Spear connects to the Faceless Void. Oh, and the Sanity's Eclipse deletes the Faceless. Buyback from both the Primal and the Faceless. They want to come back to this fight here. Chronosphere is still available. He comes forward. He's been able to Chrono 3 here. He's going to go for the Crystal Maiden along with the Gyrocopter here as well. Gyro dead. The Aegis going to bring him back alive as the Faceless able to time walk back his HP. Kiyotaka has no more mana remaining, but is still in this fight with thanks to that Agnims, keeping him afloat as they will find the Primal there too. It's a dieback. Timber remaining, trying to run away, but Kiyotaka's just got all of his mana back with thanks to the Essence Flux. And he's just going to delete almost the Faceless Void there, trying to escape. GG is called. There we go. That is a much faster paced game. 33 minutes in, and game 2 is going to 9 Pandas here.
Much more convincing, and I mean, the net worth was heavily in the Yellow Submarine favor for the first, 15 or so minutes of the game. Really didn't feel like it though. It felt like they should have gotten much more out of that early game compared to the 9 Pandas, and well, we can see that it shows. They were never able to invade. They were never able to get those kills onto the Gyrocopter and the OD. Kiyotaka not dying a single time. 13-0-7 with that clutch last pick coming through. It was the right pick. We saw it here during the draft, and clearly the 9 Pandas did as well. And yeah, they fully exploited the big weaknesses that Timbersaw does have. Same sort of thing with the Primal Beast. You can, go for flex as much as possible, but if there's an answer to both of them, then it doesn't really matter.
This Agnims was an amazing pick. You saw there in that situation when they did get themselves that chrono, we had Butterfly hitting into Kiyotaka. He was like, wait a minute. He has himself an Agnims. I can't hit him or else all my damage is going to be for nothing. Has to go for the Gyro and the CM. And with that, Aegis just comes back up alive. They outpace them completely here on the side of 9 Pandas. Just not able to abuse the power spiking of the Timbersaw and the Primal Beast. They wanted this fast pace, but they were denied this fast pace. So what else is there other than to rely on this Faceless Void? And they weren't even able to do that because of all of the abilities that they had on the side of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, it just felt like everything that could go wrong did go wrong. You know, no good rotations, no good vision around the mid lane. Great D wards getting off every single time Enchantress tried to make a tower push happen. Didn't work out, and I feel like the straw that broke the camel's back was that Roche fight up top. They are just slightly too slow to be able to engage, and they lose the Aegis, and then they lose 4 heroes because of just a little bit of hesitation coming out from Pessimist, and it really just set the ball rolling. So they're 2-0 so far, 9 Pandas. They would love for this to be a best of 3, but that is not the case. The reverse sweep is the requirement for Yellow Submarine to be able to still qualify through to the Elite League, and just 1 game away, 9 Pandas to be able to punch their ticket forward. There's been a lot of 2-1s, there've been a lot of long series throughout these qualifiers so far, but this could be one of the cleanest showings if Game 3 is anything like Game number 2 for 9 Pandas. We'll have to go to a short break, probably a little bit shorter than the previous one, but we will be right back with Game number 3 just after this.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League of the Grand Finals of these Eastern European closed qualifiers with myself and Danog. We just had ourselves game 2 out of this best of 5 with indeed 9 Pandas versus Yellow Submarine. A lot quicker game in game 2 than it was in game 3, with game 2 going around about 30-ish minutes and 9 Pandas taking that second game. So they're 2-0 up. One game away from qualifying, actually, to the Elite League. Can Yellow Submarines find themselves a game in this game 3? Danog, how do you feel about that performance so far, and do you think it's possible for Yellow Submarines?
I think it's absolutely possible. I think you just need to go back to the Sven, something that worked out for you very well, and I think you need to make sure that you're not getting cheesed. That's where 9 Pandas thrive. You know, that certainly wasn't a cheese in that game. That was just a really solid draft in response to what Yellow Submarine had, and it was, more importantly, really solid play, right? You knew exactly where they were going to be moving, at what times. You knew that they needed to hit these early timings, otherwise the OD and the gyro are going to overwhelm you, and when you know it, that's exactly what happened. So, if you pick an aggressive draft, you got to play aggressive, and it just felt like they didn't.
10 seconds remaining.
Yes, now we'll see what they draft up. Instead of you picking the Timber Saw, they will ban it on the side of Yellow Submarine. So quite intrigued as after this ban from 9 Pandas, what will both teams first pick here? It's usually kind of like the support or the flex pick, what they feel confident with. Bat Rider comes out for 9 Pandas.
9 Pandas.
Gyro, maybe?
And Torres did beautifully on this Bat Rider in the last game that they had versus 1 win, but in return, Yellow Submarine, they picked themselves up Kunkka.
Alright, it seems fine enough to me. They both want flex, they both want just relatively solid heroes overall.
Remaining.
I feel like 9 Pandas want to get this done and dusted, and Bat Rider is a really good hero at being able to do that. You know, it just makes waves push in a little bit more favorably towards you, it makes finding pickoffs incredibly easy. I wouldn't be surprised, like, obviously the Chen is always going to be a first overall ban, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them go something else that's able to provide a little bit of that extra pushing power for themselves. I mean, the Pugner's still in the pool. I'm a little surprised that Yellow Submarine just keep on giving it to 9 Pandas. I would be banning it out with this last pick of this phase.
It's not further bans come in. I don't blame them for banning the Mars here. I think we've had enough of Mars, right, Danog?
Mm-hmm.
Just too much Mars is coming out. Yellow Submarine will ban it.
But what are people going to play if they can't play Mars, Centaur, or DK, or Timbersaw in the offlane?
They'll have to play something else. Sorry.
They'll play Kunkka, right?
Yeah, they got Kunkka, but what will 9 Pandas play?
What have we not seen? Give me a Beastmaster.
Radiant team ban.
Well, we're not going to see a Sven, so that severely hinders their capabilities on Yellow Submarine. By far, Butterfly's most confident carry that we've seen throughout these qualifiers.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
So Slark banned, Sven banned. So even some carries that both teams play here. Butterfly. His Sven is gone. And Dark Lord Slark has been banned also.
10 seconds.
So really target banning each other, aren't they?
Turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
I shouldn't be surprised.
They're going for the 1 hour and 30 minutes 3 Divine Rapier Crystal Maiden again with the 225 attack speed.
True. I'm trying to think what this Slark is actually preempting. Like, are they wanting to pick Morphling or something like that on Yellow Submarine? You know, you're just not wanting to give have that latch available for yourself. I was gonna say if it's not gonna be the Crystal Maiden, it's probably Solo playing the Undying. Looks like they were happy enough with Dark Lord and his farming speed on the Gyrocopter and his ability to avoid a lot of this early aggression.
Yeah, so they'll pick it up again. But is Undying and Bat Rider enough to move around in these fights here to provide Gyrocopter that space?
5 seconds remaining.
Don't know they're off lane yet, actually.
Yeah, no, it needs to be one of those real big space creating offlaners. I mean, I feel like the main reason behind the Bat Rider in particular is so that again, you're cutting waves. You're stopping them from being able to just run at the area that Gyrocopter is trying to farm. You're also a decent stacker as well, which is obviously going to help out somewhat. And Undying, of course, you're just going to win the lane, so you're not going to lose your tower early on. It achieves a similar sort of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this Gyrocopter made as like that true position 1, right? Because it felt like Kiyotaka was the true hard carry in the last game, even though Dark Lord did still do a great job.
Uh-oh.
Right. 9 Pandas have got the win. No. You got Tombstone that you're going up against. You got Lasso, so it's still okay in my eyes.
Yeah.
I don't feel incredibly solid against it, and I feel like Luna's one of those heroes that Gyro's going to be able to outrange you the vast majority of the time. Like, who is actually going in first for you other than Kunkka? Kunkka isn't like a get on top of you style of hero, right? He's a frontliner, but he doesn't put himself right there in the thick of things. Like, you're going to need to get the perfect tidal wave into the perfect torrent to be able to lock down this Gyrocopter, and something as simple as a BKB just stops all of that. So I'm struggling to see how Luna is actually going to be able to participate in too many of these team fights.
Mm-hmm. I was really intrigued to see what they'll pick here for their offlane. Or, yeah, they should choose their offlane and leave their mid till last so they can ban some extra heroes in order to kind of protect the mid lane that they'll want to pick up last. But what
yeah,
is
I mean,
their
they don't know if this Kunkka's offlane or if it's position 2 yet either. So I'm sure that's something that's weighing on their mind. Basically, the only lane that you know at the moment is Luna Crystal Maiden. So I'm sure all they're considering right now is, okay, well, whatever position 1, off lane that we pick, we just need to make sure that we have the banning space to be able to remove the main characters.
Oh, here it is, Danog. Part
Feels
2.
pretty great, honestly. Feels like an amazing Arc Warden pick, right? Like, how is a ranged hero like Luna going to be able to do anything to you unless she is literally inside the magnetic field? It's going to buff up the speed, the Gyrocopter's being able to flat cannon you. You've got... maybe the one big thing that they're lacking is that main frontline control away from you. Really, right now, there's nothing stopping them from just full-on running over the top of you, other than the fact that Yellow Submarine don't really have the heroes that run over the top of you. So I'm just having a quick look down the off-lane hero pool that's still remaining, and I'm honestly struggling to see what it is going to be that's going to be, you know, sitting in there on the front lines. Is it going to be something that we haven't seen yet, like a Slardar, like a Legion Commander, you know, just something a little bit different that... But then you also need to consider, like, you're going up against an Undying, so that lane's not going to be easy either. Maybe a Brewmaster or something like that?
Yeah, even Yellow
Pangolier
Submarine
still in
are
the
trying to
pool.
think about it.
Team
They banned the Dorks here.
Sure. I can see it. Just vacuum into the flak cannon. You've also got, of course, against the Luna, it's a great matchup if you can get in the normal punch as well as the wall of replica. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, Puck and Pangolier are probably solid bans for them to be focusing on here for 9 Pandas. Not going to be picking up a Bloodseeker, so I don't think they're all that worried about that. Yeah, they just need to try and run them over somehow. What hero do you have that has the capability to do so? Is it a Necro style of game? Probably not. You deal enough magic damage to it as the Arc Warden.
9 Pandas turn to ban.
They banned Doom.
What do they got?
Even though Doom would be kind of cool with 9 Pandas, I still feel like they need something which is, you know, active frontline, can tank a lot. Doom at the early stages of the game, I don't feel like he can do that, and he's more of a initiator and not a frontliner.
9 Pandas turn to pick.
I'm also... Do they want a Magnus
Radiant team
into this?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Brew.
Yeah.
Bang on. I mean, an amazing frontliner here, like you suggested. It's one of the greatest, and they picked that up here.
It also denies it away from Yellow Submarine, which I feel like they were kind of wanting to have this for themselves, just something to create a little bit of chaos in the middle of these team fights. You know, look, we know that Luna is a Manta-style builder, so you're going to have the Dispel Magic, I think it's called, to be able to deal a lot of damage to those illusions as well. It's a solid overall pick. As well, I'm assuming that it's going to be paired together with the Bat Rider, so just a nice, easy way to be able to proc the Cinderbrew from ranged as well.
I think you were speaking about how the Cinderbrew just got out of control a little bit as well in game one.
So what can they pick now? Again, something for the front lines. Is it a Bristleback game? They need more control. Like, Brewmaster's going to get split off every single time this game, so it needs to be something with a stun. This is something, right? But again, it's still into the Undying, so Undying is going to have just a completely free time in this lane. I guess at least you're a universal hero instead of a strength hero, so it's not going to ruin you quite as much laning into this, but it still doesn't feel great. And, yeah, I mean, he's going to need to play the game of his life here. Pessimist wasn't the greatest in game number 2, I do have to say, on the Primal, really needing to stay as active as they can. You can't sit back, you can't let there be another game where they're able to farm up on 2 legitimate heroes that have the capabilities to be that hard carry in the Arc Warden and the Gyrocopter. This is it. This is their last chance to be able to bring it back, bring us to a game 4. This is sudden death, basically, for Yellow Submarine, whereas Nine Pandas, they are within reach of being able to qualify through to that Swiss stage of the Elite League as the sole European qualifier from the Eastern region.
Yeah, so they've changed it up a little bit here. So usually we would see an offlane Conquer, but as you said, the Conquer could be a flex pick here. So they've put a race on it, which means it's going to be Pessimist on the Magnus offlane. And actually, it's Antares who's going to be on the Brewmaster and Albaca on the Bat Rider, which means will we be seeing a Bat Rider 3 and a Brewmaster 4? Or have they just swapped it around because maybe perhaps Antares is a better Brewmaster player? So it'll be intriguing to see how that one will work out.
Yeah, I'm not sure, really. I mean, maybe they just feel like, kind of similar to what I was talking about, right? They really don't have any way to be able to stop the Primal split other than the Magnus, it seems. So it doesn't really matter if it's a position 4 or a position 3. You're going to get enough farm to be able to get your key items, right? You probably want an Urn on the Brewmaster, an Aghanim Shard feels quite nice, and you're going to get that a little bit sooner if you're playing it as a position 4 versus a position 3. And you really don't need much else beyond that. You know, it's just maybe a Vlad's, if you can afford to get into it, maybe a drums or something like that, just to, or maybe even just some survivability items to make himself a little bit harder to kill. You know, guarantee that you're going to get off that Primal split. We will have to wait and see. My eyes are going to be focused in on Pessimist on the Magnus. Are you going to be able to redeem yourself? Are you going to be able to put through a really solid performance? Because, I mean, if you do get on the backlines, Gyro and Arc Warden can be kind of squishy, but you got to get right on top of them. You cannot let them get off their spells. It's going to need to be some perfect wombo combo style gameplay coming through. You know, Blink Skewer into the RP, into the Torrent, into, you know, some Freezing Field, Eclipse damage coming through. It does leave them a little bit... Oh, hold on, this would be a good start if they're able to get the first kill onto the position 1. And Dark Lord, not the start that he would be wanting.
Yeah, they get the kill there. First blood. Unfortunately, it goes to Rue, but nonetheless, they get a kill and 2/2 bounty runes, so they won't be at a disadvantage with only taking 1 bounty rune there. So, nice job coming out from Yellow Submarines.
Just having a look at the Alberca quick buy as well. Clearly he feels like he's going to be the main focus in this lane, wants it to be underneath the tower so that the lane pushes away from the relatively dangerous combo of the CM and the Luna. Going straight into some regeneration, and then of course the raindrops feels great against the Crystal Nova and the Lucent Beam.
So Bat Rider 3, I'm going to be intrigued to see how this one will turn out. Alberca playing kind of like a little bit of a different hero this time. I don't think you can go Revenant's Brooch and Divine Rapier on Bat Rider, so nice try, Albaca.
He's going straight into the lads, actually, on Antares. I thought maybe just wanting the urn just because it does allow you to get a lot of that solo damage done, but I guess if you just, again, you just need to live, if you just need to get off your ultimate, auras is the way to go. I don't feel like they're lacking in damage by any means. If this Gyro and Arcwater are able to get off to the good start, so may as well just be that frontline presence. Oh, they were really nearly in a position to be able to go onto Asdecor here. Has to be very careful with his positioning. Very vulnerable to death.
Last hit wise, Erase doing okay within these first 2 minutes here. 8 and 4. We've got the Tidebringer level 2 harassing the Arc Warden anytime the crit wave comes near. Oh, was going to cast it then, but decided not to.
Always just having a look at what the regen situation is with Solo. He's starting to run out, having to just pop the Mango just then, but I mean, he's achieving what he needs to, slowing down the Magnus, making sure that he doesn't get into a few of those early items so that he can be the eventual carry of this game. This is the last thing that you want, an Undying to be chasing you underneath your own tier 1 tower. Even going beyond it, because he just knows that the kill threat isn't there. Again, it's one of the big weaknesses of the Rubik, is that, you know, telekinesis is okay if you're able to, you know, force him underneath the tower, but just the damage output isn't there at most stages of the game.
Yeah.
Even just bullying him away is Dark Lord as well. Flak Cannon hitting in onto Rube, as well as Pessimist.
Wonder if maybe perhaps they can try and pull the lane here inside of Yellow Submarine on the off lane so that we can get the crit wave closer and then a telekinesis and a skewer maybe perhaps into the tower. That's a
I'd
possibility.
say a little bit less likely. I mean, I wonder if it's going to be immediate Flak Cannon used consistently by 9 Pandas just to, you know, passively push in the lane so that then, yeah, it's actually going to be 9 Pandas in a position to make more of these pulls happen. Seems like that might be the case.
Yeah, we can see that now, activating that Flak Cannon.
Ooh, connects onto... No, I was about to say half the wave. You just see what happens, right? You really need to make a tough decision, and it's not like there's a correct answer either.
They may have caught Butterfly here. Will they dive the tier 1 tower? They were thinking about it, but now they have to go back because there's a rotation in from Rue. Finds the kill onto Albuquerque, but in return, Asdecor will fall.
I'm surprised they didn't pop the blood grenade there. They had it the entire time on Albuquerque. Could have potentially slowed down the retreat underneath the tier 1 tower. At the very least, it would have gotten them a kill onto the Rubik as well.
Magnus is on his own right now and is trying to attempt to skewer Solo there into the tier 1 tower, but is not able to get any CS here. Meanwhile, they may have killed themselves Batrider with a telekinesis and a frostbite, and they will do so indeed. Been a little bit too aggressive, wanted to try get the Luna there, but a TP rotation in and Rubik staying here enables them to find themselves another kill on this bottom lane on Yellow Submarine.
Alright, well, I like that play. The movement from Rue, of course. Man, you said I had 3 strikes, but he is playing the Rubik once again, and you know,
that's 2.
If you're not making anything happen on the top side for your Magnus, who still might end up getting solo killed by Solo. Oh, the zombies. Oh,
Decay doesn't hit.
Fade Bolt? Maybe.
No mana. I mean, no mana on Decay.
Ooh.
All the skewer misses. Maybe man fight. No, enough mana for a Decay. No, needed 10 mana.
Just went a little bit early with the magic stick usage. Had one stick charge after the fact. Might have been able to turn that one around, but not the case. I mean, at the end of the day, he still is going to get the full HP and mana back, so not the worst for him. Avoids a trip all the way back to the fountain.
Bottle refill here for Kiyotaka as well. So able to keep up the harassment here with the Spark Wraiths against Erase. It's doing a nice job actually harassing the Conqueror at the moment. Both of them pretty much the same CS on this mid lane at the moment.
You know it's bad when your Magnus is lower net worth than a
Look
Rubik.
at Solo. He just placed a cheeky Observer Ward here without them even knowing. Walk through the tree line.
Maybe they'll have an idea now. I mean, they did place the observer ward on after the fact. So they've got one kind of covering that same sort of area. Are they in a position to maybe go for a bit of a dive here? Oh, they end up pushing Dark Lord up onto the high ground.
Oh, he doesn't have a TP. Uh-oh. Well. A gyrocopter upon a cliff. Well, at least he's farming.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to keep him there now.
Radiant structures are
Solo's actually trying to bring in creeps. He's going to get skewered.
What a support.
He'll get taken out. Oh, this is not a position you want to be. I mean, do you have at least flying courier? Yep, it's on the way.
It's coming slowly. The octopus, I don't know what that one's called.
I mean, put an observer up there, ready to cancel the TP route. So they'll see the courier coming. This is all the center of attention now, just watching this. In comes the courier. Oh, tries
so
to get
close.
the courier.
Remember, it only takes
skewed in.
one right click from a melee hero to be able to deal with it. I think, it's nighttime. He does see Rue just watching him the entire time.
he's just gonna stay there, not a care in the world. I mean, they have their own observer ward as well, as you can see behind this tier 1 tower. So Dark Lord sees where Rue is. Rue just needs to stay here, but thankfully it's not a rank game, because if he wasn't getting XP within 5 minutes, he would have gotten abandoned. So, just...
All Rubik needs to do is just stare menacingly at him. That's all that he needs to achieve here.
I mean, meanwhile, on the top lane, they got a kill onto Solo, and Erase is just going to TP out of there. Meanwhile, I think what they need to do is march. Kiyotaka needs to dive underneath this tier 1 and kill Rue. Okay, there we go. Homing missile. And attempt to TP now. No, hasn't TP'd yet.
Kiyotaka's going real deep, and it's the real Kiyotaka as well.
Yeah, look, they've rotated. They're rotating the character.
Oh, they nearly put him up as well.
Clip Kiyotaka there
He
as
didn't
well.
have a TP either. Imagine if they could just keep them stuck up there. Literally, all you would need to do is just keep Rubik nearby, and there's nothing that they can do.
No, he may TP. No, they've got Astacor now covering with the frostbite. Oh my god!
He's trying to die. He's trying to die to that range creep. You gotta deny it,
no,
yeah?
they deny! They denied it, no!
You want that. You want that. Jarklo was trying to die. It's the only way to guarantee that he was going to get down.
bottom tower is under attack.
What's happening on the bottom side? More movements. Yeah, 9 Pandas know how much of a dire situation this is. They're making the full movement up top. Still no primal split available, but the boys are coming. The cavalry is about to arrive.
They can't do anything. He's got another. Wait, that's not a TP. That's a Band of Elven skin on the Gyro courier. Okay, now there's some room. There's some room for Gyro to breathe. TP is there. Okay, the Gyro is out. Gyro is safe. Meanwhile, this is a big contest here on the triangle. Meanwhile, big boat coming in, affecting Kiyotaka. TP now from Erase. Where's the TP cancelled? There it is, with the lasso. As Erase trying to find Kiyotaka there, but will be taken out there by Antares.
Is Solo going to be able to farm this Ancient stack? He's still got a pretty healthy Tombstone available for himself and a bunch of decays. This could be the richest Undying we've ever seen. Classic core players ruining the fun, stealing the farm on Alberca.
I mean, to be honest, even though Gyrocopter got Cliff there, oh my gosh, they found Magnus all the way up there as well. His net worth's not that bad. I mean, second top of the net worth here.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, you remember how
drawing with
crushed
that
the
of
Magnus
everyone
was in lane, right?
Yeah, Magnus was pretty crushed, yeah.
He's recovered to a respectable amount, but still doesn't feel that great for them. For you to waste literally 2 minutes of a Gyrocopter's time.
I think he's going Midas here to try and make up for the lost XP.
Oh no. Don't know how I feel about that one, but clearly they feel like the Brewmaster's had a good enough game, which he has. I mean, Antares building up stacks for himself. He's level 6. Obviously just used the primal split to be able to get the kill. There's a double boat.
There's a race getting lower and lower. Has to be very careful there. Solo taking a lot of damage there from the Tidebringer, but
So
still
manly.
manning up as they find the kill to the Crystal Maiden. The Fade Bolt in return, finding the Undying. Xmox is going to bring back Antares. Does not have himself the Primal Split. Maybe perhaps Decay on cooldown there for Rue. So Antares is fine, but Kiyotaka, being a really annoying Arc Warden player here, is just keeping up the harass all the time. This Spirit Vessel really helping out.
Mm-hmm. Getting a bottle refill at least. Is erased there in the mid lane. He's gone for a Midas of his own on Kiyotaka. That's the one thing of the positive side of this Magnus is that if they eventually are in a situation where, you know, gone up onto the high ground, we know what can happen.
Dire are scanning.
Just with the skewer back inside the base, always going to be a dangerous factor. You've also got the potential to steal the lasso to make it even more significant.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Seems like that moment up top was just a bit of a blip on the radar, though, for 9 Pandas. It was a 6-1 kill score in favor of Yellow Submarine, and it's very quickly gone back to 8-6.
Astacore. Oh, he just got deleted there. Yeah, the power of Arc Warden
Radiant's
on this
middle
dire
tower
side.
is under attack.
Primal Split's already back up again. They're just looking to rally around, start to take away some of the towers, look to invade and try and steal some of the stacks. Luckily, Butterfly has been able to take
Radiant structures
at
are
least the
fortified.
Ancients, first and foremost. Still doing a very good job with his own farm.
Radiant's bottom tower
Being nicely
is under
ahead.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dark Lord able to get himself a free tower here on the bottom. Just going to rotate top. Is attempting to farm up. Midas is here now, so he can start to recover
They're
the
in.
levels. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, look at Erase
They
just
pop
deleted
everything.
there. What can you do?
Absolutely everything. I mean, they could have just gone all in and taken the tower, you know. You've got Kiyotaka, right, playing the Arc Warden. No points in the magnetic field just yet, but if he gets gone on, he had a shield ring bottled up, so he would have been A-OK, but they just look for the extra value play. So, yep, stolen split, feels nice. We might see value out of the Rubik yet. 2, 1, and 5. Not the worst kill score for him, involved in almost all of the kills.
Yeah, just farming nicely here on many of the players of 9 Pandas. They have just pinged, though, the Batrider. Wanting to try and find something here. They do see Luna farming the lane, but they're unaware that Magnus is hanging around here.
Carlsberger's doing a really good job of just being efficient, making sure to make his own stacks, to build together the stacks that Antares has made at the perfect time, literally not wasting a second. He's already getting close to being able to finish off a 4-staff on top of the Blink Dagger that he's been able to pick up really early on, so
All big stacks.
this is big stuff.
Oh my gosh. Okay, seeing the net worth climb here for Gyro very soon once his flat cannon is off cooldown.
He's got the Midas as well to be able to lean back on as well.
Dire's
see.
top tower is
6,600. I think he'll go to like 7,100.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, there we go. Look at that, 7,100. So 500, 600 gold in just mere seconds, and is able to farm that again. There's the Midas, slowly catching up to this Luna, as you can see. 7,400 now. He's climbing. He's not on
Once again,
he's not climbing a ladder. He's on an escalator right now.
oh, for sure. He's in the fast lane, and they are just so desperate to not lose any of these towers around the map. They know, again, they've got the tools at their disposal in their hero picks, in their overall draft, to be able to just take it late. It's not going to be a 90-plus minute game. I'm calling it now. But you are still going to be able to overwhelm them with an Arc Warden, with the Gyrocopter that's farmed, with a Midas really early on picked up. If you are able to just stall it out even further. So 16 minutes, siege creeps are all gone. You're not going to be able to take any towers off the back of this. This is a big plus coming through from 9 Pandas, who already have the 3k net worth lead, right? So it's only going to extend from here.
I mean, this is where Arc Warden starts to climb up as well with a Midas. So, 2 Midases versus Luna.
Dire are
I
scanning.
mean, I know what late game I'm choosing. It's definitely 9 Pandas if this does go late. So, Yellow Submarines, they are on a timing here. They need to make their actions count. I mean, Erase coming here with the Torrent. Oh, it doesn't catch the Arc Warden.
Catches the real one.
But they're bringing in the boat. The Primal Split is here. It's the Eclipse also coming down. And Arc Warden still alive here for the time being. Aztecor taking huge amounts of
nice
damage.
Phantom.
The skewer. An RP, but it only connects there onto Solo. The Arc Warden and the Batrider completely fine. A big Tidebringer there, but nonetheless, they've lost themselves 2. Lost themselves 3. Complete disaster here for Yellow Submarines. They lose 4. Oh,
It's a little unfortunate for such a promising team, but I just feel like the big sticking point for me is that their margin for error is so small, right? Like, I just think unless they land that RP onto 3, they're not winning the team fight. Unless they get that initial catch a little bit more reliably onto the Arc Warden, you can just make that turnaround happen. And you just saw how quickly it did indeed happen, with the Vlad's offering providing some of that lifesteal, with the Primal Split providing all of that utility. Even just something simple like a Parvis on Solo, just providing that little extra layer of protection. So, when in doubt, 9 Pandas can always wait it out.
Radiant's
Yellow
top
Submarine
tower
don't have
is
that
under
luxury.
attack.
They just need to try and hyper farm on Satanic. They need to make sure that he gets his items nice and early. If they can get a Roshan for themselves, that's a big bonus. And then they need to land the perfect RP into the perfect combination.
yeah. I mean, the graph at the moment, win probability 78% in the favor of 9 Pandas at the moment, only 18 minutes in, heavily favoring 9 Pandas currently. They're having themselves a great time here. Luna still not up to speed, needs a BKB here in order to survive the magical damage being outputted here from 9 Pandas, but of course, gotta be careful of that Flaming Lasso. That is an ace up their sleeve.
It's been giving them a lot of value so far, hasn't it? I mean, you've got the Force Staff and the Blink Dagger now available on Alberca. If they wanted to go for a move of their own, they could, but there's really, again, no need to. You've got double Midas, you've got 2 legitimate farming cores, you don't have Primal Split available, so just try and shove out lanes as effectively as possible. Prevent Yellow Submarine from making any plays of their own. They've got a Blink Dagger. Maybe they'll be, yep, able to get a skewer back onto a target. These are the pickoffs that you're wanting to get. Just free pickoffs. Not wanting to overcommit too much at this stage until at least you've got, like, a BKB so that you're not concerned about being tossed up in the air by a Brewmaster if you do join the fight.
Radiance on the way next now for Antares on the Brew. Really having that great of a game.
Oh, God.
Support Brew.
I mean, you know what? If you can do it, go ahead, right? I mean, they do have ways to be able to kill the Brewlings is the thing, right? You've got Cleave from the Empower, you've got the Glaives bouncing around, you've got the Tidebringer. Freezing Field, maybe as well, is going to be able to deal with them somewhat, but if you don't focus him, then you're just going to have a Vlad's Aura all throughout the team fight, and you're going to have the Radiance Burn working against you, so it's something that they certainly need to be keeping in mind. Just either take out the Brewmaster pre-split, or actually look to focus.
They go for the Twin Gate here. They may find Dark Lord, because they can see the creeps. There's no creeps here, which signifies, there we go, the smoke's broken. Finding themselves the Gyro. Nice pick off here. This should definitely be a kill. There it is. The boat comes in. Erase finds the Gyrocopter. So, nice pick off there. Further delaying farm on the Gyro.
Tower is under attack.
Question is always going to be, and then what?
Yeah,
they do take the tier 1 tower, though. That is a
Exactly.
plus, right? They've taken a little bit. It means that the Luna can push out this wave a little bit further with the illusions. It means just a little bit lesser of an avenue for them to be able to make smoke plays towards them safely.
Under attack.
So it's not just a kill, it's the follow-up after the fact.
Dire are scanning.
What do we got coming out here? What is he going for? He's not going... Okay. Horn Toss coming through for the Magnus. I mean, that's the game style that he needs to play, right? He needs to find that pick-off. He needs to that they don't have any instant stuns either outside of a Blink Lasso on 9 Pandas. So the ideal situation is you find Alberca, you are able to set up some deep wards, which is a little bit more possible considering you don't have a tier 1 tower up top for people to TP to. So if you can find the jump onto the Bat Rider, the teamfight opens right up for you.
Yeah. They are rotating bottom here, but Brew has left to go on help Dark Lord and Solo here take the Tormentor. And the attack Nims is going to... Nice, Solo. So he has himself the Tombstone save.
Yeah, whoever's getting Conquer comboed or whoever's getting RP'd, it's just an instant way to be able to have a get out of jail free card.
Meanwhile, the Brew position 4 is almost meeting the net worth here of the mid lane and off lane for Yellow Submarines. He is trying to farm a Radiance here, almost complete. Around about 1,400 gold remaining for this Radiance, and it may prove to be very effective here.
Yeah, you just wait until he's got that Aegis. Then he'll catch up pretty damn quick, because I've got a sneaking suspicion that some of these next few team fights are going to work out pretty well for the 9 Pandas. They don't have a Boots of Travel quite yet on Kiyotaka, so he's not going to be able to join the team quite so easily, but just have a look at all of these lines being drawn on the map. They know that this is the next little area that's going to be hotly contested. Roshan's available down on the bottom side. That's exactly why 9 Pandas have positioned themselves here, but someone's eventually going to need to address top, because Luna doing a good job of constantly keeping the wave pushed out. Level 18 as well on Butterfly, so he's certainly keeping up against multiple Midases as well from Dark Lord and Kiyotaka. 3 levels ahead.
Yeah, doing very nice. Has that BKB now. Starting to need a damage item though. He's got to go for the Kanda. Will get themselves the Aegis of Immortality though. It'll go into the hands of Kiyotaka. So, it's a very annoying hero currently at the moment within these team fights. They're actually going to smoke into this and go head on. They are not scared. I don't think they'll realize this. 9 Pandas. Oh, the Horn Toss!
Miss.
It misses. That's not good. They're going to try and take advantage of this now, 9 Pandas. Come forward. Can they catch someone?
Nothing big was expended though, and a quick pick onto Solo would be ideal. He already used the Tombstone.
Yeah, they got the kill there onto Solo. Homing Missile though will affect Butterfly with that. 9 Pandas, they will do a soft retreat here. They're still hanging around. X-Marks is going to bring back Darkblood. He doesn't have himself the BKB, the
RP.
Eclipse, and the RP. Oh, the RP was cancelled by the lasso, but nonetheless, the damage is enough there from the Eclipse of Butterfly to take down the rest of 9 Pandas. And look at that, a complete turnaround here. This Butterfly just has way too much damage, and it's a team-wide Danog. A team-wide from Yellow Submarines. The game of pace, it looked to be all in the favor here of 9 Pandas, and it's just completely swapped around now.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they used the cooldown, so they didn't exactly have the capabilities to turn around and fight into that. They moved away from their vision once again, and 20 balls every game. Honestly, I understand the frustrations, but yeah, I mean, they just moved away from where they had the flag placed down to be able to fight around, right? And you can see what the result is. Solo is such a keeper.
I'm getting too old for this horse shit.
Oh, the double smileys. There they are.
You think they lost the past team fight? I'm not sure if Kiyotaka's aware. Seems perfectly happy about this situation. Look how quickly that extends the net worth of the Luna as well, by the way. And the damage that she did relative to
5k ahead? Oh my gosh. Wow.
X marks the spot.
Holy crap.
That's
pretty
It's
good.
going to get better. Kanda coming out very shortly.
On the way to try and get Boots of Travel now for the Arc Warden. Really needs that in order to start pushing these waves and getting more farm and joining in the team fights whilst farming also. That's going to be quite beneficial because right now with the Brown Boots, he's only able to just walk around here and he's not utilizing his clone to its full ability.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Magnus moving forward. Nice horn toss, bringing back the Brewmaster. And doesn't have the primal split. It was on cooldown there. And this Radiance has been delayed, Danog. Wanted to go with this Radiance, was having a good time. Has not been able to get this 1,400 gold yet. Is 900 gold away from the Radiance. This has slowed down dramatically. As look at this, they're taking a tier 2 tower. They've almost got it. They'll commit the glyph. Let's look at this. We've got Pessimist trying to go for more here. With the protection of the Glimmercade. They find that tier 2. It's going very well for them now.
Gotta say, would you call it cockiness, going this Radiance on the Brewmaster? I kind of would. He was having a fantastic game to be able to start with, but like you said, the item progression completely gone. And, well, Pessimist, he missed 1 or 2 horn tosses, but the last couple have been really solid. Such a key component of their ability to be able to come back into this game. As they come back into it, they've actually got a very slight net worth lead as they're looking to go for another quick pick-off here. They would love Antares again, just to be able to slow things down a little bit further. Smoke ended up popping in the wrong place, though, to be able to find that quick pick. And I mean, if I'm Yellow Submarine, I'm just wanting to play around your vision as much as possible. They've used a lot to be able to get this this understanding of the 9 Pandas jungle. Don't move too far away from it. You know, look to play around this tier 2 tower top.
Found a clone here.
You've got to be very careful of their choice of do you actually pop the glyph to be able to protect this, because, you know, 1 or 2 more lost team fights, if everyone lives, you're probably losing 2 lanes of racks. That is how farmed Butterfly is right now on this Luna. You will not have that tier 3 glyph if that's the case, so they let it go for now. They want that fail safe, and maybe they want to do pretty much what Yellow Submarine has been doing, right? Lull them into a false sense of security, find that quick pick-off. Obviously, it's a lot easier to do with a Magnus with a Blink Horn Toss.
I mean,
to a lasso.
That was a very adventurous blink there from Pessimist.
You gotta be adventurous, you gotta risk it. It's Grand Finals for a reason.
Yeah, they do have themselves the Arc Warden high ground though, along with Gyrocopter 2. BKB obtained now. Crystalis has been obtained. BKB, they've the Conquer also. I mean, even though they have themselves the Magnus, which can possibly, you know, jump in and get an RP. I'm sure 9 Pandas will split themselves up, not allow them to get a big RP here. And if actually, oh, nice reactions there from Rue. Blinking away. Xbox now onto Dark Lord. Be brought back there, torrented up, taking a lot of damage there. That was from the Kanda. Eclipse now. RP committed down to Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka's dead as Dark Lord now attempting to flee, but the BKB not helping him at all whatsoever. They've lost themselves 2 on 9 Pandas as they retreat.
I'm just trying to think into the mentality of 9 Pandas right now. They had this game in the bag. It was really in a solid position for them to be able to just, you know, take it out, go down the lane, solid, 1 by 1, as a group. Not too connected, so that you're getting 5-man RP. But I'm also just thinking, like, what are these cores thinking? Are they thinking, where's my primal split? Where is, you know, why is my Brewmaster going for this Radiance when he could be doing something to actually support me? He's been very greedy in this last little bit, and they're actually getting their high ground hit up onto. There we go, racks exposed, glaives bouncing around, and just like that, Yellow Submarine are putting themselves in a really good spot to threaten the 9 Pandas base.
Yeah, tier 3 tower gone. But they are going to back themselves off from here on out. They're going to play it safe. With the lead that they have obtained, they do not want to throw it. Roshan up in 1 minute and 10. Radiance finally obtained now on Antares. So maybe perhaps we can see if anything changes around, going the Shard next to increase the primal split duration.
They've just got so much more vision than them right now. It's going to be somewhat better for 9 Pandas coming up shortly, considering it's going to move away from nighttime to day. you still need to deal with some of these high ground wards that they're playing around with. Solo actually goes ahead and buys the gem, and he's going to walk into the torrent, so has to be a little bit careful of getting picked off once again. Looks like the team has just resigned themselves to the fact that Solo is going to die.
Did he just save himself with his own tombstone? Oh, well, okay, he did. Lasso
Stolen
comes
Lasso.
out, but the physical damage too much for Alpaca there to handle. An RP, it does come out there, connects onto two. They found themselves the Batrider there, Dark Lord again, taking so much damage. He really needs a Satanic as the Stolen Lasso finds the Gyrocopter. They lose 4 here. Kiyotaka falls once again, and it's only the Brewmaster who remains, who is going to be revealed here as there's the Skewer, bringing him back out of the base. The Magnus, is he going to survive? No, the Cinder Brew will actually take him down here, but so will Antares fall as they find themselves a team wipe. Once again, only losing the Magnus and the CM. They can just push high ground here now on the side of ELO Submarine.
Yeah, and you are beyond godlike as well. On Butterfly, hitting into the base, no glyph. They know this is the case, and well, they're going to be able to either just go straight down for these tier 4s. I wouldn't be surprised if they did decide to commit for it. They know there's no primal split. They know that there's no lasso available, but they're going to take the safe route. They know that one slip up and they can get right back into this one. Look at the net worth differential, by the way, on the Luna.
Oh
just
my
so far
God.
ahead
Yeah,
of everyone else.
He did something super nice here. When he was sieging the high ground, he used the Mantas and then moved 1 Illusion Manta up to top and 1 bottom, and then he's just basically pretty much just got himself 2 waves whilst taking the racks as well. So really nice, nicely played.
We were saying
Butterfly.
that Pessimist needed to play pretty much the ideal game, and the lane obviously went horribly for him, but since then, 2, 3, and 18, just feeding all of the net worth over to the Luna.
I really don't know if you can blame it on the cliff, though. Like, it was that team fight at the bottom where, you know, they had missed the horn toss, and then they had killed Solo, but they still hung around there on 9 Pandas, thinking that they could turn it back.
They're not respecting the Magnus at all. You know, it was actually a pretty good use of the lasso there to be able to try and turn things around. It's just that Rubik was able to instantly steal the lasso back, right? So you got the RP off, you got the extra control. They're hoping that Roshan is up shortly. It is. It looks like they want to make a play elsewhere. See if they can catch someone off guard as they're trying to farm up this top lane. Might be a bit of a freebie though for 9 Pandas.
Maybe perhaps they will let... actually, no. I don't know where Butterfly's going here, but they scan the Roche. No one is here. It's spawning up in possibly 3 more seconds. Is it going to be early or late? It's a... Whoa! Wow! It's definitely an early, because it's instant spawn. It is bottom right now if 9 Pandas do intend to take it. It is just sitting there, waiting for claim. I mean... Oh, Erase and Butterfly are back here again.
They know they're there.
Solo is hanging around.
Down.
Yeah, they're going to X-Mox the Luna, so Luna can try and scout forward. Yeah, they know Kiyotaka's there now. But they do have a really nice observer ward here. They can see them heading into the Roshan. They have huge advantage here with vision, but that has just been denied. And oh, they found themselves Solo. Uh-oh. Taken out there with the conduit.
You got it, yeah. I'd much prefer this if they just go the full-on retreat. I don't think you could fight into this.
No.
Once again, needs to be
Kiyotaka
Alberta being the one.
Oh, they have caught themselves the Magnus. But they have got themselves the Aegis as a stolen lasso! Kiyotaka pulls him into the Roshan pit, who is absolutely decimated, along with Alberca as well, as they got themselves the RP onto the Gyrocopter, thrown up in the air by the Torrent. Disaster of a team fight for 9 Pandas. Only Antares survives. Is going to find the kill there. Yeah, onto the CM.
He just popped the split though, right? Like, he is a support, and it doesn't feel very supporty at this point in the game. You know, the cores are dying around him, Roshan's going down, and he's just sitting there with his radiance. You can have all of these auras and the Vlads and everything else, but if you're not nearby with the rest of your team, if you're not enabling them to properly fight, what is it all for?
Yeah, I think this is GG, Danog. I really do. At this point now, I don't know if there's anything that they can do to defend unless there's a severe misplay here from Butterfly. But he is rank 2 at the end of the day. Surely, you know, if you're rank 2, you don't make that many misplays.
Oh, no solo, he got caught again.
Uh-oh. Yes, he has. Although, we got ourselves the lasso there, but there's no follow-up. Cancel of the TP, though, onto Erase. Has been flame break to the low ground. They do find the kill onto Conquer, though we do have ourselves Butterfly, who is completely solo here right now. Where's the rest of his team? They're not there. He's in some trouble. They're going to buy back for this. They want to try and turn this fight back around, because if they get this Luna, the game, the momentum, it could change. Is Luna going to be back alive? Has the BKB available? And look at that damage being dealt there to the Gyrocopter. Dark Lord has to back himself off. The Madness is here now, but he's been put in place there by the Gleipnir. Now in comes the Eclipse, going to find Solo. Solo will fall there by the Lucent Beam, as we do have ourselves Butterfly, who is still alive. And oh my gosh, Alpaca, so low. Just one more attack is needed. Oh, the blink, just able to blink away.
Oh, stuff's the wrong way.
Dire's middle tower has
Not going to be too bad, though. The save there by Rue, pushing him back towards the rest of the boys. That'll be a known dieback for Solo as well. Not too often that you want your position 5 to be that main frontliner for you, but he's kind of been forced into this role just because of the current situation. He does have the capabilities to save himself with the grab ally.
Oh, they're smoking up. Oh, what? What? Well, that was blind! That was blind! They got themselves the brew, but he's going to buy back instantaneous there, but the damage coming out from Luna is way too much for Kiyotaka to handle, as Dark Lord found here also by the Luna. Absolute carnage. As now, we do have ourselves Butterfly attempting to flee, but an RP! Oh, it's caught them all! Oh, Dark Lord is dead, along with the Brew as well. Buyback here from Kiyotaka. GG is called. Game 3 will be going here to Yellow Submarines, as 9 Pandas, they will not get the victory this game. This series still goes on here. Yellow Submarine, they will get themselves Game 3 here. We are going to a Game 4.
Take a bow, Pessimist. You know, he's certainly redeemed himself from the Game 2 performance. 3, 4, and 26. Hard to go past him for an MVP nomination, but you gotta say a 20, 0, and 10 Luna that Butterfly was able to have at his disposal is pretty hard to go past as well. 60,000 damage on that Luna. The next closest, 26k. So he was farmed, he had crazy tower damage, he was frontlining, he was finding the right pickoffs. Once again, his item usage and timings were just bang on, knowing when to join the rest of the team. It was a much more team performance coming out here, and yeah, 9 Pandas just getting a little bit too greedy and a little bit too cocky, perhaps, with the up-and-coming young guns. So, not going to be a clean sweep. Could still go to 4 games, but what do you reckon about this? Do you think this gives them a little bit of momentum that they need to be able to ride into this one, or are 9 Pandas experienced enough that they'll be able to just shake this one off and say, look, let's just get serious, guys, and finish this one out?
I still have kind of a little bit of confidence that 9 Pandas could potentially take these grand finals here. But I do feel like after that game, that is definitely going to increase the morale here of Yellow Submarines. I mean, of course, there was a severe misplay on the bottom. As you said, they didn't respect the Magnus, so maybe perhaps they'll ban out the Magnus this time, and Butterfly was able to farm up superbly well. I think the cliff situation kind of had a weird effect as well, with the fact that Dark Lord was like, well, I am absolutely XP behind now from this Luna, especially staying on this cliff for 3 minutes. I'm going to go a Midas. And I feel like the Midas severely impacted the item timings that he would get. Like, this Satanic was, when it was built, Lotus had, not Lotus, Luna had a Butterfly then. So it was so difficult for Gyrocopter to even heal up with this Satanic, because what can he heal up on? He activated BKB, he's still being decimated through all of the magical damage being outputted. So this BKB did not help him to sustain. I think it'll be down to picks again, so we will see, Danog. We will see.
We will see indeed. So Game 3 in the books. The series is still alive. We'll have a short break once again before we go to game number 4. Stick around, tell your friends, and we will be right back.